Hi, everybody. Right on time, bright and early. Today, court will be fire. We already have our first tweet on Inner City Press, so we got to get going and we got to get started. The Punisher did an interview yesterday with News Nation, so we have to talk about that. Let me see. Let me let the people know that I'm live because I didn't even do that. So this is again day 8. We are watching or at least keeping up with the Sean Diddy Combs, the US versus Sean Diddy Combs. Today is May 21st. All right. So the last time the special agent was on trial, it was said that Kid Cudi could make an appearance today or this week. I'm thinking it's going to be today. It seems like they were flying with a lot of people on the stand. They have done what, 10 witnesses overall? 10 witnesses overall have been interviewed. So we got to get it together and we got to hit the ground running. At about an hour and a half, I do have to run and do something, but the stream is going to be going. It won't be long. It'll be like, I don't know, 3 minutes or something like that. It won't be long, but we're going to get started right now. So we have our first tweet. I think a lot of us are just waiting. Now, I want to show you guys the News Nation with the Punisher. Did you guys see the Punisher? Because and for those who were like, who the hell is the Punisher? If you take a break from court, which does happen, sometimes you have to take a break. You kind of tend to have to play catch up, right? So let me tell you what who the Punisher is. The Punisher is one of the witnesses that basically testified that he was a escort with Diddy and Cassie, and he made some very interesting kind of claims and allegations. Right? He is writing a book, something about freezer meat. In search of freezer meat, you guys can kind of pick that up a little bit if you understand what I'm saying. He was kind of like the highlight a little bit. Then you had David James, who was also kind of like an interesting character as well at that time. So, oh man, we have a lot to review for those that are here. And shout out to everybody that joined us on the live chat yesterday. We were reading the Cassie transcripts for one of those days. Now I'm noticing StreamYard has a little chat box for us. I don't know if y'all noticed that. So I'm able to see a little bit. If I can't catch the chat there, if there's a comment that catches my attention here, I think this is something that they're doing, which I think is pretty cool. Gerald says, I've heard Gene Deal is in NY to testify against Diddy. No, I don't think Gene Deal is testifying against Diddy. Let me put this camera over here. Hold up. Setting things up. I don't think Gene Deal is testifying against Diddy. I don't know. I highly doubt, because I don't think that I don't think he would be out there doing any kind of media press or anything like that. He's outside like as a photo op type of person. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's an opportunity for a photo op as somebody who's been like a quote unquote truth teller of a lot of things. I think he's just there posing for photos and for controversy and for content, which, he's a content creator. A lot of creators should go out there. And I mean, if I didn't have the responsibilities that I have right now, I probably would be out there too. I would be out there creating content. Yes, I would, interviewing the people and asking questions. But let me play this while we wait for court to start.
Who goes by the name, wait for it, the Punisher. The Punisher is an exotic dancer and former sex worker whose real name is Sheree Hayes. Mr. Hayes told the jury that he got his nickname playing basketball, but his photos, they seem to tell a different story for why he may be using that name today. Ooh, kind of safe for work?
Yes.
Almost not safe for work?
No.
I wouldn't put it up at work, but that's the Punisher, y'all. Mr. Punisher testified that he was hired by Diddy and Cassie for 8 to 12 different times, things like episodes. And he was meant to create a sexy scene that would last for hours. He said that Diddy called all the shots in these episodes. He didn't call them freak-offs, but he described what we've heard as freak-offs. He never saw any cameras, he said. He didn't see any violence. And he said, although Cassie would sometimes wince or sigh at some of the sex directions that came from Diddy, he said it didn't seem as though Cassie was there against her will. Again, this is a prosecution witness, so that's kind of, that's on the fence there. He does certainly corroborate the freak-offs and what happened in the freak-offs, but that whole business about, to him, he wasn't sure if Cassie was into it or not, but he did hear that she winced and that she sighed as Diddy gave a lot of those directions.
Ooh-wee.
By the way, the Punisher also said that he never saw Diddy take drugs never saw that he seemed drunk or high, which is exactly what prosecutors are trying to show, that this was not just an out of control, party of an enlisted megastar, but instead was a clear-eyed criminal enterprise.
I mean, the guy is doing the thing, and I'm sure he's going to sell a lot of books. Okay, before the jury is in, the defense letter about Dr. Hughes preserves your objections, Miss Shapiro, but the defense letter is not in the docket. While after inner city press objection, the letter is in. So they're allowing letters into it. Here we go. When the Dr. Hughes, this is the judge who's speaking, when Dr. Hughes is on the stand, I'm sure Mr. Bach can raise that and cross. As we reported yesterday, Combs' 10th lawyer, Jonathan Bach, husband of Alexander Shapiro, who was defense, for example, in the Trump SPAC trial. Ooh-wee, these things are, first of all, that's a lot of attorneys. That's a lot of attorneys. A lot of attorneys are coming in for the defense. You already got the best of the best. You already got the best of the best. Now you got this going on? I have a lot of questions. What do you guys think? Why do you guys think Diddy has, I mean, if you're fighting for your life, and I would say that this is an example of Diddy fighting for his life, do you need that many attorneys? I guess that's the question. Constance Still Brown, thank you so much for becoming a member. I shouted you out yesterday during our pre-recorded video on the chat. Thank you so much, Constance. And Medusa, my love, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Guys, great way to support the channel is by hitting the like button, becoming members, super chatting, and of course, the Cash App and all the beautiful, wonderful Venmos and stuff like that. You guys are amazing. And this has been quite the journey to follow this with you guys. Okay, now while we wait for an update, let's go on to News Nation, guys. Go on to, oh, wait, never mind. Spoke too soon. We have an update. What about these texts involving Miss Ventura and buying drugs in Boston? The government speaks. We think it's irrelevant, but if they retract it, it is not hearsay. That was in Boston on her own. I think that's why Mr. Agnifilo wants it in. I'll think on it. So they're still deciding on evidentiary issues as it pertains. And remember, they have 3,500 pieces of evidence in this trial. Okay. They're still deciding on evidence. They're still deciding on what's going to be allowed, what's not going to be allowed, what are they going to do? Okay. I'm saying, good morning, everybody coming through. You said, if you had all that money, maybe you would spend on those lawyers. It's a lot. I guess if you can afford the attorneys, you can use that money. I mean, listen, this is just my thought, but I'm thinking that Diddy's got some offshore accounts. He's been storing money away on these offshore accounts because that legal defense bill. And what's he going to do if it doesn't work? I hate to put it that way, but it would be like somebody still got to get paid, you know? Okay. 13 seconds in. Here we go. The government, we are concerned that Miss Porter's death may be used to build a sympathy for Mr. Combs and lead jurors to believe that if he is convicted, his children may, the judge says. I'll think on it. As to Miss Cudi, the defense is concerned about hearsay. Oh, enter the chat. Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi, enter the chat. He's being mentioned by the judge. Miss Cudi, enter the chat. Kid Cudi. And of course, Kim Porter. So they're still deciding on what's going to be allowed and what isn't going to be allowed. I thought they were supposed to figure this out a long time ago. Like, isn't that why the judge wrote the rules? Because I read those rules and I was like, we have to be careful. We definitely do. Welcome, everybody. Let's see what else they're deciding on while we get started. There's nothing yet. So let me go back to the Punisher, who did an interview with News Nation. And I'm going to go share this with everybody because I have not shared this with anybody yet. Hold up, y'all.
And I mentioned it off the top of the show. So I'm happy now to introduce the man who spent the better part of today on the witness stand. Sheree, the Punisher Hayes, joins me now live. Mr. Hayes, it's really good of you to be here. Thank you so much for doing this. I can imagine you've had a hell of a day.
Definitely a challenging day today.
So tell me a little bit about it. Like, how was it? How'd you feel up there? Like, give me a summary of a description of what that day was like for you.
Well, it's very nerve-wracking. There's nothing you can do to really prepare yourself for that type of environment. very tense scenario, very serious atmosphere. And, I just kept a mind frame of from the time I've been contacted by investigators, it's just give my version of the truth, what I can remember to the best of my ability. And that's what I tried to do today.
So I know that you talked about this on the stand, but I want to just sort of flesh it out with you a little, because we get court sketches. There's no cameras in court, so it's really good to have you in person.
So for those that don't know, this is the Punisher. Now we have an update on Inner City Press. Let me move back a little bit. Okay, so they're going back and forth about evidentiary things, all right? And I think this is important, what they're going to allow, what they're not going to allow, okay? So they're going back and forth about text messages from Cassie Ventura, about substance use, and this being an issue. Now, the government is concerned that Kim Porter's death is going to be used as a sympathy card for Mr. Combs. That's what they're saying. And then they mentioned Kid Cudi, and the defense is concerned about hearsay. All right, so then Mr. Kid Cudi will not be testifying today. Today, Kid Cudi will not be testifying. Did I miss that? The judge asked. We emailed about 10:45 p.m. Note that is not on the record. Why not? No need to take a week to redact that. Again, we're not being able to see a lot of documents. Apparently, I don't know if Kid Cudi couldn't make it today, but he is not testifying today. Now we got to fix the thumbnail. We got to fix everything. We were waiting for Kid Cudi to testify today. The burning car situation, we have a lot of questions, but it doesn't look like. And I don't know if it was something that he couldn't make. Maybe he's traveling. I'm not really sure. But it sounds like Kid Cudi will not be testifying, at least today, unless something changes, which I highly doubt. I don't know. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are you guys are hitting that like button, please, and think I'm reading the comments. Why do they do this to his ears like that in the sketch? G-Man, you talk about the court sketches? I don't know. The court sketches are hilarious. I will say that. Wow, he didn't get the memo you sent them. Stay away from the TV, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe he got busy. They were like, no, you don't need to testify today. Let me see what they said. Here we go. So he will not be testifying today. That's all we know. That's all we know. 1 second, guys. The defense is concerned about hearsay because they cannot redirect Cassie on what he says. Do you think that they let her go too soon? I mean, and of course she's pregnant. Like, let the girl go, right? Like, don't get me wrong, but it kind of makes you wonder what's going on. You said Kid Cudi is there. They have him in a meeting to go over his story and what to think and what to say. They've been fumbling with these witnesses. Kevin Kimbrough, what do you think about these witnesses so far? By the way, I do have a poll up there. What do you guys think? I don't know. Who's been fumbling? The defense had a horrible day yesterday. You got to let me know, Kevin. The defense had a horrible day yesterday. I think that was like the worst I've seen. And then he had to put in another attorney. That's what I'm saying. Can't they use the police report he filed to corroborate his testimony? Ooh, that's a good question. They didn't have a choice, but let her go. Remember, she's due any day now. Yeah, she's on a third trimester. And these evidentiary hearings prior to a testimony is normal events. They really should have pushed back. And I think we were talking about that. Maybe they should have pushed back the trial. Yes, the defense is killing their own client. They got like 10 new lawyers, or excuse me, another lawyer in there. The defense didn't have a good day yesterday. Thank you. All right. Hold up. Do we have an update? All right, here we go. 11 seconds. The judge says, please get the witness, Mr. Gannon, and check on the jury. Welcome back to Mr. Gannon. So the jury's entering. Mr. Gannon is the Homeland Security officer, for those that don't know. The government continues with Mr. Gannon. Let's continue with items you seized on Star Island. What is this? High heels and S items in the master closet. So you guys remember he was talking about the seizing. They had to... Give me 1 sec, guys. Sorry about that, guys. The defense had a bad day, but the government had a bad week last week. Would say more, guys. Say more. Yeah. So, Homeland Security, they was talking about how they had to like ram through his gated area because for safety, and they knew people were really confused about this, but they knew that he was going to be going on vacation. The kids were going to go on vacation. So they specifically picked this time. This was not like a surprise whatsoever. He said, I think with the new lawyers came on, it would have caused some power struggles. He's a huge profile lawyer. Which one, Meowser? Did y'all make sure you hit the like button? Yes, before you enter the chat. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody hitting the like button. Thank you. Missy. Oh, huge personality. I think I know. Hi, Tony. Hi, everybody coming through. Thank you. I appreciate you telling me that. I did brush the hair. I don't know if y'all can tell. I did. Yes, Tony. Get your coffee, please, and thank you. All right, let's see what the inner city press has to say. Nothing else. So high heels and S items in the master closet. There was a lot of aftermath raids things. Yes, Mandy, we just said Kid Cudi will not be in today. Something happened. I wonder if it was a scheduling issue or anything like that. He will be in, but guys, they're still having to like go after evidentiary issues. There's still an issue here. Like these guys are still arguing about evidence stuff. I don't know. I thought this was something that they were supposed to be handled already. So I have a lot of questions about this. Meowzas, thank you. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody from Canada. I know I got a lot of Canadians in my chat. You know, I was looking at the analytics the other day, and I have a lot of people from the UK that watch us. Shout out to the wonderful people from the UK as well. Thank you. I'm so ready to hear the rest of the HSI's testimony and them heels. All the heels, all the baby. You know what? I'd be like, give me some gloves, give me a hazmat suit. I don't know what closet I'm walking into right now with all this crap. Like, that's crazy, my friends. It's too much. Now, hold up. Let me see what the Washington Post is saying while we wait for Inner City Press to give us a good old update. Washington Post, let's see. They said, so yesterday, they had said that prosecutors plan to call Scott Kid Cudi Miss Cudi this week. He is a rapper whom Cassie briefly dated while he was involved with Sean Combs, the same rapper whose car exploded after a jealous Combs threatened to blow it up, according to Ventura's testimony on her lawsuit. Okay, but we just now found out today that he won't be testifying. So I guess there won't be no Kid Cudi today. All right. I'm still recuperating from yesterday's live when we talked about the Punisher. While we wait, let's watch the Punisher's interview real quick. So this is the Punisher. Okay.
When you say that it was clear that Diddy was directing the sex scenes and the sex acts, because as you described, it started off as just a sexy scene, but it progressed into actual sex over the course of the free cost. What kind of direction did you get the sense? Like aggressive, mean, demanding, or just, hey, this is kinky, let's do this?
Not even as I described in the text. They were very subtle. Mr. Combs was always basically across the room, and it would be in a low tone, and it would just be suggestive. It was nothing aggressive, nothing that would create some sort of scenario that this was like unnatural between them. Obviously, a sexual scenario with a couple is not the norm, but it's something that I had heard about before. And there's some couples that get into this, and in hindsight, if there were no accusations, I would have saw it as completely natural.
Can you repeat that? You would have seen it as what?
If there was no accusations, like in hindsight, all this stuff is in hindsight. Like in the moment,
look at Banfield. Ashley Banfield's like, repeat that, please. What'd you say? What'd you say? Please repeat it. Yes.
I didn't see it as anything but a couple doing something risque, and Cassie as a partner trying to create a fantasy for who I believed was her husband, and for the majority of this.
So at one point in your testimony, I think you mentioned, and I was just reading transcript because, of course, there's no cameras. You mentioned that Sean Combs was slightly aggressive in his tone, and that Cassie would sigh or wince at some of his direction. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, I understand that you're getting it in parts. It was quite a long testimony. When the sighing and the wincing was associated with, some of the direction was very specific, and it can be one after the other in terms of move the candle to the left, move it a little more, move it a little more, and now move your body a little more, stuff like that. And it was kind of unnatural for a scenario where you're trying to create a sexual situation. So my understanding or my interpretation of it in the moment was frustration with the repeated directions.
So it felt to you when you were there like it was frustration, but it did not feel to you when you were there like she did not want to be in the
There's a
situation she was in
difference.
with you.
It did not.
The other question I have for you is, I think I read that this began in was it right, 2012, that the first time you were hired?
That's correct.
So that would seem fairly early on, perhaps in the free cops in their relationship. And it felt to me like in the beginning, you did not actually have any kind of sex with Cassie in front of Diddy in those hotel rooms. It was just performative, but that it graduated in the later free cops to sexual acts. Did it seem to you, now that you're hearing a lot more of the story, that this was the beginning of the whole freak off adventure for them, that they were kind of figuring it out themselves as well, and that maybe it progressed a lot further and got a lot less appealing to Cassie, maybe later after you had moved on and weren't in the picture?
So I'm instructed to not necessarily follow any of the details. So I just really know what my interaction with was. And it was always like almost a start over scenario, because like I said in my testimony, it wasn't consistent. I would get called maybe once every 4 months, so long periods of time would go in between. So it would definitely be kind of like an odd situation, but not in a way where I can assess. There was some sort of progression that went on from the time we started to the time we ended. It was pretty consistent all the way through.
Okay, hold up. Now, while we wait for an update on Inner City Press, give me 1 second. Okay, so CNN reports that there's an expert witness to testify on victim behavior and trauma, excluded from discussing coercive control. So Dr. Don Hughes is a board-certified forensic and clinical psychologist, is expert to testify later today. Is expected to testify later today. As an expert witness, she is likely to explain to the jury why victims remain in relationships. I think this is awesome. I think this is needed. Why do victims remain in relationships? So they brought in an expert. I think that was a smart thing to do. And she's likely to explain to the jury why the victims remain there, how victims cope in such relationships, why they engage in delayed discourse, and the effects of trauma on memory. Do you guys remember, some of you guys might have watched it, but like, for example, the Cardi B and Tasha K situation, they brought in like Cardi B's therapist, right? And she got to testify. This is totally normal for them to bring experts in to talk about the different things of like trauma, which would make sense. The judge then ruled ahead of the trial that Hughes cannot opine on certain topics. The judge said there are certain things you can't talk about or give an opinion about, including the concept of coercive control. Hughes will also refrain from saying any specific opinions about the alleged victim's credibility in the case. Can't be asked opinions about, do you find Cassie Ventura's stuff credible? Can't do that, okay? And she was not contracted to review the details of the case and will only speak to the concepts as they pertain to victims generally. Okay. Now hold up. Let me see. Do we have an update from Inner City Press? Not yet. Ooh, give me 1 second. And then we have Okay. And then we have a situation where expert witness to testify on victim behavior and trauma excluded from discussing coercive control. So we just talked about that. The new update is jury sees photos of high-heeled shoes from closet in Combs' home. So being shown photos. Gerard Gannon, the Homeland Security Special Agent in charge at the March 2024 search of Combs' Miami Beach homes, has resumed testimony. The jury has now seen photos of S toys and pairs of red high heels that Gannon says was found in the master bedroom closet in the home. Gannon pulled out the shoes and displayed them to the jury. They got the shoes in the courtroom, y'all. They got the shoes in the courtroom that Gannon says was found in a master bedroom in the closet. So who do these shoes belong to? I mean, they got to fit somebody, right? Gannon pulled out the shoes and displayed them to the jury. About 18 pairs of platform high heels were recovered from the home. 3 cell phones were found inside the Balenciaga boot in the closet. 18 pairs. Why? 18 pairs of high heel platform boots. Oh no. You say, do they do they? No. I would be losing it and they would have to tell me,
Kirkland, you are out of order. You're out of order. You're out of order. The whole trial is out of order. They're out of order.
They would say, you're out of order. Get it together. Yes, these are 18 pairs of high heel boots. Now, hold up. Let's share this and bring to the stage. Oh my God. I cannot, yo. So the government asks, what's this? The agent responds, 3 cell phones found in one of the boots. 3 cell phones found in one of the boots. The government displays the Gucci bag for the jury. Pull up a GX10A and a stipulation. Zoom in on paragraph 5, a white plastic bag. It contains liquid residue of meth and liquid MDMA. So this guy was hiding stuff all over the place. I mean, damn. That's what they said they had. You said, Michael says, so it's illegal to have platform high heel boots in your house? No. I just want to know why he needed so many. And who do they belong to? Is he the one wearing them? That's the question that I have. That's all. It's not. That's my question. Is who's wearing them and who do they belong to? The meth into the trial. Right. Diddy is a feral animal. You said, oh my God, don't say that. Oh my God. That's crazy. Listen. I don't know. Diddy could be a really good person. I don't know the man. I'm just telling y'all. If I see a platform high heel, you have 18 pairs, I got to wonder, like, who's wearing them? Are you wearing them, Diddy? Is Young Miami wearing them? Who's wearing all these heels? Who do they belong to? Did they determine who they belong to? I mean, I'm nosy and I want to know. Okay. Yes. It's Gucci. It's all Gucci. Listen, I gave up on high heels. Well, I do have a couple of pairs of high heels, just not 7-inch platform high heels. Like, I don't want to die. What does high heels have to do with the RICO? Well, I'll tell you what it has to do with the RICO, okay? So Homeland Security deals in human trafficking, and I'm pretty sure where they're getting at is that, who do these, are the people wearing these shoes victims of human trafficking? That's where they're getting at. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you say, yeah, you might be wearing them. Y'all are funny, man. Y'all are funny. I appreciate it. But it's not against the law to wear platform high heel boots. No, it's not. Okay. And if you're Diddy and you're wearing them, hell, it's not against the law. Not at all. You wear those shoes and you wear them proudly. Shout out to you. Yeah. What size of shoe does Diddy wear? I don't know, man. That's what I'd be like. And who do these high heel shoes belong to? You said those high heels are packing more than Diddy does. Oh, not the Tootsie Roll, Diggs. Oh my God. Kevin says, he's like, if I'm Diddy, hey, them my shoes. You're going to own the shoes? Oh, you're too much, man. You're too much. Listen. My face hurts, y'all. It's too early for this. I don't have enough coffee for this shit. You guys are making it too much fun. Isn't there a video of Diddy cross-dressing? I still remember that video that he did for Halloween. You guys remember that? Where he dressed up as like in the Joker? I know. Order in the court. You guys are there's too much cutting up and it's only Wednesday. Okay. I'm glad that you love it in here. But I don't think I've ever had, I've never owned a pair of 7-inch heels. No, man, I don't want to die. Okay. I don't want to die. I've tried them on, but I don't own a pair. All right. Agent Gannon is back on the stand by direct. At this point, the question is not what drugs did he use. The question should be what drugs didn't he use? Oh my God. Hold up. And so let's see. Do we have an update from CNN? So Diddy, they see the pictures of the heels. Special agent is back. Prosecutors indicate Kid Cudi will not take the stand today. So for those that are wondering, is Kid Cudi coming? No, he's not. The prosecutors just indicated that Kid Cudi will not take the stand today. Yesterday, prosecutors said they expect to call Scott, Kid Cudi, the recording artist, better known by a stage name. Her testimony last week, Cassie Ventura said Sean Combs' former girlfriend testified that Combs was irate when he learned that she was briefly dating Kid Cudi. Oh, man. So agents found drugs in a Gucci bag during a search, court hears. Okay. So the agents found in the closet, in a Gucci bag in a closet containing an assortment of pills, white powder, a crystal rock-like substance, a plastic straw, $100 bill, and other items. Special Agent Gerard Gannon said the powder of residue from the straw tested positive for cocaine and ketamine, according to the stipulation, reads the court. A bottle of eye drops found in the bag tested positive for MDMA and ketamine, according to stipulation. Damn, if this was all Diddy, then he had a major drug problem. That's yeah. That's what it sounds like. Sounds like he had a major issue with drugs. You said, what's all this shit with high heels? I don't know. Apparently Diddy's got like 18 pairs of them. We don't know who they belong to. Pretty much. Hold up. You said, so if it was 15 pairs of Tim's, when it would have been okay. LOL, this case is weird. LOL, and the evidence is weirder. Diddy was a freak. Cassie was way over her head and dangerously in love, says Michael. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. What if it was Timberlands and not platform boots? Would that, I don't think it matters, but because they're looking at human trafficking, they're assuming that this belongs to somebody who could be trafficked. I could see that argument. You said Diddy was a DL? Oh my God. Anyone wonder if Kid... Well, that's a good question. Where does everybody stand with Kid Cudi? Where do you guys stand with Kid Cudi? Because I think Kid Cudi knew a lot of the stuff that was happening. I mean, clearly he knew what was up. He knew what was up. You know? That's a given. Just 18. Isn't that like a low number? We're just laughing, y'all. You got to have a sense of humor because some of this stuff is like really deep. It gets really deep. And so you got to be able to like balance it out a little bit. But I do wonder. Here's the deal. It doesn't sound like, this is just my opinion. Okay. Just my opinion. Based on what I'm hearing, I'm not hearing that Diddy was running a prostitution ring per se. Does that make sense? Like a ring. But it does sound like he was going around his business to pay for some of these things. And then he would, recruit these escorts and stuff like that to also engage outside of state lines, right? So there's that. And then there were things he was trying to conceal. There were things that he didn't want, recorded in his business. So to me, that does make it sound like there might be more to this. But it doesn't sound like he was recruiting people per se. Like, I'm not hearing that he's recruiting young children per se. Like I'm not hearing like an Epstein situation. Does that make sense? So there's this case is very unique that way. Very unique. This is not like a traditional. It's definitely, I wouldn't compare it to the R. Kelly case, and I definitely wouldn't compare it to Epstein. The man doesn't, I mean, he's got, you know, a lot of properties, but there's a difference. Yeah, like K Bear, and thank you, like semi in that sense. Like Cassie being the victim, but she's also a co-conspirator. People forget that. A victim can also co-conspire to things. She might have not realized it. She might have thought that she was like just you know, pleasing the man that she wanted to be with at the time. But that is one thing that that is being balanced here. I honestly don't think that Cassie would have cooperated had she not been made to you know, basically give a testimony. That's what it was, honestly. Thank you, Miss Cudi. Miss Cudi. Thank you. It's a Miss Cudi. It's a Spanish name, and the pronunciation follows Spanish rules. The first symbol is pronounced me, and the second is ku. That's why I just said Cudi. Cudi. Wow, look at me learn. The more you know. I'm having a moment, y'all. Let me have my little moment right now. Okay. Yes. Let's see. Diddy is the new Heidi Fleiss. It's definitely giving Heidi Fleiss. Enter the chat. Watch Heidi Fleiss be behind the scenes and one of the witness. Enter the chat, Heidi Fleiss. I'd be like, ain't that lady taking care of her birds somewhere? Somewhere. She got like parrots and stuff like that. Thank you, Robin. You said they all guilty the same crimes, including Cassie. Only difference is they got a proffered deal to testify against Diddy. He's the only one charged because his co-defendants is working against him. This right here, guys, this is a perfectly said. Such an effing lady right here said it perfectly. Thank you. I wouldn't have said it any different. I just don't think that. I think Cassie wouldn't have testified had she not been pushed to at this point. I think she was pushed to. Okay, here we go. We have an update. So the government asked, these pills were found with a Tesla imprint on them. Listen, we got Obama print pills. Now we got a Tesla imprint. These pills were found with the Tesla imprint on them. These had the active ingredient in Xanax. This $100 bill had residue of cocaine. Mr. Gannon, what's this? Mr. Gannon from Homeland Security answers. A dark wood box with the word puffy on top. Oh, man. Enter the chat. Tesla. What's his name? We don't like that guy. What's his name? I forgot his name. I don't, at least. Tony, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships, y'all. If you've been blessed by my love, Tony, put some hearts in the chat. There's some hearts right here or some confettis, fetties. Thank you. Appreciate it. Elon. Yes, Elon, enter the chat. Now, was it a Tesla symbol or Elon's face? Was it Elon's face that had the pills? These pills were found with a Tesla imprint. Tesla pills. You cannot. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. Thank you. I will say this. Most bills have traces of drugs on them. Even the ones in your pocket right now. It's all dirty. Some people don't carry cash. Would you be taking an ecstasy pill that has Elon's face on it? I'd be like, I don't want to look like that. Thank you, Tony. Elon Musk, they have a Tesla imprint on it. You said, Elon, you got some explaining to do? Yes, they do. Thank you, Game Time. X pills get pressed up with all kinds of logos. We call them beans in Texas. Oh, we. Hey, Laurel, how are you, my love? I haven't seen you in a minute. I hope you're doing well. You said that might be a big turnoff. I'd be like, I don't want to turn out like this guy if I take this pill. Hell no. You said act was due to drug use, says Michael. Probably. The Obama face? Now, I got to see what that looks like. Hold up. Obama, ecstasy. I want to see what it looked like. Ecstasy pill. Let me see if I can pull a picture while we wait. Image. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Why does it look like a Flintstone vitamin? You have got to be kidding me. Oh my God. I got to show you guys. You're kidding. They got the Ninja Turtle, Snoopy, and there's Obama. That looks like a Flintstone vitamin, guys. You can't make this up, man. So, what is? Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah, I can't. I can't. Give me 1 second. You said 10 million strong and growing, right? It's too much. It's too much. You said this is all new to me. That's a good thing, I guess. I think so. Well, that's what it said, right? Like they make it look like Flintstones vitamins. So, like if a kid swallows it, I'm thinking you see a Snoopy little thing, you're thinking it's like a sweet tart or a Flintstone vitamin. You're not thinking it's a freaking ecstasy pill. I mean, my kids wouldn't even know what the hell that is, you know? You'd have to be careful. Good morning, everybody coming through, guys. Hit that like button, please, and thank you. Next will be a Tootsie Roll. Oh, Lord, Tracy. Oh, Lord. You could put X pills with some liquid that works for you. And we'll put it on your lady is crazy. Oh, my God. Well, they do the same with the legal edibles. That I understand. At least they label those. But honestly, like this is why they say check your kids' candy on Halloween, because you be getting things like that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hold up. Now let me see what CNN says. So in the Gucci bag in the closet contained, okay, we read that, powder, a bottle of eye drops, various tablets tested positive for MDMA according to the stipulation. Other tablets tested positive for another drug. I do not know how to say this drug. Hold up. Let's look it up. What is this drug? Google, pronounce this for me, please, and thank you. Pronounce this for me. How do you say this? Alprazolam, which is an active ingredient in Xanax. Some test positive for ketamine and alprazolam, and some test positive for methamphetamine and MDMA, according to the stipulation. So this guy had a lot of he was a drug addict. How's he doing in prison? I mean, I know you can get drugs in prison, so okay, we have an update. How do you know that this is the Astroglide, that the baby oil that you seize? How many bottles of each? Astroglide, 25 baby. Wait, 31 Astroglides and 25 baby oil bottles. And any other cell phones found? Yes. BX 1301, page 3, paragraph 11. They're just talking about the evidence that had been found. Yeah, 31 bottles of Astroglide and 25 baby oil bottles. What do you guys think? Oh my God. Benzos. Can you imagine what the FO smell like? I don't want to imagine a smell. I do not want to imagine a smell whatsoever. Yeah, they have the uppers and the downers, right, Chico? You said he is in detox. He is in a detox remedy and was watched heavily. Most likely had him on Suboxone. Yeah, those folks were mixing uppers and downers, asking for trouble. That's what Chico just said. I mean, it's like no regard for. Well, I'm sure you're using any kind of substance. There's not going to be a regard for safety at all. At all. Damn, like he was really partying it up. Honestly, that's too much. That is way too much. Let's see. Hold up. Where are we at? You said smells like baby oil and shame. That's what the FO smells like? Baby oil and shame? Oh my God. You said trust at this level, he can get a fix in there. That's right. Back in the party days, you never mix uppers and downers. That's asking for trouble. I don't think he, like, I don't know, party responsibly. I don't think he gave a shit, honestly. I think he got to a point where he probably just didn't, I don't know. I don't think he couldn't have been happy with himself at all. At all. I don't think. Hold up. Do we have an update? You said what Tootsie Roll? Let me look it up. Okay, Baron, you haven't been keeping up with the Tootsie Roll? Oh, that's a thing, by the way. That's a thing. Okay, we don't have an update. Let me see what the Washington Post printed. By the way, I doesn't. Okay, hold up. Is this? This is not. We're still waiting on an update. Nothing. No update yet. Guys, make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I'd appreciate it. Somebody said, tongue in cheek, I wonder what would happen to the sales of Astroglide and Johnson & Johnson baby oil after this trial. Will sales go up to the roof? War plummeted. Here's the deal. That guy that was talking about the book, the Punisher, his book is probably going to sell. Like, he plugged that into the trial. Way to make some, way to insert the clout there. Like, that's the way to do it. Let them know that, that you are inserting. Or excuse me, that you're selling and you're doing the things that you need to do. Let them know. Yep. What do you guys think? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I'd appreciate it. All right, hold up. Now, let me... Do we have an update? No. No update. Promotion at its finest? Yeah, this freezer meat. In search of freezer meat. Wasn't that the name of the book? In search of freezer meat. How to find freezer meat. That's cute. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Just don't tell your partner that you're reading a book like that, because I don't think that that's really, really that cute. But yeah, I mean, make it happen. Do what you got to do. Get your little coin. Yep. What do you guys think? Would you buy a book like that? If you need it, you need it, you know? Maybe he's got some solid advice about ED. Okay, hold up. I'm trying to be very positive about the things that we're hearing. So jury sees more photos of items found during the 2024 search of Combs' home. The jury seen more photos taken during March 2024 search of Combs' Miami Beach home. The images shown in court include photos of boxes filled with bottles of baby oil and personal lubricant that were recovered from a closet in a home. 25 bottles of baby oil and 31 bottles of lubricant were found in the closet. Gerard Gannon says, a special agent in charge on the grounds during the search. In the master bedroom, agents found a box with the gold plate bearing the inscription Puff, Gannon testified. Oh, so you already got, see, you don't put your name on shit. He put Puff. Don't put your name on stuff. No. MDMA and capsules containing the active ingredient in mushrooms were recovered from inside the box. And it has his name on it? Like, dumb. The jury saw photos of narcotics in the box in the bathroom. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. You walked in right into that one. It has right his name on it. Everyone in the trial is going to benefit off this case. There you go. That's like he put the box name in there. Put his name on there. You're kidding me. That's like stupid. Don't put your name on there. You said, hey, Joe, how are you, my love? I hope you're doing well. Haven't seen you in a minute. Self-promotion, yeah. If we eliminate all the domestic violence talk and his use of drugs, what are we really talking about? Well, Michael, how do we eliminate that when that's what we have? I mean, then you'd have to, eliminate it all. What do you have? You don't have a case. At least most of it. I don't know. But yeah. Promotion at its finest. You said, no worries, Joe. The box was probably a gift. Yeah, but it had a name on it. That's true. Could have been a gift. You said not Puffy with the memory box of narcotics. Hi, Karen. How are you? But that's not the case, LOL. No, but I'm saying, like, how do you eliminate something that's already there? I don't understand what your question is or what your point is. You said Jason, he's like, that's not my box. Somebody put my name on it. No. Like the bag of blow they found in the White House. Did it have a name on it, Ashley? I do have a wonder. Hey, Priya. Did it have a name on it? I have a lot of questions. Yeah, that was all there. All right, while we waiting, let's see. Because I have to... Okay, we're still waiting on Inner City Press. But while we're waiting, let me play this a little bit. That way I can go and run and get something real quick from the other room. By the way, this is the Punisher. The Punisher was one of the witnesses for those that have not watched this.
It was frustration, but it did not feel to you when you were there like she did not want to be in the situation she was in with you.
It did not.
The other question I have for you is, I think I read that this began in was it right, 2012, that the first time you were hired?
That's correct.
So that would seem fairly early on, perhaps in the Free Cops, in their relationship. And it felt to me like in the beginning, you did not actually have any kind of sex with Cassie in front of Diddy in those hotel rooms. It was just performative, but that it graduated in the later Free Cops to sexual acts. Did it seem to you, now that you're hearing a lot more of the story, that this was the beginning of the whole freak off adventure for them, that they were kind of figuring it out themselves as well, and that maybe it progressed a lot further and got a lot less appealing to Cassie, maybe later after you had moved on and weren't in the picture?
So I'm instructed to not necessarily follow any of the details. So I just really know what my interaction with was. And it was always like almost a start over scenario, because like I said in my testimony.
Can you imagine? This guy has been sitting on that for many years. He probably wouldn't have said anything had he not had to testify. That's really what happened. We don't have an update yet, but let me see what Washington Post is saying. For those that are coming in, shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. So right now we have the special agent from Homeland Security testifying everything that he has found. What we know so far is that he has found 7-inch platform heels that we know of. There's been drugs. There's been all kinds of things. Press pills with a T on it. This was recent at the recent raids. Okay. But sounds like Diddy, really surrounded himself with a lot of stuff, if that makes sense. That's kind of what we're looking at right here. Now we have an update from CNN. All right. Now we got to talk about the gun that we found. So special agents found a loaded .45 handgun found in guard shack. Special agent testifies. So a loaded .45 handgun was recovered from a suitcase in a room in the property's guest house. Gannon identified the room as a guard shack, On the witness stand, Special Agent Gerard Gannon held up an evidence bag filled with bullets recovered from the firearm. And then the defense team, begins its cross-examination of the special agent. Here we go. So here comes the special agent. Now, don't forget, Inner City Press doesn't have this updated, but this is what CNN is saying. Don't forget that in the raids, they found a defaced, I believe, was it a magazine or a defaced gun? So that is a federal crime for those that don't know. Sorry, y'all. So it does kind of make you wonder. You said now the guns can get you, and we were talking about this yesterday. I said those guns are going to get somebody in trouble because that's like, I think it's Florida, it's federal, if I remember correctly. Yes, 3 defaced. Thank you. Is it Fifi or Fi-Fi? 3 defaced AR-15s. So were they used for something else? That's the question. Were they used for a crime? What were they used for? That is the question that people have. I mean, that would make sense. Without the S and the drugs, there's still kidnapping, extortion, arson, forced labor, guns. Are people paying attention beyond the salacious headlines? Yani, that is a great question. People are forgetting this. This is why I'm like, if you're just starting to watch this trial, you have missed at least 10 witnesses. 10. Now, some of the witnesses, I will say that I'm like, if I was a jury, I'd have a lot of questions about, like Don Richard being one of them. Not to take away from the things that she's been through at all, but I would have to agree with this. If you're just, we are on week 3, day 3. If you're just now joining us on this, guys, there's been 10 witnesses overall. He's had to hire more attorneys. He had started with 8, and I believe he's at like, what, 10 now? Yes, unpaid wages. Okay, so Yanni, I completely agree with you. Y'all got to pay attention, because it's not like, well, I question whether Cassie's a victim. No, it's not even that about. It's not even about that. It's the simple transactional things that were happening in between that people are missing. A lot of this is transactional, even though Cassie might have not been aware of it. She was a co-conspirator, guys, an unindicted co-conspirator. That is her. If you look and lay out and look at everything, all the multiple parts, she's an unindicted co-conspirator. Yes, she is. I think so too. I think so. He can hire more attorneys, but based on the elements, he only has to meet 2 out of the 8. I don't think that this is not looking good. Then you got you have charges, more charges. It's just beyond Cassie. There's other things. Yes. The proffer keeping her safe and sound. A lot of them. David James is one of them. He talked about it on the stand. The defense intentionally put that out there, that there was a proffer agreement. There's a reason. So, okay, here we go. We have an update. Was a gun found in the suitcase? Gannon says yes. I'm pretty sure it probably says .45. 8.45. You guys fill in the blanks that know about guns. Government says hold the bullets up for the jury. No further questions. All right, here we go. Cross-examination, which is what CNN just told us. The day of the search, you knew that Mr. Combs was leaving the country with his twin daughters. Objection. There's an objection. There's a sidebar. Okay. Why did they have to object to that? Why do they have to object to that? I don't get it. I mean, isn't it a fact? Or is it not a fact that they had to? That's weird. But okay. Brick by brick. That's right. That's right. That's what makes it so sad, that she's really a victim, but Diddy had her as an accomplice. I don't even think she realized it, though. You know what, Miss Toby? Like, think about it. A lot of people that find themselves in trafficking situations, and this is part of that human trafficking piece. I've seen a lot of times as a social worker that worked in government for 10 years. Okay. I've seen a lot of times, a lot of cases where, you have the pimp or the head guy. Okay. And then the woman that's with them, and she's not even realizing that she's in a very coercive, controlling type of relationship, but she's there because she's thinking she's pleasing her guy. You know what I mean? And then she might be introducing people to this. Sometimes in worst case scenarios, and a lot of them are worst case, but there might be minors involved. That does happen a lot more than what people even think about. So keep that in mind. And there's luckily that we have identified, we don't know of any minors here, at least that we've been told. I would think that that'd be a whole separate charge at this point, but that does happen. Actually, and like Vicky had explained, in my beautiful, wonderful mod with, the legal mind, she said that how it works, because I was saying it too, and I found myself repeating this. It's like, how come they're not going after everybody? Well, they have to go after the head of the snake. Who's the head of the snake? Diddy. Right? They have to go after Diddy first. Who's to say they won't go after anybody else? KK, for example. KK could very well be the next person that's charged. We don't know. We don't know. Or she could be a witness at this point. She could very well be testifying. She could be the one that's very terrified at this point. We don't know. Okay. Let's see, this is 8 seconds ago. So after the sidebar, Teeny Garrigo's response for the defense. I'm planning the search. In planning the search, you knew that none of the targets of the investigation would be there. Objection. Okay, government objects. Overruled. Agent Gannon response. The plan was to have him not there, but we had contingencies. Contingencies. Why do you think they want to search his property? It's not that they necessarily want to talk to Combs. They didn't need Diddy, so they specifically planned it at a time where he was going to be flying with his twin daughters, right? They didn't need his permission. They had a search warrant. So people are like, well, why did they need it's a search. So search is a search. The government can come and search your house without you being there if it has a search warrant. They don't need your permission, right? Is that what it sounds like? You know, and they were worried that things were going to get confrontational. It made you wonder, well, they knew that there was weapons there. Okay. Let's see. For those that don't know, we have an update from, hold up, let me not get ahead of myself. Okay, Inner City Press says Teeny Garrigos is asking the questions to the agency, right? Agent Gannon says that the plan was to have him not there, but we had contingencies. Teeny Garrigos, what type of vehicles did you use? The agent answers, armed vehicles. And a boat come in by land and by sea. So Teeny Garrigos is asking, you guys had a boat and you guys were coming by land and sea. The agent says it's a common practice. 80 or 90 agents? Garrigos asked. Not all at the same time. So Teeny Garrigos, Mark Garrigos' first daughter. Hold up, mama. Mark Garrigos' firstborn daughter, who's representing Diddy, how he said it in the TMZ interview. I'm giving you my firstborn daughter. She's questioning and probing about the investigation, right? Like, did you really need 80 to 90 agents? It sounds like they searched multiple properties, not just one. And some of these properties were like 20,000 square feet. Am I hearing this? That's like a zoo, right? Or like a football field. I don't know how many square feet one of these have, but I have a lot of questions about this. What do you guys think? Was 80 to 90 Homeland Security, FBI, federal agents coming into somebody's property? Is that too many? Let me know. Ooh, let me clear my throat, y'all. They go all the way here. Here we go. So 80 or 90 agents, not at all the same time. So not at the same time. All right. So side note, while we wait for Inner City Press, for those that don't know, Dawn Hughes, who is the expert witness who's going to talk about victims, she previously testified during the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial. Okay. For those that don't know. Now, I didn't follow that too closely. Keep in mind. I swear I'm learning so much from this trial and all of you guys. It's amazing. Let's see. The number of agents used in the initial serving of a search warrant would have been depending on the size of the house. 20,000 square feet. 20,000 square feet is a lot. It really is. Y'all keep it cute in the chat. Remember, you can block each other, okay? Keep it cute, all right? I told you guys we have to allow opposing view all the time. Keep it cute in the chat, please and thank you. Let's see. They don't want you there so they can get rid of the said evidence, or they were searching for what was in the warrant. They didn't want him in the property. You know what I mean? They didn't. What? Keep it cute. Keep it cute. That's right. Keep it cute. We did start pretty early. Sorry, guys. I'm like tending to something else as I'm talking to you guys. Yeah, we don't have an update. But hold up. So this expert, while we wait for Inner City Press, so Don Hughes has previously testified during the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial. So Don Hughes is a clinical and forensic psychologist, is an experienced expert, having been involved in high-profile cases, including testifying in 2022 defamation trial of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. She also testified as an expert in abusive relationships in criminal trials of NXIVM founder Keith Raniere and singer R. Kelly. So she's well known, y'all. Hughes is expected to testify today during the Combs sex trafficking trial about why victims in general remain in relationships, how victims cope in such relationships, and why they engage in delayed disclosure and effects of trauma and memory. Okay. The judge previously ruled that Hughes cannot testify about certain topics, including the idea of coercive control. And I think that was a good move of the judge. Like, if you're trying to keep things unbiased, because that could convince a jury, right? Whether you guys like it or not, that can convince a jury, right? Nor can she speak to the credibility of the accuser in the case. Hughes is a board certified in forensic psychology, is based in New York, and specializes in the assessment and treatment of interpersonal violence, traumatic stress, and anxiety disorders, according to the website. Combs' defense previously indicated that they would call their own expert, forensic psychiatrist Dr. Alexander Barty, to counter the government's witness. Barty previously testified as an expert witness for the defense in 2022 trial of Kevin Spacey. Oh my, not Kevin Spacey. And by the way, criminally, Kevin Spacey has never been found guilty. Even though some of y'all may feel like the man is guilty. Give me 1 sec. What do you guys think? Ooh, on side news, Chris Brown released on bail in the UK for $5 million. Chris Brown, come on now. You got people making documentaries on you. Why are you doing this bullshit? I don't know, y'all. I guess we'll see. We'll see what comes out of Chris Brown. Let's see. No update yet. Hold up. Let's see. Nothing. No update yet, guys. No update yet. 1 sec. All right. Sorry, y'all. I'm acknowledging. Okay, y'all, be back in a couple hours. I have to get ready. Shout out to you, Vicky. Don't get fired. Don't be late for work. Love you, Vicky. We'll see you in a little bit. Keith Raniere is a terrible person, but he got railroaded. Unless I miss my guest, Puffy is as screwed. Ooh wee. Keith Raniere is the NXIVM guy. Yeah. And Agnifilo, that's what we call him here. All right. I know I heard he's a great attorney and I get it, but he kind of made me mad the other day and we talked about this. It just came natural. We called him Ag-fucking-nifilo. Yes, we did. Hold up, y'all. I got somebody at my door. Let me go get the door real quick. Ooh, all right. Sorry, y'all. Okay, do we have an update yet? Oh, yes, we do. Okay, so Teeny Garagos are still questioning the agents. Teeny Garagos says you found 6 people and kept them in handcuffs for an hour? No, ma'am. There was one individual who wasn't happy with us and wasn't cooperating, so we kept him in handcuffs longer. Garagos response, because he wasn't happy with cuffs. Oh my God. Teeny Garagos is coming in and it's like, I'm not impressed, agents. I'm not impressed. Thank you. Thank you, Dual Sims. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am very early today. Yes, we are. We are very early today. What do you guys think? Somebody knocking at the door, they would still, I know, let me not find out it's a federal agent. Oh no. Oh no, what did I do? Oh my God. So wait, they're raiding the house. Of course, people aren't going to be happy, right? So they put him in handcuffs. Didi Garagos is doing the Garagos thing right now. He says, no, ma'am, there was an individual who wasn't happy with us and he wasn't cooperating. It wasn't that he wasn't just happy, he wasn't cooperating. So we kept him in handcuffs longer because he wasn't happy with handcuffs. And I'm sure he's going to say no because he wasn't cooperating. Listen, you doing a raid, you're not trying to, you have agents with you. You don't want anybody to die, right? It's not what you want to do. Okay, here it is. So Combs, there was a music studio in the guest house, right? DX 305. Do you recognize this? Gannon's response, yes, ma'am. It's the studio. Garrigo says, move to admit. So photos of mixed board keyboards, love in jeweled scripts over it. One sec, guys. All right, sorry, y'all. I had to run. This is soon how soon till we get to the made for TV movie on streaming services. Lord, you know there's going to be a documentary about this, right? You guys do know that. Somebody in the chat said, Garagos, get to the point, please. Ooh, they're going back and forth. All right, let me tell you what CNN says. So 6 people were at Combs' Miami Beach home when searches started. Special agent says 6 people were at Sean Diddy Combs' Miami home when Homeland Security investigators agents began to search. Special agent Gerard Gannon testified. A music producer, a property manager, and other facilities personnel were in handcuffs for law enforcement to identify and search. Gannon, who was a special agent in charge of the ground, on the ground during the search, confirmed the music producer was not identified by name. Is that Stevie J? They didn't say his name, but wasn't Stevie J at the raids? I felt like somebody had said this. I'll have to check. No weapons or paraphernalia was recovered on any of the people found in the home. Well, they didn't have anything on them. Oh my God. Do we have an update? I felt like Stevie J said he was there. I'll have to check. Now, while Gannon is still on the stand, here's a courtesy photo to Inner City Press from the court artist Elizabeth Williams. Shout out to Elizabeth Williams. These are Gannon with guns and Combs with his head in his hand. So he's going like this. He's going like that. They're capturing everything. I thought so too. I thought Stevie J, Mighty Mouse Stevie J was in the raids. Hold up, let me see. I bet you I can find that information. Let's see. Was Stevie J at Diddy's house during the raids? I felt like he said it. And was it in TMC? Yes, he was. Stevie J said he was at Diddy's Miami mansion during the federal raids. Mighty Mouse Stevie J. Stevie J, where are you? Let me see. Let me see if I should put Stevie J's picture. Stevie J, Mighty Mouse picture. I feel like I had that. I forgot why we called him Mighty Mouse. I forgot what that. See, that's been a couple months. Because he does his face. There it is. There it is. This is it right here. All right. So Stevie J was at the raids. Okay. For those that are wondering, Stevie J was at the raids. They're not mentioning him by name. Is he going to have to testify? Enter the chat. Hold up. Let me see if Inner City Press got it. I don't like Stevie J. Okay. We're waiting, y'all. We're waiting. We're waiting. Y'all think it's hilarious? Oh my god. It's supposedly Saucy Santana too. I don't think Saucy Santana was there. I remember Stevie J talking about it in the TMZ documentary that they did, you know, with Tubi. We talked about I just don't like Stevie J. I don't know. You know, Bow Wow too. Love them Diddy parties. I know, right? You can't stand him either. Is Mighty Mouse Stevie J? I can't, man. So he was there. He didn't have anything on him. Diddy and Stevie J are like besties. They might have participated in some hoo la 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 la. Yes. You never know, man. You never know. Stevie J is with the get down. Yes, he is. Let's see. No update. I don't care about Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith. I really don't. Do y'all care about them? I don't. They're together. They're not together. Why is this even news that they're separated? I'm like, have they really separated? We don't even know. 8 minutes in. Okay, so Washington Post, do you have an update for us? No update. Oh my God. We're just not invested in Will and Jada. We're just not that invested. We do not care. We don't care. I don't favor them either. We don't care. I can't stand them pretending not to be Scientologists. That's right. Like they're liars. Acting like they what is science? We don't know. Yeah, right. I just don't like them. And they keep talking about their 7-year separation. We don't know. I don't think he's testifying. Y'all think that 50 Cent is going to testify? I don't know. We doubt it. I don't know. They're bored. Who cares? Who cares? Yeah. This is why we said, Marissa, she just studied the religions of the world. The cults of the world? Yeah, right, girl. We don't believe it, and we don't believe you. I don't know. That's just how I see it. What do you guys think? Okay, hold up. We're waiting for an update. No update yet. Let me see if I can put up ABC News too. ABC News, Detroit, because they have updates too. I just don't like their setup too much. So yeah, they just don't update as often. CNN, come on. And then New York Times is not updating anymore. So there's that. Damn. I don't know, man. Do we think that the heels are his, or like women's sizes or an assortment? There's always enough rugs found for life sentence, but we still need to hear about the accounting, wire transfers. Malachi, that's a great question. What about the monies? They did briefly talk a little bit about like how he wouldn't use the company stuff directly. They did. But yeah, there's still more. I feel like we still need to hear more about the financials, just a little bit. That's just my thought. But yeah, give me one sec, guys. The Law and Crime page has good updates. I just don't like Law and Crime sometimes. I'll check the webpage though. Okay, hold up. Let me see. While we wait, Law and Crime Diddy trial updates. This is interesting, guys. Oh, hold up. Do we have an update from the Washington Post? Not yet. What did you guys think about yesterday was a very interesting day with all these witnesses, like Cassie's mom was one that I was like, oh my God, this is horrible. The whole situation when having to get a loan. Yeah. Yep. I don't like it. Yeah, they do strike people for even in fair use. They want creators to pay money to use their things. That's what I heard. So you have to have like a membership or something like that. I'm like, every once in a while it'd be great, but I don't be using their stuff too often anymore. I used to, but I don't anymore. Let's see. Do we see? I want to know what the size of these heels were. Did they belong to Young Miami? Who do they belong to? We have a lot of questions. We do. Do we have an update yet? Nope. CNN, come on. CNN. Nope. So this music producer, a property manager, and other facilities personnel were put in handcuffs. So CVJ had handcuffs for law enforcement to identify and search. Gannon, who was the special agent in charge on the ground search, reported. Okay, we have an update, I think. Here we go. Tini Garrigo says, the gun was wrapped in a towel. It didn't look like how you displayed it to the jury yesterday, right? Yes, ma'am. Did you find any photos of Mr. Combs with these firearms? We did not. Well, how would they have found photos with... Did you find photos? Like they were looking for photos to identify, like, oh, this is the gun that matches this photo on this day? How the mighty have fallen, people say. Oh my God. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys feel like, in your opinion, this the searches, the raids were excessive? Do you guys feel like they went too hard on these raids? Where do you guys stand? Knowing everything that we now know, what do you guys think? No, Malachi. It'd be like OJ. If it don't fit, you must acquit. So you gonna make Diddy try on the heels? And oh my God, y'all, this is too much. If it don't fit, you must acquit. You gonna make him try on the heels? If the heel doesn't fit you, we're gonna acquit you? I cannot. Let me ask you. Okay, so we have 405 votes on our poll. In your opinion, so far, half the prosecutors demonstrated a RICO case. 53% said yes, 16% said no, and 31% said too soon to tell. Okay, let me ask you guys something. Ask you guys another question. Do you feel that the Diddy raids was too much? Do you feel that the raids in Diddy's properties was excessive? I don't even know how to spell excessive. I forgot. Hold up. Y'all be forgetting stuff. Excessive. Yeah, there we go. I was going to write it as an A. It's EXSE, a force. Do you feel that the Diddy raids, do you feel that the raids in Diddy properties was excessive force? Let me know in the chat and let me know in the comments. Guys, make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please. And thank you. Are the likes liking? Let me see. 233 likes and we have 471 people. Can we get to at least 350 likes? I would appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. The likes are free. Best way to support somebody is by hitting the like button, please. Okay. Do we have an update? Yes, we do. Here we go. So, do you find any photos of Mr. Combs with these firearms? We did not. Do you agree that handguns, metal is easier to get fingerprints than maybe another type of device? The agent answers, can't say if it's easier, but it can be done. Garagos then says, can you get a print off a gun easier than it's inside? I think so. Okay. At Stop. At HSI, you have Mr. Combs' DNA, right? The agent responds, I don't know. When he was arrested, the government took DNA swabs, right? I don't know. I don't know. Hold up, the Gucci bag. Oh, hold up. So Tina Garagos is asking him at the Homeland Security, you have Mr. Combs' DNA, right? I don't know. How do you not know that? How does he not know whether they have the DNA on the agency? Let me know. What do you guys think? Why wouldn't he know that? When he was arrested, the government took DNA swabs, right? I don't know. So maybe he wasn't in charge of that. Maybe they didn't communicate. How do you not know that? I have a lot of questions. I don't know. Hold up the Gucci bag. So Garagos tells him to hold up the Gucci bag. Ooh wee. Lori said it wasn't excessive force, but it was very heavy-handed. Ooh wee. Thank you, abuses of Scientology. Yeah, like if he was arrested for a felon, well, he would have to know that. How, right, like how do you know what evidence you don't have? Like you need to know this. I'm sorry, like this is something that they need to know. Still far too many unanswered questions. Right? Okay, so where is she going this? Okay. I got crumbs on my table, y'all. I hate that. Where is she going with this? I mean, I'm waiting for the defense to land the plane. Defense, you guys didn't do a good job yesterday. You guys did not do a good job yesterday. I thought that you guys fumbled a lot there. You could have done better, in my opinion. So you got to bring it back today. You have to bring it back today. You have to figure it out. Did they not brief him beforehand? I don't know. Unalive Monroe, that's a great question. He probably only there to oversee the raids. The jail might have it after being booked, says Miss Toby. I think they just base Diddy's track record and how long he'd been investigated. It was safer for all parties involved to go in when they did, says Malachi. Thank you, failed pessimist. Says I have arrived and I have coffee on hand. Thank you. Maybe he was at the residence while Diddy was being booked, and that's where they would swab him. Well, no, they knew where Diddy was at. Diddy was at the he was planning a trip. He was flying out with his daughters. They knew where Diddy was at. That's my thing. It's like, but how do they not know? The question is, at HSI, you have Mr. Combs' DNA, right? How, like, is the DNA at the Homeland Security currently? He says, I don't know. How does he not know that? When he got arrested, the government took DNA swabs, right? I don't know. How do you not know that? You're there to raid. Like, I'm just wondering if this is just something that it's been a year, a little over a year since the raids. Okay. We have an update. Teeny Garagos. The drugs were in his bag and in the puffy box, right? Yes. Your Honor, I'm going to introduce a sealed exhibit with the help of IT. May I approach the witness? Yes. Deputy says we may proceed. DX 304. Ooh wee. It's giving law and order courtroom SVU special at this point, guys, because it's like, wow. Okay. So we have an update from CNN. Special agent confirms AR-15 rifles found in Combs' closet were dismantled and unloaded. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos asked Special Agent Gannon to confirm that 2 AR-15 rifles recovered from the closet in the master bedroom were dismantled and not loaded when the investigators found them. Ooh wee. Good morning, Cray Cray. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I'd appreciate it. Lord have mercy. This is a lot. Here we go. I'm waiting for like a moment where they're like, it turns out you didn't do this or something. I don't know. You said, honestly, they went hard due to Diddy's name, but it was deserved. Well, if they knew he had weapons, you know what I mean? Like, that's enough. That's enough of a red flag to be like, there's weapons, so we're not going to play around with this guy. He's got a history. Yeah. Abraham, I think they tipped off the lawyers, but he knew he was getting raided because they intercepted him at the airport and still gave him clearance to leave. That's right, Chico. He was sitting there waiting. There's pictures of him waiting at the airport. And by the way, there is a website, and I think I have it. I have to look for it. I have it on my where I track websites. That tracks private jets, celebrity private jets specifically. Diddy had a private plane, and so they were tracking it when he was like leaving. It's easy to track a celebrity's private plane, believe it or not, because it's all like with the FAA, public information, private and public information type of deal. So we're able to track those kinds of things. So I know like the last date that he flew and where he went and stuff like that. That is all public information to track a private jet flight. But yeah. And the jet is like black. So it's Diddy's plane. He had his own little private thing. Okay, 41 seconds. So when the deputy says we may proceed, DX 304, government comes. Cut off the screens. Can't see exhibits. All right. Teeny Garrett goes, please don't say the names of the people in this photograph other than my client. Don't talk about it. Government says, may we confer with counsel? Judge says, you may. Give me 1 sec, guys. Sorry. Thank you. Loving your side part edges. By the way, says Christine. The majority of the American homes have weapons in them. Also, you could track any plane in the world. If you know the end number on the trail, you can track them in real time. Yes, you can. That's a real thing. For those that don't know, you can track a private plane. Diddy's plane was being tracked. It's tracked publicly, and that's what I was trying to say. Let me see what CNN is saying. Hold up, because we have real life updates now. Nothing, no update. Now, Washington Post is like really behind. Let me see if I can update. Maybe I got the wrong. I don't know if they're doing an update website. Here it is. Oh, they're doing a new website every day, so they're not using the same website to update. Defense also asked Special Agent Gannon about the workers encountered by law enforcement during the raids on Sean Combs' mansion in Miami. A property manager, a music producer, okay, we read this, and the facility's employees. Gannon said these people were put in handcuffs until they were identified and searched. One uncooperative person said he was kept cuffed for a bit longer. I wonder who was uncooperative. No weapons were found on the workers and no paraphernalia. And defense attorney Garagos confirmed that at the time of the government raids, representatives for Combs called them an unprecedented ambush. Ooh-wee. Was Diddy ambush? I don't know, man. I mean, they have to figure things out. Right? More secrets. Who could it be? You said, yeah, my home is one of those homes in America that's got weapons. Well, I mean, everybody's got to protect themselves if they feel like they need a weapon. That's their right. That's how it is. Hold up. Let's see. No updates from NBC, CNN. Come on. Where are we at? Inner City Press. Where are we at? 1 second. Oh, 1 second, guys. Okay. Hold up. All right. More secrets. Who could it be? Let's see. Do we have an update yet? 46 seconds ago. Deputy says, we may take the sealed exhibits down. Garrett goes, Agent Gannon, you live in Florida. Don't many people have guns in their homes there? Objection. Government objects. Judge says, rephrase. Do you have guns in your home? Yes. No further questions. That was it. I thought they were going somewhere with this. That's it. I'm sure they're going to do a cross here. Let's see what CNN says. So, special agent finishes testifying. Special agent is off the stand. That's it. I feel like there's more to this. What do you guys think? Special agent is done. Ooh, Diane, hold up. You said, I must ask, why Diddy not charged with child endangerment with all guns, with all the rugs all over the house? Any authored parent would have been. Not to mention the fact that Diddy wasn't allowed to have firearms. What do you guys think that is? That's right. The 5, they get what they need and to move on. That's the question that I have. Child endangerment. I don't know. I'm sure that there's a complex reason for that too. I think it would probably 100% have weapons, because I have tons of knives, no firearms. Should broomsticks be a weapon? A broomstick can be a weapon. That's true. I think that they went in strong to prevent evidence being destroyed. Just my thought. That's crazy. All right, so yeah, the redirect is done on that. So who's the next witness? Who's the next witness? Kid Cudi was supposed to be today, but I guess not. Who is the next? Is it going to be the expert? Who's next? Who do you guys think is next? Let me know in the chat. You said, I think they just picked their battles, went for the most dangerous, damning charges. This is the most indirect trial. Defense or prosecutor is not saying anything with their chest. The expert is next. Don't forget to write these names down. I can't right now. Baby Buddy took my notebook. I'll have to write it later. We need Johnny Cochran to come back. Yes, people do have a lot of pew-pews, but I bet you, Adrian, if you have guns in your home or anybody else, I'm sure they're not defaced, are they? I'm sure you didn't like scratch off the serial number. I mean, please don't confess in my chat. Please don't confess in my chat. Yes, he was, Lindell. Anything can be a weapon. It depends on your level of determination and creativity. Yeah, I mean, y'all can have weapons in your chat, but I don't know too many people that will deface them knowing that it's a federal offense. You don't want to do that. So that's a Fed charge. You don't want to do that. So I'm sure that people would not be doing that. Totally registered. Yeah, have your weapons, but she confiscated my wig. She confiscated my notebook. She's confiscated everything of mine. She confiscated the wig. And my pearls. And my pearls. But yes. Okay, hold up. Let's see. CNN. Do we have an update? Yep. Psychologist Dawn Hughes is on the stand. Here comes the expert. A board-certified clinical and forensic psychologist is now on the stand. She's an experienced expert witness, having testified in cases including the 2022 defamation trial of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Here we go. Next. 6 seconds. Okay. The judge asked if there would be redirect of the government for the agent. Government responds no. Next government witness. The government calls Dr. Dawn Hughes. What is your profession? All right, Dr. Dawn Hughes is on the stand. She's taking the stand. Here we go. Clinical and forensic psychologist. I treat people who were in World War II, which was such an honor. I'm gonna have to do my voice. Which was such an honor. Okay. For those that don't know, Hughes testified Hughes testified against the victims of Weinstein, NXIVM's cult leader, and Keith Bernier and R. Kelly. Against? I don't think she testified against, but okay. Somebody wrote in there. Somebody said Dr. Hughes finna say all. Okay, credentials. No redirect. No redirect. Yeah, they lost that one. Says somebody in there. Let's see. Come on. Guys, hit the like button, please, and thank you. Let me make myself smaller. Not the face. Thank you. Robert doesn't want to be testified, so don't be spilling your tea on here. No, you don't. Don't be. I don't want to be subpoenaed over some BS that you guys said in my chat. No, I refuse. Not that you guys can see it, but I am wearing my avocado shirts, and so because it's green and there's a green screen, the avocados are like going away. But yeah. Girl, is she even qualified at this point? World War II? I don't know. I don't know, man. I know I don't want the ATF knocking on my door. Don't be making any confessions in here. You remember her? Casino Vixen? Okay. Some people will remember her. I'm sure if you followed any of the Johnny Depp stuff, I didn't follow it like that. I've always wanted to. I would love to. I would have loved to have followed it, but I wasn't. I was a fairly new content creator back then, so I didn't really know how. Okay, so nothing. No update yet. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. This is so interesting. Hughes is expected to testify today during Sean Combs' sex trial about why victims in general remain in relationships. Okay, Hughes is a board certified. We know this. All right. Why does she look so mad, though? She looks mad in this picture. Lady got pearls and she's mad. You said she was a whole situation in the Depp trial? LOL. Say more, Kim King. Say more. What did she do in the Depp trial? I didn't follow it. The internet is not your diary. Ain't that the truth? You said you can't find Mexican avocados? I'm sure the tariffs probably have something to do with that. She was, I remember the Depp and her trial. So was she like, what did she do in the Johnny Depp trial? She was a blue, what is it? A blue, I can't say this word. Really? So they like did, Ana Maria, they did with her? Oh my God. She said she was good. I loved when a witness shut Eileen, Amber's attorney, down hard after she was super snarky. Well, let me ask you guys here in the chat. Are you guys pro Amber or pro John? Like, I felt like it was such a polarizing case. At least even now, like some people either believe Amber Heard or some people don't. She got called out for not following directions. I wonder if she's going to get called out now, Kim. Okay, let me do a new poll in the chat. Make sure you guys are I mean, we know how the defamation turned out. In the defamation trial of Johnny Depp and Amber, what side were you on? Let me know. So you have Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, my bad, Amber Heard, and then you had, if you didn't follow it, I'm going to say none because I didn't follow it. And I also heard that it was very polarizing. So pro Donnie? I don't know. The way I saw it, at least from what I heard of it, it was kind of like, we're still waiting for her to testify. It was one of those situations where it's like, the way I saw it, it just seemed like both of them weren't very good in the relationship. But I mean, the lady lied. I guess that's what it was. I don't know, but I didn't follow it to the T. So Anna Maria says Amber Heard is a proven liar, abuser, and a liar. Let me know. Jalisa Lindsay, are the jury supposed to find this lady credible and knowledgeable? She was giving Google therapists at the Depp trial. Really? You know, they paid her for this, right? They pay you. They contract certain professionals and they'll pay for them to do this kind of stuff. Johnny Depp sounds like a prawn name. Johnny Depp. All right, let me see what the poll says. Oh my God. 64 votes. See? All right, guys, give me the 300 likes, please, and thank you. That's how I see Blurred. It's like both of them are just, I saw Johnny Depp and Amber Heard as both of them being terrible, but I do think that the lady, she lied on him multiple times, and there was a lot of things that she put out there. Yeah, that's how I see. You said just stop driving so 8 could comment back about the shoes. Let's do Cinderella on her sister and try on the shoes. We're like beyond that at this point, but thank you. Not Dr. Timu. Come on, guys. Y'all are mean in this comments. Come on now. But why are we still using this lady? Why couldn't they use another lady? Why this lady? Don't we have other experts? There's a lot of experts out there that can testify to different things. Let me know. Oh my goodness. You're pro Kevin Spacey too? I mean, to be fair, Kevin Spacey, even though people say, well, no, I don't believe Kevin Spacey. I mean, he was not found guilty in the criminal trials, okay? And in the civil stuff too. Okay? You said, and shit on his bed too? Oh my God. I remember that part. That Dr. Hughes was not, well, she's not going to be pro, she will not be pro Diddy if you're thinking she's going to be pro Diddy now. Okay? You draw the line with Kevin Spacey? Yes. Paige is like, Rabbit, let me remind you that OJ was not found guilty either. Just saying. Shout out to Paige. Shout out to my regular subscribers that are in here. Shout out to everybody. Y'all are amazing. Thank you for being in here. Yeah, that's true. There's some sketchy characters overall. But why don't they switch up experts? Why don't they like do the switching up of the experts? That's what I want to know. Spacey was a little creepy. Creeps you out too, Kevin Spacey? I'm just saying. Give me 1 sec, guys. I got somebody at my door. 1 sec. Spacey knew what the F he was doing. Don't get me started with Amber. You know, people, I mean, people feel different about Amber. Hold up. Now, let me see. Do we have an update yet? Somebody said on Twitter, so quick notes on Dawn Hughes. She was an expert witness for Amber Heard. She got eviscerated on the stand, by the way. She's a professional expert. That's what she only does. Relied heavily on Heard's self-reports with minimal corroboration and gender bias, framing men as abusers. Yeah, that gender bias is huge. Women as victims, only testifies on behalf of women, only testifies in favor of men when it was a gay couple, aka a man hater. Overlooked personality disorders in Heard, like borderline. And it's puffy, so she might look reasonable here. Nah, I don't know, man. See, they should have just gotten a new expert then, if that's the case. What do you guys think? Hey, Eric Rader, not the professional in quotation marks. The professional is what they said. The professional. Yep. You think OJ was acquitted because the prosecution messed up so badly? Interesting. All right. Let's see. Come on now. Let's see. Does CNN have anything for us? Oh, by the way, this is a picture of her for those that don't know what she looks like. This is her. Okay. That's her. She had her little white suit on. All right. She had a little white suit on. She's on the stand. Almost always had training in trauma. She said that she started working in domestic violence survivors programs in graduate school. She is expected to testify today about victims in general remain in relationships, how victims cope in relationships. Okay, but she's already been told what she can't say. She can't talk about coercive control. And I think that that's, I don't know, man. I mean, here we go. We have an update. So update. How many times have you testified in court? Hugh says 60 or 65 in Southern District and Northeast District, and the Northern District, also in New Jersey, PA, CT, and VA. The government asks, we offer Dr. Hughes as an expert. Defense says, no objection. Ooh. But my chat objects. My chat says, Rabbit, she's biased. Okay, chat, do you guys object to her as a witness expert? Do you guys object? Do you object to her? Is there an objection here? Let me know. Ooh, she's mad. She's mad. Oh my God. Well, Dana says that the glove won it for OJ. I think it was his son, though. Dana, is the platform stiletto 6-inch heel gonna win it for Diddy? Is he gonna have to try? Because if the shoe doesn't fit, you must acquit too, right? You said you guys object. Look at this. Everybody's objection in the chat. Okay, we're objecting. You said not in this case if we want Diddy to go down. I don't know, man. So come on now. A lady, if you're biased here, you're going to be biased everywhere, right? Let's play fair here. If you're biased here, you can't just side with somebody because you don't like Diddy. If you're biased here, it's likely you'll be biased everywhere. Isn't that how it goes? I don't know, man. I'm side-eyeing the chat. I object. I'm side-eyeing you guys. I'm side-eyeing. I am. The chat is being side-eyed right now. Yeah, bias is as bias does. So how do we expect her to be unbiased if you guys are saying, well, she was a certain type of way in the Johnny Depp trial? Well, she's always going to be a certain way. You said you've been side-eyeing my chat? Oh, come on. Come on now. Anyways. You vote for Dr. Curry? You said I'm straight, not biased. You got a bombastic side-eye? Oh my God. Hold up, y'all. Sorry, y'all. You said one pair of those 15 shoes would probably fit Diddy. I do wonder about the size. That would have been my question. What size were those platform heels, whatever, or however they were called? What size were those? Make the agent answer. Size 7, size 8. I don't know. Okay. No update. Come on. Hold up. Let's come on, CNN. Let's see what Washington Post is saying. Okay, Washington Post is providing us 2 updates. Here we go. So Sean Combs' lawyer have maintained for months that the government overreach its pursuit of the famed music producer. In her we're talking about here's Homeland Security. In her cross with the Homeland Security defense attorney, Teeny Garagos asked about the methods and numbers the agents used in the March 2024 raids of Combs' Miami mansion. Her questions on the exact placement of certain items may have been intended to suggest to the jury that the search was not thorough. We also asked the agents if he had guns at homes. She also asked the agents if they had guns at home and got him to confirm that the government did not begin investigating Combs until Cassie Ventura filed an trafficking lawsuit against him in late 2023. That's what was said. Oh my God. Update. What do you anticipate covering? Dr. Hughes says, why victims stay memory? Have you been retained by the government? Yes. What is your hourly rate? 600? 6,000 for the day in court? Objection. The lady is too expensive. That's my objection. $6,000. $6,000 for court. Hold up. Now we see why the court, yeah, $6,000 for court, and she's just gonna be there for how many hours? The lady's making bank. 600 for testimony, 6,000 for the day in court. She gonna get her little 6,000. Yes. She's not worth 6,000. Yes, you are. We are in the wrong business. 6,000 for a day in court, y'all. You ain't never lie, y'all. You ain't never lie. The lady, that's what we gotta say. Hold up, y'all. I got some food that I gotta get. Yo, my God. What do you guys make of it? What do you guys make of it? She's cashing in. Well, this is actually, I'm not surprised at all that she would charge this much. I'm just being honest with you. I mean, she's testified. So 6,000 for the day in court, 600. What is your hourly rate? $600 is her hourly rate. It's 6,000 for a day in court. That's coming out of whose taxpayer money? That's coming out of whose taxpayer money? Let me know. Somebody's got to get paid. How much you think this whole thing is costing everybody? Think about it. The more you know, have that the more you know moment. That's what I'm saying. I know. Rabbit's like, let me get these $4.99 sacks because 6,000. I know. You need to be a court expert. Yes, you do. That's right. Yeah, the addies are 5,000. Well, no, even more before they look at your shit for a felony charge. Even more. Even more. I bet the lawyer on both sides. I would probably say so. My divorce attorney cost me $3.27 a minute. Really? Wow. He's spending up to, I'm pretty sure it's probably more than that, Yanni, honestly. 10 million for defense. But how much is the government spending for this too? So much to account for here. Hold up. Nope, no update. That's how I see it. Yo, I got to get a bite of my sandwich. Y'all got to give me a minute. Give me a minute. 1 minute. No, I'm not because I'm muted, James. My divorce lawyer was $325 an hour. Wow. These lawyers are expensive, man. Baby Bunny said this will cost you 2 Happy Meals and 4 snacks. Just a few juice boxes. Yeah. She's out here being entertained. So $3.27 per minute. That's more than a long distance collect call in the 90s. Hold up. No update yet. Hold on. CNN's got an update for us. Hughes says that she's here to provide the jury with information on domestic violence and traumatic stress. The psychologist, Dr. Hughes, or not doctor, I think she's just a psychologist. Psychologist Dr. Why do I say doctor? Don Hughes said that she's testifying as a blind expert and will provide the jury with some information about domestic violence, rape, SA, and traumatic stress. Hughes testified that she has not assessed any of the victims or the witnesses in this case, nor has she interviewed anyone in connection to the case. So she hasn't read anything. So she's just going to be asked general questions. She said that she's has seen some press coverage of the case, but has not been following what's been happening in court. She testified that she's being paid $600 an hour for her work and $6,000 a day. $6,000 for a day of testimony in court. I called BS on the blind. Yes, I do. I don't know. All right, look at this poll. So I got 160 some people that voted. In the defamation case or trial of Johnny Depp and Amber, what side were you on? Johnny Depp, 73%. Amber Heard, or 24% was none. Wow. Okay, here we go. The government asked the professional, I guess it is Dr. Hughes, why do victims stay? Dr. Hughes responds, there are psychological bonds and the psychological consequences of the abuse. What are the levels of fear? It ranges from physical violence to butterflies. Violence doesn't have to happen all the time. Okay. Yeah, okay. Here it is, update. What is psychological violence? Intimidation, throwing things, telling you what you can do and where to go? Objection! The defense has an objection. Hold on, says the judge. I'm going to strike that last answer. Coercive control cannot be covered. That's what the judge ruled. Can't talk about coercive control. Telling you what you can do and where you can go would fall under that. Okay. So even the judge said, I'm going to strike that last answer. Okay. All right. I'm here for the witness. Yes, strike it. She's already about to blow the case. Somebody said, nah, don't strike it. Let's talk. LOL. People are like, would you have struck it? Struck it, don't strike it. Let me know. She's correct on that part. Ooh, where do you guys stand? Let me know. Where's everybody at? All right. Let me put that down. Order, order, order in the court. Thank you. There's people that are now coming in. They're like, Rabbit, you're on now? Yes, I am. I would have been on at later, but I'm on now. We ready to go, guys. I told you next week time is going to change for me. I'm going to be on early. We're going to be on all day. Yes, we are. Then what the heck is she there for? She can't talk about coercive control. She can't. I mean, I can understand that, but she can't. That was the agreement. I can see where he doesn't want to have a level of bias, because that's the other side of the defense, that there's a level of bias, that there could be through this expert. Does that make sense? What totally mattered? That totally matters. Oh yeah, I get it. But she gonna make her 6,000. She's gonna cash in. Okay. And while us little, we're not making 6,000 a day, that's for sure. Oh, okay. She's there to collect her money. I mean, Okay, here we go. Government says, what can be the role of sexual abuse? Dr. Hughes responds, it puts the victim in significant psychological fear. Why does it prevent leaving? Shame, degradations, they want to think about it. They don't want to think about it. They don't want to think about it. Shame, degradation, they don't want to think about it. So the government asked her, what can be the role of of SA? It puts the victim in significant psychological fear. Why does it prevent leaving? Shame, degradation, they don't want to think about it. That's what was being said. You said government shouldn't have brought her in. She'll make a fool out of them, says Anna Maria. Okay. Say more, guys. Do me a favor. Consider hitting the like button, please. And thank you. Support the channel, share, do all those good things that help creators like myself in this algorithm. Thank you. Okay. Victims often stay in abusive relationships. Psychologists testify. This is CNN says. Clinical and forensic psychologist Dawn Hughes testified that it's very common for victims to stay in abusive relationships. She explained that perpetrators often use various abusive methods beyond just physical violence to make victims feel trapped. It's about the power and control that abusers has over the victim, she says. Okay. Somebody says in there she was scared to leave. Okay. People say, go on. Oh my God. What do you guys think is gonna happen? Hold up. I can't wait till they cross-examine her. I'm waiting. 6,000. They're trying. You think they're trying to frame him? Say more. What do you mean? Frame him with what? Say more. All right. Let me know. And shout out to my beautiful, wonderful mods in the chat that are doing just amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chico Pika. I appreciate you. Cheeks, if you're in here. I don't think Tinkle Tits is in here. Vic, I miss you, Vic. If you're listening on the headphones, I hope you're doing well. I wonder if any of the jurors saw her on the Depp trial and will judge her testimony. Kim, that's a great question. That's a great question. You know? Let's see. Well, some people do believe that he's being framed. I mean, like I said, y'all are entitled to your opinions. Here it is, 13 seconds. Government asks, what is emotional abuse? Doctor says, putting down our partner, feeling like a piece of crap. Feeling like a piece of crap. Government then says, what about financial dependency? Or financial dependence. The abuse controls housing and transportation, taking away her laptop. Oh, objection. Judge says sustain. Where have you been reading? Taking away her laptop. Punishing her? Are you sure, Dr. Hughes, that you didn't look into this case already? Because, my friends, that has been said. Cassie said in her testimony that items were being taken away from her by his staff. I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one here, you guys. I don't know about this one. Y'all, what do you think? Her laptop, she already fucked up. I'm going to go watch the clips of her in the Depp trial to remind myself why she's terrible. See, I told you guys. This is like, what? What? She messed up. She gonna be diddy bopping. Listen, as long as they give her 5,000, she's on this. The minute she's here testifying all day in court, she's already there. She did. In my book, she's out. And I don't even know her. I think I'm just mad that she makes 6,000 a day. Damn. What? Oh my God. She destroyed Amber. Exactly how she was in the Johnny Depp trial. She's not helping. She don't help nothing. She's only there to get her. I would be there to get. I'm not mad at it. Okay. I'm not mad at it. You know, it's getting hard out here for a psychologist. Okay. Objection. 600 an hour and 6,000 to testify. Lord have mercy. Oh my God. She don't stop. She won't stop. Can't stop. Get it. That's right. She won't. Oh, she done messed up. Biggest mistake was taking away her laptop. Damn. Objection. Hold up. Let's see what CNN is saying. You have got to be kidding me. Man, I wish I would have watched some of her stuff. We might have to play some stuff later on a break or something. Dawn Hughes, a forensic psychologist, is the only one is on the stand in a white suit. She said, I'm going to church today, so I'm going to wear the white suit. Hughes said she will testify on 4 main topics: why people stay in relationships despite DB, and how they cope, and how they disclose and talk about abuse, and how traumatic events affect their memory. Ooh, no victim wants to be abused, clearly, Dr. Hughes says. But it is very common for people to stay in abusive relationships. Hughes is what is called a blind expert. Are you sure? Because this lady looks like she can see, meaning that she does not know anything about the main figures in the case, including Cassie and Combs. I call bullshit. She's a blind expert and she's already seeing things. Okay? I don't know about that being. She don't look too blind to me. That's what Washington Post just reported. I don't know. Let me know. Let me know what you guys say. Oh, she was horrible in the Depp trial. Oh my God. Wait, who's in the trial? Cherry Pie. That's the lady who was the expert on the forensic expert on the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. They got her up there, and they got her as a blind expert, and she's already talking about laptops and things being taken away. I don't know. That's what we have. Hughes rolled in with her notes pre-made, been watching clips like it's Netflix. Oh my God, this is no bueno. Nothing. Okay, let me see. We don't have an update yet. Y'all, I am at the edge of my seat with this one. You said, just come out of the bushes to say that she's horrible during the Depp trial. Okay. Shout out to you. Michael. Oh my God, Michael. Thank you for the $9.99 super sticker. Thank you, Michael. Shout out to everybody that's supporting. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. This little sticker. Thank you. But she's you said she's blind. She's giving 20/20 to me, LOL. I don't know if you guys have noticed. So while we wait, StreamYard, who by the way has become very expensive, just saying, StreamYard is now showing the comments over here on the side. Y'all notice that? What do you guys think about that? Sometimes I miss it. You guys can see your comment up there. So if I don't highlight it, at the very least, you'll be able to see it there. I will do my best sometimes to highlight. I can't always highlight every comment, but I think it's cute that they put it right there. Just saying. Okay. Thank you, Michael. Again. You said I am cross-eyeing. You're cross-eyeing the chat. Oh man, you think she's seen too much? She's no blind expert. She got 20/20 vision. I don't know. Okay, somebody lawyered up said, Dr. Hughes trying to do too much, taking away her laptop. She was asked a general question and she veered into talking about Cassie. That's Dr. Hughes for you. So why do they keep hiring her? I mean, come on now. Why do they keep hiring her? Thank you. Yes, you're up there. You don't see? I see you here. Look, I see you here, and you're up there too. Y'all see that? I know it's black and people can't see it, but and then there's stuff behind. That's crazy. No one else wants to do it. No one else wants to do this trial. Is that what I'm hearing? Oh, guarantee they hired her because of her being in the Depp versus Heard trial. She's the last resort. Oh my gosh. Listen, I have been a subject matter expert, believe it or not. I mean, I'm sure they can get somebody. Here it is. Are you familiar with love bombing? Dr. Hughes says, the honeymoon phase, the abuser showers her with gifts and affections to get her back. Does the attempt to leave happen over time? Can't read. Does the attempt to leave happen over time? Dr. Hughes responds, it happens multiple attempts. Yes, it takes multiple attempts. See, I can't. Are you familiar with love bombing? Dr. Hughes says that honeymoon phase, the abuser showers her with gifts and affections to get her back. Government then says, does the attempt to leave happen over time? Dr. Hughes responds, yes, it takes multiple attempts. I think this is kind of like general information that some of us already knew, right? Like, we're paying $6,000 for this? Okay. Sexual abuse. So we have a update from CNN. SA is a very private harm, psychologist says, explaining obstacles to seeking help. SA is a very private harm, which can make it difficult for a victim to seek help to leave an abusive relationship. Clinical and forensic psychologist Don Hughes testified under direct examination by the prosecution. They experience a tremendous amount of shame, humiliation, denigration, Hughes says. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to think about it in their own brain. And then there's financial dependency and lack of resources trap victims in abusive relationships, psychologist says. The psychologist Don Hughes testified that a victim's financial dependence on a abuser plays a very important role in their decision to stay in an abusive situation. She explains that the resources are necessary for a victim to leave the relationship, and when an abuser controls their general living expenses, it's hard for the victim to see a way out. The abuser is sabotaging a victim's ability to have independence. How are you to leave if you don't have access to those tangible resources? That's what Hughes says. And that's a fine point. Not for $6,000, because like I said, some of us that actually went to grad school, or some of us that, have studied this, everybody else, this is like 101. We already know, but hey, pay your $6,000. Don't forget to drink some water. Absolutely. Thank you. Is when they're trying to leave. That's right. Just see, some of us don't even need all that. Like, come on now. Let's see what you guys are saying. Any updates? No. No updates. No. I mean, do you guys think that the expert is saying anything different? That's right. It's Psychology 101. Some of y'all don't even need a PhD to know that. This is pretty basic. It's been studied. It's been discussed before. We know this. But I guess maybe the jury might not. I don't know. It could be that. Y'all keep talking about Dr. Curry. Dr. Curry. No worries. Oh my God. Jane says, shout out to you, Jane. I hope you're doing well. You moved to Las Vegas. I got family in Las Vegas too. I've thought about heading out there too. Yes. Oh my God. Sue. Thank you so much for this beautiful, wonderful cash app that you sent me. Thank you, my love. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm trying to get the transcripts for we're working, guys. We're working on the rest of the transcripts. Thank you, Sue. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you're in the chat, shout out to Sue. It's all about supplying the jury with information, says the 5. Absolutely, the 5. It's all about giving them context, like why, because I'm gonna ask you guys, this is what gets to me, right? People have asked the question, like, why are you asking, like, the question of why people stay isn't always about victim blaming. Sometimes it's about really just not having the knowledge as to why people stay in circumstances that they're in. I always kind of have to wonder, like, and I play this a little bit twofold in my mind, that I'm like, a victim should be able to come out and say their piece whenever they're ready to, right? It's not always by a statute of limitations, or, like, you're just coming out and giving your thoughts. But the other side to this is that people then think that, well, you saying why are you coming out now is victim blaming. It's not always the case. It's always about, like, maybe the person doesn't have a clear understanding as to why people come out the time that they need to. Do you know what I mean? So there's that. Keep that in mind. I'm always kind of, you learn more when you have fluid conversations with folks. Okay. Government asks, which is the most common coping mechanism? Dr. Hughes says, trying to work. Okay, mama. Thank you. Trying to work it out because of the trauma bond. You don't want to lose your partner. Then the government says, personal coping mechanism. How does placating or appeasing work? We're trying to avoid abuse. That's what it says. Interesting. So they get into the coping mechanisms. Which is the most common coping mechanism? Trying to work it out because of the trauma bond. You don't want to lose your partner. Government then asks, personal coping mechanism. How does placating or appeasing work? We're trying to avoid abuse. That's what it says. We're trying to avoid abuse. Okay? And CNN has an update for us. A trauma bond can make a victim unwilling to leave a relationship, psychologist says. Abusive relationships often have love and kindness in them, in addition to the abuse. Clinical and forensic psychologist Don Hughes testified. The victim wants that. They want that back. So when that is shown to the victim, that's very reinforcing. Hughes testified as a trauma bond is when somebody is attached to their partner in spite of violence and abuse. A trauma bond can make a victim unwilling to leave a relationship, she says. Okay. And then that was our update. Would you guys agree with at least that assessment? I can agree with that assessment. What do you guys think? She's acting like she's frustrated. Sue, thank you so much for the Cash App, my love. Thank you, thank you. Can an expert watch the trial unlike a witness? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't think so. Not the expert, because then she wouldn't be a blind expert, Sue. Like, she would have to be a blind expert, you know? But to me, I mean, when she said the laptop, that wasn't really given blind. That was given 20/20 vision, in my opinion. That's what I think. You said yes, and still call them great people, but somehow can't understand why abuse victims would stay. Yes, Yanni. This is I second the statement right here. Thank you, Yanni. It's a good statement. No one testifying can watch the trial. Yeah, you can't watch the trial if you're testifying. But yeah. But it's a complex situation. I think it's a very complex. This case, I think, and maybe you guys can let me know in the chat, but wouldn't you say that if you watched R. Kelly or Nexium or any of these other cases, do you guys feel like this case is a little bit different in your opinion? I mean, let me know. Because I feel like this case is a lot different than, I mean, it's not your traditional, what I would think human trafficking would be. You know what I mean? Yes, they have not, they are, okay, mama. They're blind. I guess they are not supposed to know about the trial. They're not supposed to read anything. They're being asked general questions. That's what makes them a blind witness. They don't know anything about, they're not supposed to read anything about Cassie, Diddy, very minimal. They're supposed to have real, like, detached information. So being a blind expert would be like asking general questions about DV. That would, then she responds, and that makes her a blind expert. Does that make sense? That's what it is. But she can't sit there and watch the rest of the trial, because she could be called back again to testify, right? So, yeah. Psychologists explain why it sometimes takes multiple attempts for victims to leave abusive relationships. So the psychologist said it often takes multiple times for victims to leave abusive relationships. There is this pattern of returning and reconciliation and then returning again. She said victims could want to come back to good versions of their partners that they still do love. She said they also return because the abuse is continuing outside of the relationship. Okay. Let me see what you guys are saying. Let's see. Let's see. Not sure if y'all saw it, but Popcorn Planet gave BJ a huge shout out the other day, and I left a comment saying I found BJ through Down the Rabbit Hole News. I hope they saw it. Oh, Lady Jade. I know, that's amazing. I'm glad that BJ's doing a phenomenal covering this. I mean, she's amazing, y'all. She's amazing. Not sequestering the jury was a terrible idea. Do you guys, this is a good question, point, the 5. Like, I was wondering about this. Why wouldn't they sequester the jury? They're not sequestering the jury, and I do wonder about this. Honestly, I do. I have a lot of questions. Thank you so much for the $9.99 ice cream for baby Bunny. She's been so good. She's been good so far. She's been good. She's been entertained, and she's got her snacks and everything, and you know, I got my other person that's watching and coming back. She's got multiple rooms to go in, so she can play in different rooms. Thank you, Paige Collins. I just don't want to like lock her out all day, because that's not what I want to do. I want to be able to keep an eye on her and engage with her. So yeah, thank you guys. It took my mom 30 years, and thank you again, Paige. I appreciate the support. You guys don't even know how much I appreciate it. It took my mom 30 years to finally leave for good. The damages was done. Huh. Hold up, guys. Do we have so I hope everybody has a better understanding of like you know, blind witnesses. Let me take a bite of my sandwich, y'all. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. Okay, here we go. Sorry, y'all. So what is minimization? The victim says maybe they had a bad day at work. Maybe they were intoxicated. It's a way to stay in the relationship, but it increases their risk. It's not a long-term strategy. It gets from one assaultive episode to next. That is what the minimization part. What do you guys think? Thank you, Pika. Yes, hit the like button. Thank you, Pika. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. Thank you. I got my grape soda. Thank you. That's when you close your browser and it goes down to the bottom bands. What do you mean? Thank you, guys. Thank you, Search for You. I try. Johnny Depp was an abuse victim. Men can be. There's such a does she have gender bias? That's the question that I have. Would she? Yeah. I mean, that's what people are saying, that she had like gender bias or some shit like that. But maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Can she be unbiased in this situation? Okay. Victim developed coping mechanism, psychologist says. As the abuse becomes more severe, so do the coping mechanisms. This is what the psychologist explained. A victim's coping mechanism usually exists with the confines of the relationship. Sometimes this includes fighting back, but the most common coping mechanism is trying to work things out with the abusive partner to stop the abuse and preserve the love. Hoo-wee. What do you guys think? So she's just giving, you know, her thoughts on like victimhood and all this other stuff. What do you guys think so far? I mean, is she doing good? Is there something that you guys disagree with? Could you be able to see beyond the Johnny Depp trial to understand where she's coming from? I think she gives off a black and white view of DV really is. Oh, Jalisha says. What do you guys think about Jalisha's comment? By the way, I love your name. Let me know what you guys think. Let's see. I really think that they have made a mistake in choosing Dawn. This is what I'm saying, Ruby Star. We don't have any other experts. They chose that lady. Why did the government choose that lady? They could have brought in anybody else. Why did they choose that lady? What do you guys think? They could have said, well, you know, we're choosing. I don't know. I just feel like there is a bit of if the lady's got a track record like that, yeah, we have to be able to do something. Yeah, she's doing the best to simplify it. I think she's doing okay explaining it to simplify it, but I still feel like if she's got this track record already, why would they bring this expert in? There's so many people out there, a lot of great doctors out there they could have brought in that would have worked in their favor, you know? And others probably charge more. Maybe she has got. See, here's my experience. I used to do contracts in government. And especially with these you know, behavioral professionals, right? I used to do contracts with them, and I will say that they're very expensive, but I'm thinking that the reason that they referred to this woman is she might have a contract with the government already. You know, it's easier. The insurance part, all of that can get figured out. Yeah. I do wonder though if she watched herself after the Depp trial, because you guys are saying that she was horrible at the Depp trial. So I wonder if she watched herself. You didn't follow the Kevin's? I didn't follow it too much either. But I heard about it. Okay, CNN's got an update for us, and it says psychologist talks about passive and active self-defense. So the psychologist Don Hughes discusses both passive and active self-defense during her testimony under questioning by the prosecution. Passive self-defense includes actions that are the least provoking as possible to get the violent episodes to stop, including blocking punches or curling up on the floor. Active self-defense includes throwing objects or hitting back against abuse, she said. Victims use active self-defense to have some way of standing up for themselves, although in many cases that usually results in more severe injuries to themselves. Ooh. Okay. So, okay, Lawyered Up said something here that I want to read. I respect forensic psychologists and their expertise. However, sometimes that expertise will have a little value when the expert did not evaluate the key players. But she's a blind witness. She can't. While there are general psychological principles, the specifics and dynamics of a particular relationship may not fit. Yeah, she's giving like an overview of a relationship that she's supposedly never reviewed. Okay. I doubt many experts have seen a case like Diddy and Cassie relationship. That, my friends, I would agree with. Like, I wonder how many relationships do we have that are like this out there? Lori, thank you so much for the $4.99. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me put a little heart in there. I appreciate your commentary. Thank you, my love. Appreciate it. Thank you, the support. I really appreciate the support, guys. You guys don't even know. Thank you. You said, I can't see the jury actually taking anything she says seriously, as they will surely all remember her from the Heard case. Well, did they all watch it? That's the question. And that wasn't a jury question either. Thank you. It said, I think the big picture is RICO. The DV stuff matters, but as much as the trafficking, guns, drugs, and recording, stuff like that, that is very illegal, and that's why the feds picked it up. Kenny Brooks. Thank you for your comment, Kenny Brooks. She is giving general. Thank you, Abadan, my love. Give me 1 second. She is giving very generalized characterizations, I would say. Like, but again, she's a blind expert. I don't think that she's supposed to be direct questions. Here we go. What about the power relations? Dr. Hughes says, a person can have power as principal of a school. The victim asks, who is going to believe me? What does the victim find? When does the victim finally speak? In a safe environment or after psychological help? What about power relation? A person can have power as a principal of a school. So she's giving an example, right? Principal of a school can also be like a mogul, a music mogul type of situation, right? But like, the victim asks, who is going to believe me? When does the victim finally speak? In a safe environment or after psychological help? Sometimes therapy or, seeking a professional will get you to talk after that or get you to recognize that. Okay, CNN says victims often numb themselves with drugs and alcohol, psychologists say. So the expert witness says it's common for victims in abusive relationships to use substance to numb themselves. Victims will often take drugs or drink before they see their partner, Hughes said, preventatively to ward off other psychological pain to come. So she's taking medication to basically deal with what's going on. Somebody in the chat said she's actually doing good and giving excellent expert opinions. The jury is taking note. Not a good picture for Diddy so far. Well, listen, the cross-examination usually surprised me. Now I kind of wonder about this. I wonder if they're going to mention her past cases I wonder if they're going to mention her past cases like Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, that type of situation. Just saying. It's still lining up with Cassie's testimony. Yeah, I would say so. Like, there's still this thing where it's like, you know, they're framing it a certain way, right? I would say so. Let's see. What do you guys think so far? Is she doing okay? Do you guys like agree with her? Where do you guys stand with this one? Let me know in the chat. As a victim, you do anything you can to just be numb, says Kenny Brooks. Right. That's right, Kenny Brooks. You're absolutely right. Sometimes it's survival. You know, sometimes it's lying. Sometimes it's like, you know, just going with the flow and not, you know, wanting to shake anything and just being careful of the things that you say and you do. But yes. What do you guys think so far? I mean, I think she's just giving a generalized overview. But I did have questions about the laptop part. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if she's necessarily a blind witness. Unless you guys feel like she's a blind witness. I don't know about that. I have a feeling she probably knows a lot and she expected to be called. Like I said, some of these people, some of these government people, they're on contracts. So they get paid to do things. That would be one of my questions as a defense. Do you have a contract with the government to testify in cases like this? That would be my thought on that. What do you guys think so far? Let's see. What is this? It's weird when people tag me on stuff and I have no idea what's going on. Because I have no idea how to respond to the tagging. Okay. We don't have an update. Let me see if Washington Post has an update. Nope, no update. And that was 29 minutes ago. No update. It's week 3 already. Yes, it is. It's week 3 already. Week 3, day 3. Kid Cudi will not be testifying today. We thought it was going to be Kid Cudi today, honestly. But maybe it's this week. We don't really know. Might be before the end of the week. So tomorrow. Yes, a psychologist's professional record can be challenged by the defense as often. They might bring up Johnny Depp. They might bring up Amber Heard, guys. They might. You never know. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Yes, victims will lie for self-preservation. Absolutely. That would be my question, honestly. It would be like, do you have a contract with the Southern District of New York or the District Attorney's Office or any of the Behavioral Human Services offices? That would be a question that I would have, because what does that tell me? That tells me that you got a contract, and maybe that's something that the jury needs to consider, you know? Oh, that's a great, is there court on Friday? What's Friday? Okay, here we go. What type of language do victims use when they first speak of? Hold up. Okay. Government asks, when does a victim finally speak? The doctor says in a safe environment or after psychological help. Okay. The government then asks, what type of language do victims use when they first speak of it? Dr. Hughes responds, they minimize. They are piecemeal. They are piecemeal. They remember the chipping paint on the ceiling, the smell of alcohol on the perpetrator's breath. That's a lot of generalizations. That's a lot of generalizations. Oh, it's Memorial Weekend. Sunset Salty Sage. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you. I thought, yeah, like, isn't Memorial Day on Monday? Why is it affecting Friday? I don't know. I could be wrong. That's next weekend, right? So it's court. Well, somebody check. Let me know. Do we have court on Friday? I thought we did have court on Friday. Let me know. Let's see. Y'all think Diddy getting 10 years or less? Or listen to, I don't know. BC, I don't know. I mean, anything could happen. where this trial is like flipped upside down. Okay. Anything can happen where this trial is flipped upside down, and then suddenly we have a big moment where things go a different way. You know what I mean? Okay, CNN says, expert witness says it's common for victims to wait months, even years before disclosing. It's uncommon for victims to speak about the abuse around the time that it occurs. This is what Dawn says. Many victims will wait months, even years, before telling what happened to them. She explains what a victim is usually more willing to discuss abuse from a stranger than from a partner. The closer the relationship to the perpetrator, the less likely you're going to disclose, she says. Okay. Like I said, this is a generalization. This is a general statement of what, but she's doing that as the blind expert witness. Okay. Here's the other question that I would have if I was the defense. I would ask, I'm thinking, as a psychologist, how do you determine, because this is the question that people have asked. We know that Cassie is a co-conspirator, an unindicted co-conspirator. But one of the questions that I would ask if I was a defense, I'd be like, what is your framework for somebody who is an unindicted co-conspirator? Because to me, the way it would be like, okay, I'm going to throw the monkey wrench at just throw the monkey wrench to see how she feels about people that are unindicted co-conspirators and sign things. Because I want her to see, like, she's given a generalization. How does she feel about people that she's describing, victims, and when they participate in crimes and not necessarily know that they do? So I'm thinking of that. Give me one sec, guys. Give me one sec, guys. Sorry, guys, I had to tend to something real quick. Okay, how far behind are we? Oh, not too far, actually. Okay, so CNN has an update for us. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Victims often hedge and minimize when disclosing abuse. This is what the psychologist says. Abuse victims often use minimizing and hedging language when disclosing the abuse. This is what the psychologist says. She testified under direct examination by the prosecution. Why don't they want to label themselves a victim? They don't want to label themselves, they don't want to label their abusers as an abuser. It's too painful to admit the fact that somebody who loved me did this to me. They're still in self-blame. I would like to see Diddy's face while this is happening. And we have a new update. Do we have an update from Inner City Press yet? No, we don't. Trauma affects memories. Victims retain core details while peripheral ones may fade. Interesting. So this is what Dr. Dawn is saying. That she's testifying to like impact of memory and stuff, like details. She explains that the victim will usually remember the core gist of a traumatic event and the central sensory details they perceive as significant. Other peripheral details that weren't assigned any significant aren't remembered as easily. That's a unique thing for each person and each situation they're in. Some traumatic memories can also be fragmented, but they can still be reliable. Again, she's giving a very generalized view of things that I think a lot of us already know. If you have taken a psychology course or something like that, like that's not new whatsoever. But yes, did we figure out what's going to happen with court? Let me know. Is the RICO Act able to pull more people once proven? Yes, unalive Monroe. We did talk about that. So we were talking about the fact that they're looking like Diddy, for example, to give you guys a visual. Diddy's considered the head of the snake. Okay. There's people that they're going to go after Diddy, but they need to convict him first, right? So this is when I was asking, I was like, how come it's just Diddy? Like, why is it that it's just one person? And then Vicky explained to us that it was like, okay, you have Diddy, and then that's the head of the snake. So once they go after the head of the snake, then they come after everybody else. That's how they typically do it. But yes, that they could come after others. We don't know. They could come after KK unless she took a proffer agreement, unless she testifies. I think what we're going to know at the end of this trial is who didn't testify. That should be worried. And I wonder about this. Who didn't testify? Because that's going to tell us who they're coming after next. And we're going to be following that for sure. For sure. Okay. So the expert is still testified. There's some things that I feel like the problem that I have with the blind expert, and this is just my opinion. Hold up, y'all. Let me close my door so I could tell you. Okay, sorry, my hair's everywhere. The problem that I have with the expert, like her being a blind expert, is that because of the overgeneralizations, does she really understand background, right? Like she doesn't understand what the environment that Cassie grew up in, or that Diddy grew up in, or any of these individuals. She's literally giving us just an overview of, it's almost like take it as a training, like when somebody gives you a training. So for me, it's like, it takes away from certain things, and it puts things, like it can skew people's thoughts about certain things. And that's the problem that I have with her as a blind witness, or a blind expert witness. Is that they're just generalizations, and she doesn't truly understand. Well, how do we know that Cassie didn't go through some trauma? And I'm just giving you guys an example, right? How do we know that Cassie didn't go through some trauma as a child that might have skewed, things now that she's in right now? Does that make sense? Or other people like that might make her think different about certain things. That's the problem with the overgeneralization of these things. Now, hold up. Do we have an update from Washington Post? But let me make sure Inner City Press doesn't have one. Everything it should be a case by case, but she can't do that. So, Washington Post, domestic abuse experts could support Cassie Ventura's testimony. So the trauma bond can form between a domestic abuser and their victim. Forensic psychologist Don said in a testimony that the government hopes will help jurors make sense of Cassie's behavior with Sean Combs. Under cross-examination last week, Combs' lawyer pressed Ventura about warm and loving text messages with Combs and highlighted several messages in which she appeared to propose freak-offs, S parties, were the government's claim she was abused. Hughes testified Wednesday morning that there is almost always love, attraction, and companionship in abusive relationships. She said a combination of highs and lows can create a powerful bond between an abuser and their victim, who can feel entrapped in a relationship not because of physical violence, but also psychological abuse, surveillance, or financial control. SA is especially difficult in isolating for victims of DV, Hughes continues, because these acts are more personal and cause of a lot of shame. If you can't talk about what's happening in the relationship, you can't get help, Hughes said in a testimony last week. Ventura says she told her mother about Combs' physical abuse, but couldn't bring herself to talk about his alleged SA for a long time. That's what was said by Washington. Okay. Let's see. The modeling world, that's right. We don't know. She was dating a guy when she was like a teenager that was 10 years older than her, Ryan Leslie. Essentially, if you think about the timeline, she would have been a child dating a much older man, a man 10 years older than her. Okay. We don't know what that was like. How do we know there wasn't abuse there? How do we know? There were certain things that could have made her predisposition to where she was at too, right? So there's that. This is what makes it so difficult about generalization in these kinds of witnesses. Yeah, she could have been groomed before. That's right. That's absolutely right. She was a child when that happened. So that's what I'm saying, that it's like, it's really hard when you have somebody who's an expert witness, but who's only generalizing things. Older men with power and influence prey on younger models in the modeling world. Let me give you guys an example. Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen, right? Didn't they marry like older? Now, listen, I get it, and I don't know if they were children, but those men were like older, and I think both of them did. What exactly? And they're both twins. Was that like a predisposition? Like, what happened there? I want to say, let me see. I'd have to look it up while we wait. And like I said, not every situation is the same. I mean, sometimes people marry older men and they're happily married, and that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine if that's what you do, right? But in other situations, especially like if you grew up in the environment of like Hollywood, if you're a child star, I would definitely kind of have a lot of questions about that, because it does seem like you're exposed to a lot of older, like you're made to grow up a lot faster. A lot of these child stars were made to grow up faster. Does that make sense? Hold up. Do we have an update? We don't. So like, who did Ashley, how old was, I think her name is Mary Kate Olsen, husband. Is she still married to him? 55 years old? Yeah, Oliver is 55 years old. I don't know how old she was when they married, but he's 55 years old. That was her ex-husband. I think they got divorced. So a Mary Kate ex-husband, Oliver, is 50 years old. They were married in 2015 and through 2021. So she was 33 years old. I mean, she's 33 years old. I guess that is a little bit different, but it does kind of make you wonder. What do you guys think? Yes, an industry issue. Mariah Carey, Beyonce, etc. Yeah, absolutely. Mariah Carey married very young Tommy Mottola, and Tommy Mottola had her like locked away too. Don't forget that. I don't think Michael Jackson lied when he talked about Tommy Mottola. Absolutely not. And it's interesting. Tommy Mottola has been mentioned once here, but when we talk about the industry heads, he would be one of them. He would be one of them. So, yeah. One thing about DV, Lawyered Up said, is that it is complicated, and I will never try to minimize it, but sometimes the experts address it in a way that is inconsistent with human experience. Yes. People can rationally make decisions that they know are bad for them. In politics, for example, people consistently vote against their self-interest, smoking despite the warnings, drinking with a bad liver, getting silicone breast implants despite the warnings. It is plausible although unwise, that a victim can make a calculated, rational decision to endure the abuse because of the money, house, cars, fame, influence that the victim is gaining from the abuser. When Carrie Morgan asked Cassie why she didn't leave, part of Cassie's answer mentioned money, car, and house. This is a good point too. Okay, I would have to say. Let me see. Quote. Interesting. And this is what the expert witness is not saying. This is what I'm saying. It's like there's other things, other factors that come into play. It's not always like this black and white overgeneralization of a thing. Okay. Here we go. They get into a sidebar. Okay, sidebar and then cross-examination. So it will be by Jonathan Bach, Alexander Shapiro's husband, only recently brought on Combs' 10th lawyer. Okay, so Bach, your clients, you observe them closely, their cognitive style. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. Defense is coming through. What is the defense going to do? That's the question. What is the defense going to do? That is the question. Your clients, you observe them closely, their cognitive style. Dr. Hughes says, yes. I'm waiting for them to mention something about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I'm waiting for them to say something about the people. All right, come on. God, I wish I was there. What is going on? Everybody's like, oh my God, what's going on? Yes, they got like a lot of lawyers. For those that don't know, he started out with 8. The government only has 6 lawyers on deck, okay? But I think the government has had plenty of time to prepare for their case. Expert witness explained why victims may not remember each specific time they were abused. This is what Hughes said. Victims tend to not recall each specific time of their abuse. Within domestic abuse, there's a routine that happens where a victim can conflate instances of abuse in same way that mundane routine events that anyone does frequently can run together, she explains. Hold up. Do we have an update? Okay. So prosecution is finished with questionings of the expert. So now we're at the defense. Let me see. Here we go. The defense speaks. People don't fit into boxes, right? Dr. Q's response. There are categories. But you don't have to listen to particular individuals, right? I'm not divorced from my training. Wait, what'd she say? What? Hold up. I'm about to spill my drink. People don't fit into boxes, right? I would agree with this statement and question. Dr. Hughes says there are categories, but sometimes you don't fit into those categories. She says there's categories, but you have to listen to particular individuals, right? I'm not divorced from my training. So she's basically saying, I don't have to listen to particular individuals because I know my training. I know it enough to figure it out. Is that what I'm hearing? Is she getting loud on the microphone, or what's going on? Is she getting defensive? Not the expert witness getting defensive. My friends, I am here for it. Who do we need to knock out? Let me know. What is going on? Is the defense getting defensive? Excuse me. Is the witness getting defensive? The defense will always be defensive. But is the expert blind witness getting defensive? That is the question. She's not being defensive? You don't think so? Ooh, do you think she could have answered that a little bit different, though? She says, I'm not divorced from my training. She says, that is my training. That is the training that I have. Or she could have said, that is what the training has taught me as a so many years expert. But Boxing for Life says she's not being defensive. I don't know, man. I mean, a little sassy, I would say, Tony, just a little bit. A little snarky, snark. Yeah, She didn't have to say I'm not divorced from my training. She could have said, this is what my training has taught me. And because of that, I'm able to assess without reading individuals. You know what I mean? Yes. You said she tends to be a little snarky when she's put on the spot or doesn't have a good answer. The doctor gets snarky. Ooh. No, she's confident? Ooh. What do you guys think? Let me know. She knows her stuff, right? Like but was there a better way to answer that? I'm just saying. What do you guys think? I don't know, man. Let's see. They're trying to discredit an expert who was approved by the court to testify, and she knows the defense knows that, says Yanni. Yes. Says, I said what I said, in other words. That's what she said. I said what I said. In other words, I said what I said, what I said. But hey, I'm not there, so I can only like interpret, yeah. Get him. Somebody said, get him. Answer the fucking question, Don. Somebody said, she's annoying. Look at this. Oh my God. Everybody is having a reaction. Let me see. Yeah. She made a generalized statement too. She said that victims are more likely to remember isolated incidences of abuse that are connected to markers or a significant event for a victim, such as a birthday or an anniversary. See, if they had Cassie back in the stand, they could probably, this right here would be an interesting thing to kind of, throw out there. Nothing. Yes, there is a process to being approved. Like I said, I do wonder if she's been hired before for other things. I got to take a bite of my sandwich. Hold up. You think she's going to get more defensive? She doesn't know her stuff? You think she's going to get more defensive? I wish they didn't put her on. I just wish they would have hired somebody else. Somebody else would have been fine. Y'all, my mouse is like, I need a new mouse. I'm going to get me a new mouse. Thank you, K Baron. Tell me to hit the like button, please. And thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Does anyone know if she was helpful in the Depp versus Heard case? I don't think so. Listen, Boxing for Life, they came in here saying that she was not. Helpful to who? That's the question. Helpful to who? Let's see. It's too bad she didn't examine Cassie first. Marissa Monroe, I think they did that on purpose. They wanted her to be a quote unquote blind expert. Yes. But there's no updates. What's going on? I don't know, man. But all I know is that she gets paid $600 an hour and $6,000 for a full day of court of testimony. So she gonna walk out of there with 6 G's. Okay. She is not responding. Not yet. A bankroll. I would love to get the transcripts on this. Really? They're expensive. She wants to help Depp. Yes, that's what people said. I don't know, y'all. I mean, I guess we'll see what happens here. I am wondering about what cross-examine. I have been a little bit disappointed with the defense in their cross-examination. I'm just going to say that. You could use this. I think we could all use a little 6K right now, right? We could use a little 6K right now. Literally, guys. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I'm not mad at her. I mean, she's doing her thing. Do we have an update yet? No. Oh, come on. I have a feeling that as this trial is going on, people are gonna stop, which kind of sucks. Like, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna see it to the very last week. We will see this trial to the very last week. We will. We shall and we will. Okay. Somebody did the Free Puff guy did interviews. I think he did more interviews. We have to be able to watch those later on, guys. Let's see. You said, I know it would be easier for me to go up for work if I was getting $6,000 a day. I know, right? Man, if we were making $6,000 a day, we'd be every day. You don't even have to call me twice. I'd be up and out. I'll see y'all later. I got to go to work. Yeah. You think that she's biased? Well, that's the biggest worry that the defense has. So this is what they're getting at. Okay, let me see. Do we have an update? I know they're going to break for lunch here pretty soon, right? I know that they will. Nope. I'm not divorced from my training. I need to, side note, I need to introduce Nightbot into our chat. I've been meaning to do that. I just haven't figured out how to do it. Nightbot, which would be a little thing. It's like a moderator that adds links and stuff like that. So it'll be helpful, but I just don't know how to do it. I got to figure it out. Okay, hold up. Washington Post posted last week. Cassie Ventura testified about her addiction to opioids during her 11-year relationship with Sean Combs. Drugs she says she'd use daily to disassociate. Forensic psychologist Don Hughes is now telling the jury it's common for people in abusive relationships to cope through substance abuse, using narcotics to get rid of memories and alleviate fear and anxiety. Hughes said victims often hedge what they describe their experience and only open up after they have left the relationship or sought professional help. And it's not unusual that traumatic memories are forgotten or recovered piecemeal. You're not going to get all the information in one sitting, Hughes says. The psychologist's accounts might have been applied to last week's. See, that's right there. The psychologist's accounts might have been applied to last week's testimony from Dawn Richard, who said that she actively tried to forget memories of Sean Combs abusing Ventura, calling it a bad time. The piecemealing part. You said, I'm going to have to look into this Dr. Curry because you guys said that. I know I have to set it up, Chico, but I do plan to put a Nightbot on our chat. You can definitely see the class disparity there with how much expert witness is getting paid versus the jury, right? Oh my God, Yanni, they can't even get $50. The jury gets $50 a day. And you got the experts getting paid $6,000. They get reimbursed. They might get lunch here and there. Thank you, Yanni, for saying that. You got me going on something else, girl. All right, hold up. 33 seconds. When you do forensic work, okay, so defense is asking, when you do forensic work, you want a lot of sources of information, right? Huge response. If it's relevant, you look at police reports, witness reports, and the like correct. She says correct. You're familiar with maligning, malaligning. Oh my God, I'm making up words. I am maligning. I don't know. Maybe he spelled it different. Malaligning. Let me make sure I said this correctly. Malingering. Malinger or malaligning? Malinger. Exaggerate illness in order to escape duty or work. Malinger. I did say it right. Look at this. I second guessed myself too much. Malinger. Malingering. Okay. Let me go back a little bit. Thank you, guys. When you do forensic work, you want a lot of sources of information, right? If it's relevant, she responds. Look at police reports, witness reports, and the like, correct? She responds, correct. You're familiar with malingering. I am. Ooh. Somebody's like Googling. Let me go Google. This is where they're getting at. She's her general. They're going to try to discredit her by that. Like, you're giving a generalized view of this and you don't even have the information. You don't even have the information. That's what they're going to get at. You're listening. You don't have the information. You want to look at all kinds of reports. You don't have the information. That's what it sounds like. The word came up in the Depp and Heard trial. Interesting. Look at this, Ana Maria, with all these my wonderful people over here that watched the Heard and Depp trial. You know, y'all, you guys remember her very well, don't you? Hold up, y'all. I'm laughing at the chat. Let's see. Diddy's lawyers must have got the playback from Depp's lawyers. You haven't heard of that one before? Yeah, it's a word that's used in behavioral health. There's also malign, maladapted, malingering. Yep. Let's see. I would pronounce it with an extra ingering. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. All right, so back for the defense. People can fabricate emotional responses, correct? They can, says the doctor. Mr. Bach, should we break here? The judge is saying, Mr. Bach, should we break here? Bach says, I don't have a good cliffhanger. What? What? What do you mean you don't have a good cliffhanger? Okay, it's a break. Make sure you guys go support Inner City Press. Inner City Press doing the Lord's work by reporting for us. So we have wow, okay. They're still going to question her. I don't know how much more there is to question. I don't know, man. What do you guys think so far? Psychologist Don Hughes also testified that an abuser's authority and status can affect if and when a victim goes forward. If you're going against someone who has wealth and access and privilege, she told the court, a victim may think, who's going to protect me? I want to see some Don Hughes clips. Let me see. While we're on lunch, some of y'all, make sure you guys get your drinks and your stuff. Don Hughes, Dr. Don Hughes, John, oh my God, it immediately comes up. So, how lawyer grills Amber Heard's psychologist over diagnosis procedure. Wow. Amber Heard fake emotional outbursts. Amber Heard fakes emotional outbursts at Dr. Don Hughes' testimony. Oh my God. Is this it?
You agree with Ms. Heard that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
Is it admirable? It is admirable to retreat from a fight.
Yeah.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
That you punched me in the thing. And
You figured it out.
And you said, no, I didn't. What the are you talking about? And I watched you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you have a close.
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not deck you. I was hitting you. I don't know.
That
You agree
Wow.
with Ms. Heard that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
that there. Ooh. So they like destroyed her. Lawyer reacts to Amber Heard. What is this?
Now, Dr. Curry also suggested that
Malingering is in here. Hold up.
Amber Heard was tested very, very high, 98 percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning. Could you speak to that, please?
Sure. So, I mean, she said a lot of things. So let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection,
measure.
non-responsive.
I think it's very responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about the PAI test that Dr. Curry
Yes.
addressed?
Yes. Thank you. So that's the broadband measure that has validity scales built into it that gives us indications about how the individual goes about the test. I told you last time that there was no evidence of malingering or exaggeration or feigning on that test. What Dr. Curry was talking about was this tendency to put your best foot forward to minimize faults on this PAI. That scale was right at the cusp.
Now, Dr. Curry also suggested that
I was hitting you. That's an admission right there. Sad. I spent a whole weekend listening to those recordings. Someone posted them on YouTube prior to the trial. You talking about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp? That's interesting. That's interesting. Hold up. Now, CNN posted an update. The court has recessed for lunch. Cross-examination of psychologist Dawn will resume after break. So expert witness says her work in legal proceedings is different from how she approaches her patients. Dawn is answering a series of general questions from the defense about how she evaluates someone in a forensic capacity in the context of a legal proceedings. It's different. That's how she approaches the patient she treats in a clinical setting. She typically administers a comprehensive interview, other psychological tests, and evaluate external information to offer a detailed analysis of someone when she hires for forensic psychology work. And hold up. Do we have people say anything? Okay. But wait. We have an update? Hold up. So everybody's at lunch for those that logged off. Okay. But wait, during the break, they bring in George Kaplan to invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Welcome. Did you receive a subpoena? Yes. You intend to not answer? Do you intend not to answer on the Fifth Amendment grounds? Yes. Your Honor, please sign the immunity order. Judge says has read it. No. Judge reads it. Who the fuck is George? Who's George Kaplan? Kaplan? Who's that? Who's that? Wait, everybody went to lunch. George Kaplan. Who is that? He's a former assistant. Where is it? There's so many people, I don't really know. So prosecutors plan to continue their case Wednesday by calling Don Hughes, a psychological expert, and George Kaplan, a former assistant to Combs and Scott Kid Cudi, the rapper known as Kid Cudi. So what is he doing? Oh, so he's a former assistant. I didn't know he could do that. George Kaplan has entered the courtroom. Yes, he's next witness who witnessed Cassie beating. Really? They did this at lunch. Oh my God. So they bring in George Kaplan to invoke his First Amendment right against self-incrimination. Welcome. Did you receive a subpoena? Yes. Do you intend not to answer on the First Amendment grounds? Yes. Your Honor, please sign the immunity order. Has he read it? No. Read it first. Oh my God. Here we go. The attorney says the government says the attorney says he's read it. I will sign the immunity order. The government will seek to admit GX69A. Now we have a break. So he got an immunity order. He's not trying to self-incriminate, if I'm understanding this correctly. Oh my gosh. Yo, they're bringing everybody. If you work with Diddy, you're everybody. You said Fifth Amendment. It said First Amendment. Did it say Fifth? Did I misread it? I'm sorry. Why did I say First? Thank you. I must have misread it. Oh, Fifth Amendment. I did. My bad. My bad. Oh my God. Yeah, let's hear from George Kaplan. Whoever that is, let's hear it. You cannot force someone to self-incriminate. Thank you. But giving them right in front of our eyes. He's already right in front of our eyes. Thank you. Oh my God. Yo. There had been mention of text exchanges between Cassie Ventura and George Kaplan, which Combs' defense team wants to introduce as evidence. Listen. If you're not a witness, you're a co-conspirator. Oh my God. What do y'all think? Oh my, right before lunch. It's just the way that they did it. I was like, oh, okay, they're in lunch. And then Inner City Press is like, wait, hold up. Why they gotta leave Biden alone, man? That man's sick. Leave him alone. Yo. So hold up, what? While everybody went to lunch. You said, oh my God. Yes, he's testifying. He just doesn't want to self-incriminate. So he has to, do the little invoking of the Fifth Amendment. My whole thing, where is the one guy that held the umbrella for Diddy at events? What was his name again? Farnsworth or something? Yes. The guy that was holding the... Oh my God. I just couldn't believe they did it that way. Jeez. You cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. Hold up. Let me see if I can pull Diddy trial. Here we go. Enter the chat. What's his name? George Kaplan. Enter the chat. George Kaplan. That's who's entered the chat now. Now, Fox News. Hold up.
AK-50, just rifles as well, with some of the file numbers filed off, shoes, drugs. What is, I guess the question I have is, what's the point? Where is this leading? What is the significance of what they found inside the house? Because you have to wonder, why are they bringing...
All right, so I'm gonna go and get some stuff. We have to be back in 20 minutes, because lunch is only 30 minutes, and I've already spent a good 10 some minutes here. So we're gonna get going. We are going to get going. Do me a favor, guys, hit the like button. I would appreciate it. I'm gonna leave this running while I go get something from the fridge and do a couple things here and there, and then be back. You said Vicky say some stuff about what? I'm not looking at the chat, y'all. What's up? What did I do? Let's see. Kid Cudi will testify after Kaplan, but that might not be until Thursday morning. Okay. Thank you. And Vicky can message me too. I'm sorry. If I don't pay attention to the chat, sometimes I just, y'all know I've been like reading or looking at something else. So I apologize. I'm not ignoring. I really just am not paying attention to the stuff in the chat. Okay. Everybody, get your little lunches, get your little Lunchables, get your little things and everything. And let me know, come back here soon. Let me get something real quick. I'm going to leave this running real quick. Okay. Hit the like button, please. And thank you.
Diddy pull this off. So I think it's very poignant evidence in this case.
Lunchables.
So, and you were talking about that, Sean Diddy Combs couldn't have done this all himself, that he had to have, additional help, additional agents, if you will, for him to carry that out, kind of pointing to the organization, that you have to have for that racketeering charge. When it comes to laying out the evidence, is it more effective? And I'm just kind of curious about the strategy, because sometimes it might take a while for the jury to kind of string these pieces of evidence together, and they may be wondering, why this, and then the next day, why that, but then it all adds up. Is that a more effective strategy, just providing a little bit of evidence each and every day versus kind of these like shocking moments? Is that a strategy that they're looking at?
Yeah, I think obviously you want to keep the jury informed. When I try a case, you want to keep them informed. You want to keep them entertained. But let's understand, this is a federal criminal trial. The judge has reined them in a little bit in terms of, when the evidence will be presented, how long a cross-examination will be. But it's like a puzzle or building a building. Okay, you're going to do it one level at a time, one layer at a time. So it's really important to do inference upon inference. The government has a 96% conviction rate. They're very likely to get a conviction in this case, and they're going to continue entertaining the jury. That it's very sexually prurient allegations. The jury wants to hear this kind of stuff, and not every day in trial can be that exciting. So it's just a matter of building piece by piece by piece by piece until you get a complete picture of all the criminal wrongdoing that's going on here.
All right. And we did want to just let our viewers know, we just got this in. The court it has now recessed for lunch. So the cross-examination of the psychologist, Don Hughes, is going to resume after that lunch break. We were talking about kind of, the reason why Dr. Hughes is on the stand. And what was interesting to note, and we talked a little bit about this, is this is kind of like blind testimony in that, she doesn't know the nuances, and that's part of a strategy for the prosecution. When it comes to the cross-examining of this type of witness, though, what kind of line of questioning do you think that the defense will take with her to try and poke holes in what she's talked about in terms of, the dynamic between a victim and an abuser, the sense of hopelessness, the sense that they really can't break the cycle, that they're beholden to that person that they love?
Right. So the weakness in any testimony, such as a witness, as this doctor, is that the doctor hasn't performed an examination on any of the people who have testified. So the doctor, as you said, is sort of testifying in the blind or in a vacuum, and doesn't know that the people who have testified, whether or not they suffer from any disorder the doctor may be discussing. So that's your cross-examination, is you didn't evaluate them. You can't say that this relates to the alleged victims in this case. You can't say it relates to the alleged witnesses in this case. You can't tell us what kind of pressure they were under, whether it was monetary, whether it was psychological, whether it was physical pressure. You're talking about studies of individuals, yet you haven't studied any of these individuals to know that what you're saying is about them. That's what you should expect on cross-examination.
So I know this is this is strategic on the part of the prosecution, but what is the advantage to bringing someone on as an expert who has not really met the some of these key witnesses and gotten to know them? What's the advantage to that?
Well, I think it's a necessary move that the prosecution has to do in this case, because when you have a relationship that exists from, I think it's 20 years before, but it might have only been 6. But when you have a relationship that exists for a long period of time, and you're having people perform acts that seem consensual, you want to be able to show, why would that act have been considered? Why would somebody do that? And so the doctor's talking in generalities, and then you can sort of fit that generality into the testimony that you heard. Like, yeah, now I get why she would engage in those freakouts. Now I understand why she wouldn't tell her family about it. Now I understand, all those facts and circumstances that are the inferences building upon one another, leading to a conviction in this case. I buy it, I get it, I understand it. And the doctor, it's kind of like a paint by colors picture. The doctor's filling in the color that the other participants in the trial laid out there.
You know, Michael, we know that we are expecting to hear from Kid Cudi, but we don't have all of the witnesses. We don't have a comprehensive list. It's not like, you know, this was published and we're anticipating, you know, X, Y, and Z. But from your expert perspective, is there a particular witness that you are very much interested in hearing from, whether that be from the FBI or someone who raided or someone in connection with the bad boy empire, when it comes to, you know, focusing on this case? Who are you most interested in hearing from?
Well, I think in order for the government to really hammer home their case, it's going to have to be somebody from within the structure, within the empire, who says, yes, this did happen. These people were reluctant. These people were told, come in here, engage in these bizarre sexual acts. Don't look at Diddy. Yes, we had to fill a plastic pool with oil. Yes, we had to do all these things. We had to carry suitcases filled with toys from New York to the Bahamas to Miami to wherever they were going. I think when you do that, it's much easier to see the first count, which is a RICO count. It's easier to see the corrupt organization, because that's probably the hardest count to really wrap your head around. The others you can get from the victimization testimony. But I would want somebody from within the organization to sort of tie it all together for me.
Michael, is there anything else that, you know, you're really interested in, you know, hearing or kind of just observing? You know, we saw it last week, you know, Sean Diddy Combs' family, you know, showing up in full force. You know, we saw his mother, we saw his children, we saw, you know, other individuals. Now, not so much. You know, and obviously there is a reason for that. You know, Sean Diddy Combs doing the heart, you know, and all the viewers could see that.
They have 6 prosecutors. What, 6 to 10? They said. I thought it was 9, but it's 6 to 10 apparently. So let's see. They should be starting pretty soon because they wanted to leave at 3, right? 3 Eastern. So they should be starting pretty soon, y'all. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I got my drinks. We got drinks over here to get it going. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let me see what we got going on. Did you guys hear about the who was it? There was this like SEX worker or escort that apparently is in jail for manslaughter. One of the ones that Diddy was messing with. Oh my God. Exclusive. OnlyFans Annie Knight hospitalized after sleeping with 583 men in 6 hours. Huh? You cannot make this up. Hold up. You're kidding, right? The girl, she's hospitalized for sleeping with 583 men in 6 hours. That can't be good. I mean, in 6 hours? That's crazy. Yes. Hey, Sylvia. It's Kid Cudi's assistant and Diddy's assistant. She was hospitalized for sleeping with 6 men in 6 hours. Or excuse me, with 583 men in 6 hours. I'm surprised that thing didn't fall off. I'm just saying. That's a lot of men. That's a lot of men. 583 in 6 hours, y'all. I'm surprised her thingy didn't fall off. I'm just saying. And that's not shaming her, but I'm saying you're putting your life at risk that way? Literally? Literally. I would die? Oh my God. Is that the OnlyFans girl that wanted to do 1,000 minutes, 24 hours? That's what I heard. Yes, Sylvia, he's pleading the 5th. He's going to actually go through it, getting on the stand, because I heard that there was a plea deal. I don't know. He said he's invoked. He might be next. We'll find out here more. She's an absolute freak. This is the one that did 100 men in 24 hours. Then she up to 1,000. He got immunity. Why would you do that? Like, honestly, that's not to shame her or kink shame or anything, but why would you sleep with 583 men in 6 hours? Then she had to be hospitalized for that. Why would you do that? Why? I don't get it. Listen, yo, I mean, tell me what you guys think in the comments about it. I could be wrong, but this is what I got to say. This would be my face. I can't do his face, y'all. Wow. Wow. I did not expect. What is her name? Anna who? Annie OnlyFans, Anna Knight. That was a real thing, I guess. Oh my God. This just horrible. Why would you do that to yourself? Don't do that to yourself. Hold up. Let me see. There's some other things that are happening. We talked about the free. Okay. Who is this? Diddy's ex, Misa Hilton, explains why she was in court. Why she was in court during the sex trial of Diddy. Hold up. And Aubrey O'Day's got some stuff to say. Hold up. Let's see. She's got the iHeartRadio thing.
I don't have to have you. I'm trying. I have you here. I have you here because I feel you talented. But don't get it twisted. I'm starting to think about why do I have you here. Okay, so you clear on that though. Check this out. You clear on that. You understand now. I'm asking myself why do I have you here. So I'll move on to something else. No, and I'll give you the answer soon. All right?
Oh shit.
You may not be here then. Okay. Before it gets to and anybody want to go with you, they could go too. That's one thing we can make clear.
First of all, are you here to testify in the Diddy trial?
That you were inadvertently put in a hotel that was very familiar to you with your days with Diddy, and just being here and knowing he is on trial just a few blocks away. How do you feel emotionally?
Tell me about the sympathetic days to Diddy. What does that look like when you have a moment of feeling bad for the guy?
It wasn't all bad, but I don't know that any of the good was real.
In your experience with him, did anything he ever did with you cross a line into possibly being criminal?
There were certain parts of myself all along my journey in this industry that I have just had to shed, or I wouldn't have been able to stay alive.
Oh. Is he a threat to people if he is out of prison?
I can give you a few examples of why I would lean toward yes on that. To propose that his life was endangered and threatened by this man and he can't be in the room, that shows me that Diddy is still up to...
First of all, are you here to testify in the Diddy trial?
That shows me that Diddy is still up to his bullshit. If I was utilized because I'm somebody that has been vocal about this person for 2 decades, I'm not the one to do that to. I will absolutely pursue that to the highest degree. You cannot do things like that. I'm just really not the one to f around with like that. They chose the wrong girl. That shows me that Diddy is still...
Well, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do y'all think? There was a rumor. So, okay, Albie Shore put out there that he got subpoenaed. Then there's a rumor that he's not supposed to testify, that he can't testify because of what happened, because of that interview, what he said at the Fox interview or whatever it was. What do you guys make of that? I don't know. I don't know the details, but I do wonder, is he compromised because of that? Yes, that is Aubrey. That is Aubrey. You said, because if I find out you out here making money off these interviews, I need to know. It says, I don't want to hear anything from you, Aubrey, unless it is under oath on a witness stand. Otherwise, keep it cute and keep it mute. Well, I do wonder, did she get pulled into it? Or was that just a rumor? It is not the first time that rumors are just happening like that. Like, did she get pulled into testifying? She might be getting a bag. You think she should be careful? I think a lot of people need to be careful. I think a lot of people need to be careful. Y'all, let me get some chapstick or something. My lips are dry. Yeah, I think a lot of people just need to be careful overall. Keep it cute, keep it mute. Girl, I wasn't ready. LOL. Yeah, you just need to be careful. That's it. Because keeping quiet about a crime doesn't make you innocent of a crime. Ooh. All right, let me see. Inner City Press, where are we at? What are we doing, Inner City Press? Are we back? That lunch was, and it's a short lunch. And I think they have to eat in the room when they're eating lunch. They can't leave. I remember when I did jury duty, we had to eat in the room. We couldn't just leave. Mm-hmm. You think Aubrey should be careful? I don't know, man. Hey, Shani, Shan, how are you? I hope you're having a good day too. We started early today. We started early, guys. I am tired, and we started early, y'all. We did. Hold up. Ooh, Feds released pics of baby oil, drugs, heels, stuff, and other from Diddy's mansion. Oh my God. Hold up. Let me show you guys these pictures. I didn't see this one. Hold up. Oh my God. Hold up. Let me show you. Hold up. Oh my God. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay, hold up. What is that? That's not a drawer. That's not a drawer. Oh my God, let me make myself smaller. What is that? That guy's got bins of the Glide and the oils and everything. What is that? And what is this? Nitrous? This is nitrous gas right there. Do y'all see the box next to it? This right here, y'all can see my mouse. Oh my God. You see rubber duckies? Get out of here. Wait, where? Oh my God, there's rubber duckies. What? I didn't see no rubber duckies before. Why does the man have duckies in there? What are the rubber duckies for? You know what? Fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. You can't make this up. I'm like, is this photo real? Oh my gosh. First comment on the picture is this necessary? Is this necessary? I'm scared about the next picture. Oh my God. Oh, there's the heels. Do you think Diddy fits into those? It's a crate. It's a crate full. What did the ducky do to Diddy? Oh my God, Angela. Oh my God, look at the heels. And the heels that the what does this say? The wireless something flicker? It's a wireless something flicker. Y'all see that? Do. That's some big ass heels. Oh my gosh. Hold up. Oh my God. And they come in black. Come in black. Did you, Jalisa? I'm like, I can't say it. I don't want to get black. I already got YouTube on my ass talking about, oh, you got your shit for sexual content. Yada, yada, yada. All right. They're trying to censor me. This looks like you said, what is a flicker and why is it wireless? I don't know. Why is it? You said, why is it wireless? Comes with the phone plan too, apparently. I don't know. I am not blushing. I am laughing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at all this. Look at all the heels. Oh, geez. Who's that on the picture over there? Look at all this stuff that they got. Oh, wow. Oh, I better like hurry up. I can't be showing everything. Oh my God. What is this? Is that his bathroom? What do you want? Is that lipstick? I'm scared. Oh my God. And Vital Honey something something. I don't know what that is. There's the box. It says Diddy. They look like the same size. You're like, Neon's like, nah, I'm definitely judging this. Y'all ain't gonna make me feel bad. We are judging here. Can you imagine if they had a yard sale? Oh my God. Oh, we definitely judging here. I'm sorry. We are definitely judging Diddy's raids and pictures. Yes, we are. He can't say this shit don't belong to him. It says Diddy. And the box is neon green. You cannot make this up. Are we ready? Can we get going? Because my face literally hurts. I was not expecting to see that. Oh my God. Here it is. It's a little lunchbox. Oh my God. Those heels look like they're a size 5 through 7. Let me see. Let me stop sharing. Let me go through those photos one more time because I gotta be careful. What is this though? I'll show you. What are they pointing here? Few things as gun. Oh, GUNs. They had GUNs everywhere. Look, let me show you. This is a closet, and it's blurred, but they have the GUN there. Look, that's the GUN. They're pointing it, but look at the bottom. You could see all the baby oil stuff right there. You can see it from the pink caps. And then right here, whatever the hell this is, but like this is, I don't know if this is considered a safe or a closet. It's kind of hard to tell. Let me remove this. Hold up. Let me remove this. The bathroom. This is the bathroom that they went to, but there's some writing on the bathroom. Let me show you guys. This is crazy. This is the bathroom. And they have like, what do you want? I can read some of it because of the lipstick. I love you. It looks like it says I love you. Somebody was coming and going there. I mean, it's clearly something was going on. Let me remove this real quick. Maybe in that box, his wigs are there. Oh my God. It looks like a server, like a security system, right? But they had the weapon there. That's what they said. And then there's like lingerie stuff and heels. And let me see. I got to be careful. SEX toys. Y'all, those heels are killer. The heels are like killer, y'all. Let me show you. That right there. I don't know what size that is. But those look like you could just definitely, somebody could just fall over. Yeah. Yeah. Stop sharing this. Hold up. See what else I can share. This wireless thingy. And they got different flavors too. Oh my God. That is crazy, y'all. This is the bottom part of that cabinet. That's a lot of baby oil bottles, okay? This is going to be somebody's Christmas card or something. Yeah, Wendy, that's what I'm thinking. If we would have done that, it would have been a different story. Then he could have made all those expenses with the company. Then it would have been like, okay, but I mean, he didn't do that. Go to the photo where they show his closet with the regular shoes. Let me see. I mean, I don't know if the kids had access to but I mean, he's got young kids. But hold up, let me show you. The closet. Let's see. I have to be careful though. You talk about this one. This is the closet. And let me make myself smaller. So all of that was like a security system. This is a weapon right there, I think. You said nowhere in that bathroom do you see toilet paper, Laura. You see all this stuff and nowhere in the bathroom you see toilet paper. Okay, let me see if we got started. Let's see. Let me go back to Inner City Press real quick. No update. No update yet. CNN has some updates for us. The judge is back on the bench. This was less than a minute ago. The judge is back on the bench and the lawyers are in the courtroom. The jury has not come out in yet. When the trial resumes, Dawn Hughes, a board-certified clinical and forensic psychologist specializing in trauma, will continue to testify. She's being cross-examined. Okay. What witnesses have said so far today? So for those that don't know, while we wait, let's see. We don't have it. Oh, they're back. Here we go. They're back, Your Honor. This is the government. We emailed you the exhibits over the break. Agnifilo. We object to it as hearsay. The statement, "Thank I feel you" from Mr. Combs is ambiguous. He could be saying thanks for the advice. Okay. Oh, Lord have mercy. He is very protective of his children. I will say that. He could do a better job, but yeah, you could say that he's protective of his children. And what I mean by a better job is, all this stuff right here that's coming out. So they're having some issues with the evidence. We object to it as hearsay. Your Honor, we emailed you the exhibit over the break. Okay. And we emailed you the exhibit over the break. Agnifilo, we object to it as hearsay. This is a statement. "Think I feel you" from Mr. Combs is ambiguous. He could be saying thanks for the advice. They're objecting. I'm over the rubber duckies. I don't want to talk about rubber duckies. The rubber duckies was a little too much, yo. Rabbit reaction. Why was the rubber duckies there? Damn it. The rubber duckies aren't for his kids, clearly, because he's not like, hey, go get you a rubber ducky next to the Glide and the oil. Like, come on now. Why were there rubber duckies there? Too weird. Anyways. And I'm not kink shaming. I'm just saying that's just weird. He had rubber duckies. Not rubber ducky, you're the one. No. Those shoes are something else, man. Those shoes are something else. I'm like, do we have one of those things called for when you get like the little, if you wear those shoes for too long, you get little blisters. Dr. Scholl's, do those things come with Dr. Scholl protections? Because I'm going to need some Dr. Scholl's if I'm wearing those. We're going to need some Dr. Scholl's for those 6-7 inch heels. Anyways. They're back. We're waiting. Okay, so this is what we know so far. So Gannon, the special agent, let's see, who you said, I think those rubber duckies were for the baby oil pools. I would listen, Tootsie Rolls, rubber duckies. I don't know what else. Tootsie Rolls, rubber duckies, kiddie pools. I think we're good. Yeah, you get some serious bunions with those shoes. You're going to need some Dr. Scholl's for those stripper shoes. Yep. Maybe someone involved with the FOs owned a Jeep. Oh my God. Okay, let's see. Do we have an update? So CNN, the jury saw photos of S toys and pairs of red high heels. Well, we just saw them. That Gannon said were found in the master bedroom closet in the home. About 18 pairs of platform heels. 3 cell phones were found. Other pics that jury saw included boxes filled with bottles of baby oil. Maybe the baby oil came with the rubber duckies. You know how you get like if you're buying, I don't know, like a baby shower thing. Sometimes like the like a little basket, there might be a rubber ducky. And isn't Johnson & Johnson, isn't there a little like logo a rubber ducky too, or at least they've used a rubber ducky before? Maybe they came with it and he's like, I don't know what to do with these rubber duckies. I'm just gonna like use them. Yeah. Save them. Maybe somebody will want them. Okay. Yeah. So let's see. Hold up. So other pictures that jurors saw included boxes filled with bottles of baby oil. Gannon, 25 bottles of baby oil and 31 bottles of the Glide were found in the closet. Gannon, who was assigned to HSI Human Trafficking Group at the time of the search, testified Tuesday about other items he says were found in the closet, including upper and lower receivers of AR-15s. The search was tied to human trafficking investigation. So this is interesting that the search was tied to a human trafficking investigation. Okay. Maybe they were looking for other things as well that would connect them to other cases. Who knows? Investigators also saw drugs, a Gucci bag in the closet containing an assortment of pills, white powder, and a crystal rock-like substance. They tested positive for ketamine, according to the stipulations, and traces of MDMA and other stuff. On the witness, Gannon held up evidence bags filled with bullets recovered from a loaded .45 handgun found in what was called a guard shack. What did Cassie Ventura say in her testimony? That there were handguns in the area. So that was a thing. There were handguns. Okay. Let's see. Do we have an update? No update yet, but they are back. Now, CNN, do you have an update for us? No. Okay, Washington Post has 2 updates. So this was 20 minutes ago, but the jurors were excused for the lunch. The court brought in George Kaplan. So George Kaplan again into the chat. He was like, I'm going to plead the 5th, who is expected to testify after psychologist Don Hughes. His role and relevance to the case has not yet been explained. We can assume. Kaplan, wearing a dark suit, white shirt, and no tie, has been granted an order of immunity that would compel him to answer all questions, but all questions put before him truthfully. The prosecutors note that Kaplan, that he could still be prosecuted for perjury if he lies. You running a fine line, George Kaplan. Just saying. Any updates? No. That's what we have so far. Oh, I didn't know that. So the duckies could also be like a toy? I didn't know that. I thought the duckies would have come in with the baby oil. I'm not joking about this. Baby oil, hold up. Johnson, let me see. Johnson and Johnson. I didn't know they could be a logo. Let's see. Didn't they have like a little ducky or something like that? I remember at least back in the day, there was like a little duck, Johnson & Johnson baby oil. See, now all these products are coming up, baby oil. Yeah. No. See, I'm talking about this. This is what they do. Look, let me show you. I don't want to create a new account. See, then maybe the duckies came in with the baby oil, the baby lotion. Okay, look, there's a ducky and there's the oil. So maybe he bought like a thing, but maybe it's another toy. Just weird that it's a ducky. Honestly. That's what I got to say about that. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, they use it for the baby shampoo too. Listen, I don't know. I'm still trying to get over the flickers that we just heard about. Okay. Expert witness is back on the stand. So here we go. Pay attention. We're getting started. My bailiffs, which are my mods in the chat. Can you please tell the people to get it together, please? Tell them to stop. Get it together. Wipe your feet. We're about to get it together and keep a serious face because this is about to get real. Yes, Tony, thank you. Tell them to all rise. Order. We are starting now. We're coming through, okay? Yes. Please swear in the rubber duckies. Are they going to testify too? Lord have mercy, no. See, no. A witness is a ducky. Oh my God. That's right. Order in the Emma fucking court. Here we go. I got it. Yep. Maintain order, please and thank you. Someone, Donald Duck is having a fit. Donald Duck. Hostile ducky witness. Get it together. Get it together, okay? Get it together or we'll get you together. That's how I see it, okay? Here we go. Well, I mean, I really was looking over for Kid Cudi, but I guess that didn't happen. I don't know. What do you guys think? That's how I see that. I just can't believe it. I cannot believe it, y'all. Ooh, we got a picture of George Kaplan. Here we go. George Kaplan, are you okay? Former employee George Kaplan arrives for Sean Combs' trafficking trial at the Manhattan Federal Court. He looks like he's been granted immunity. He looks like he needs to be granted a lot of things. Is he okay? Is he okay? Look at his face. He's like, oh, fuck, I'm screwed. I'm screwed. He looks, Ronnie, you're right. He does look a little slimy. I don't know. Look at his face. He looks so unwell and nefarious. He's like, I'm so nervous. I don't want to go to jail. I'll sign whatever I need to sign. He's given that. He's given like dirty nights. He's been sweating it up. And then he don't even have a tie. Somebody let him. You said he looks fresh out of an FO. He looks like he had to sign something. You said he looks backed up. Oh my God. He looks constant. Oh my God. I don't feel bad for George Kaplan. Kaplan, we the people don't feel bad for you. Okay? We don't. He does look a little pressed. Like his suit. Okay. Let's get it together. So we'll pick it up after Dr. Hughes. Please get her back on the stand. So they get her back on the stand. The witness is entering, the jury's entering. Okay, so here is defense attorney Bach. You are with the American Psychological Association. Ooh, the APA, my friend, which says you should only render an opinion after an examination, right? Where? Oh, they're bringing in the APA. Y'all don't want to break the rules of the APA? The APA, the American Psychological Association, which says you should only render an opinion after an examination, right? Where? That's not true. Bach, that's not true. She can render an opinion. She's not diagnosing somebody. She's giving a very bland generalize of what she sees for people to have been victims of something like that. That's just an opinion. That's her training. But she's not rendering a diagnosis. She didn't say Cassie is this or Diddy is that. She's literally just making a generalization about the things that she's saying, which happens a lot when people go to trainings or they testify into something. Subject matter experts. You tried it, defense. You tried it. All right. That didn't work. As much as I don't really care for the woman, that right there, my friends, I don't think that she was. Okay. Everybody, they are trying to discredit her. Yeah, it's a little bit different. Now, if she said, in my opinion, Cassie, if she said, in my opinion, this, that would be a different deal. But her giving her generalized subject matter expert opinion isn't rendering a diagnosis. Does that make sense? Or even rendering an opinion of a diagnosis. She's not talking about anybody. But nice try. Mm-hmm. And I say that because, like, you know, I've been around, so I know. They're trying to discredit her professionally. What did one rubber ducky say to the other during F play? Squeeze me harder. I want to hear myself squeeze it. Bye, James. Bye, James. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Dr. Hughes, this is a different role, she responds. You have not gathered information about this case, right? I'm not rendering an opinion on any individual, the doctor responds, but someone named Cassie, but you don't know what she said, right? I don't. There's someone named Cassie, but you don't know what she said? Right, I don't. Ooh, they're going to get her on the laptop comment. They're going to get her on the laptop comment. Watch. I'm waiting. Are we waiting? They're going to get her on the laptop comment. You said she's credible. She was in the Weinstein case. Ooh, she was also in the Weinstein case. That's right. That's right. Thank you, Sylvia, for reminding me. If you don't hit the like, you will be constipated today. I've said it. Hit the like. Don't be a hater all your life, okay? Got a lot of constipated haters. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Yep, here we go. Thank you. See, Flower's like, I ain't trying to be constipated. I'm in the like right now. Yes. We have hater X-Lax. Yes, we do. Yo, I don't ever see people use that emoji. I gotta update my emojis on this channel. The doctor may be in trouble. For what? For rendering her? I don't think so. As long as she does, listen, if she says she never saw, but that whole, when she made that comment about the laptop, she kind of like got me thinking that she's been watching. Okay. You said Rabbit could have easily made about 6K. She doesn't diagnose folks. That's right. Yeah, give me up there. I'll give you a generalized overview of this. For 6K, hell, I'll do it for 4K. Let's go over there. Okay. Somebody said, what is going on? She seems sassy. Yeah, she's a little sassy. She doesn't, but she does because she brought up the laptop incident, guys. Remember what she said about the laptop incident? That's right. It's been specifically proven that hating is bad for your health. That's right. Pepto can't even help your ass. It can't if you don't hit the like button. Thank you. We are going. Come on. We're checking through. Let's go. Let's see what CNN has to say. Oh man, y'all. This is not the way I wanted to cover. I must have to start covering more trials. We really are. I just don't like covering little kid trials. I honestly don't. That's where I draw the line there. Okay. Okay, so defense. You're testified across the river in EDNY, right? Dr. Hughes responds, yes. And you say the same thing, even though the cases are different, correct? It's to help the jurors understand. But it's their job to consider their case, right? Ooh, she going back and forth. Okay, hold up. Let me understand this. So prior to that, there's someone named Cassie, but you don't know what she said, right? Dr. Hughes says, I don't. Bach, the defense, new lawyer in the, 9 or 8 people defense team. You've testified across the river in EDNY, right? Yes, responds the doctor. And you say the same thing, even though those cases are different, correct? Dr. Hughes then responds, it's to help the jurors understand. So she's saying, I give a generalized statement just so that people understand what DV is and what it does to victims. Then Bach says, but it's their job to consider their case, right? Where are we going? Land the plane. The defense, you guys are not landing this plane. You guys continue to not land the plane. You guys, I need you guys to land the plane. When the plane isn't landing, I don't know where we're going. What's going on? Let's see. No, it's the expert witnesses job to help the jury understand, and it's the attorney's job to prove his or her case. The witness is a tool. Jason, do you have a problem with Dr. Hughes over here, Ms. Don over here? Do you have a problem? Are you calling her hostile? Let me know. You said the defense is permanently turbulent. Land the plane. All right. She said, not a tool. Well, listen, I would be a tool too if I'm making 6,000. If I would be the biggest tool. I said, listen, they're paying for everything. You better believe I'm going to be a tool. All right, Bach, you don't publish data on the patients you have evaluated, do you? Dr. Hughes says it's confidential. So I can't cross-check your experience, the basis of what you are saying, right? Now hold up. Bach, you can technically, all right, because these are doctors, okay? Empirical research is basically published data of unidentified subjects, okay? So when he says here, you don't publish data on the patients you have evaluated, do you? You can, but you don't use their names. And you let the patients know, listen, if they participate in a research or whatever it may be, which then could be published, that it's up to them. So it's confidential. It will always be confidential, even though they signed and consented. But Bach says, so I can't cross-check your experience. So he's getting her at her experience, the basis of what you are saying, right? Like, Bach, are you looking for a study specifically? Like, are you looking to see, did she write a paper or did she publish a research about Amber Heard? Like, she's not going to tell you that. She can't do that. Like, that's like, I don't get where he's going with that. Oh my God. She's written books, and she could tell her patients, like, this is how you would do it. This is research. She tells her patients, like, would you like to participate in this book, your case? And then they change the name of the person, or they put like a code or something, right? That's how they would input that data. But that's it. Like, she can't technically publish somebody's name and stuff like that. Like, how are you going to cross-reference? Did you read her books, Bach? Did you come in reading her books? See, this is where I think y'all, defense, get it together, because you're not looking good. You're grasping at straws here. All right. I went to grad school. I did research. I know what this looks like. Okay. So you're doing too much. You're doing too much here. As much as I don't necessarily care for the lady, okay, they could have hired somebody else. Right here, they're grasping at straws. They're looking for anything. They're grasping at Tootsie Rolls, and it's not working. It's not working. It's not working. Okay. They are out of order. It's not working. It's not working. Okay. You said it's about to fall apart. I don't know if it is. You can't. Like, this is like, what are we doing? You think that they're trying to board her to say something dumb? Really? Yep. Oh, come on, Storm. You gotta keep it cute, love. Okay. Like I said, he's just saying it's about to fall apart. That's his opinion. Why you say you done fall apart? No, stop it, Storm. Come on, let's keep it cute, okay? All they can do is grasp at straws because they know their client is guilty. Ooh. What the heck did he do with the straws? Now we're talking about straws. Let's keep it cute, guys. Okay, here we go. Bach, people might go to a civil lawyer to make a little money, right? Bach is asking. Objection. Government objects. Okay, judge says, let's more. I think he meant to say, let's move on. Bach says, in civil litigation, you might look for malingering, right? Oh my God, where is he going? Are we going to land the plane here? Are we going to land the plane? Let me know. Let me know. Out of the scope. I have to agree. Yeah, you have to, like, let's just, it's okay to agree to disagree. It doesn't matter which side, y'all. This is what I'm saying, y'all. And I seriously mean it. Can we keep it cute? And if you can't, then that's fine. Then maybe you can keep it cute some other time. You said that you agree, but that's all she can do, I think. The plane is flying and the destination is unknown. She already did by referring book her computer that she has any knowledge of it. Yeah, that statement of the laptop was a little too much. It says grab a flotation device for going down. Well, Lindell, it's generalization. She's a blind expert, so she's going to make broad strokes. Like she's going to do that. That's what she does, right? That's what she does. No, you're not on timeout. I see you. You're not on timeout. I'm just saying, like, let's keep it cute. I've been talking with a coworker. I'm back. Who's keeping it cute or mute? We have to look at both sides to stay biased or unbiased. We do have to look at both sides. Absolutely. That plane best be careful. I hear the runways are often slippery with baby oil. Yes, they are. Oh my God, they posted. Yes, we've seen the photos. We can't. And those, by the way, the photos that I just showed you guys was from Miami. No, girl, Storm, you're not timed out. I see you. How are you timed out? She was instructed to keep things general, and now the defense is trying to turn that into some kind of a problem. That's the thing, is that they are, but she was instructed to keep it general. That I do see. This is where I say, all right, defense, you're doing too much here. You're doing too much. Bring it back. So we have a CNN Live update. A psychologist confirms that she hasn't gathered details about the specifics of this case. So Jonathan Bach asked psychologist Don Hughes to confirm that she has not gathered details about information about the specific facts of this case. I'm not rendering any opinion about a specific individual. Hughes said that she heard there's someone named Cassie in this case. Bach confirmed that forensic psychologists didn't hear Cassie's testimony or review records about her or her drug use. Remember, Hughes said earlier today that she's testifying as a blind expert, so she's going to make generalized statements. Expect them to provide the jury with information about DVR and SA and traumatic stress. She said that she has not interviewed anyone connected to the case. Okay? That's what she said. Let's see. That's right. You learned that from me? That's an old saying. Here's the problem. More often than not, Lindell doesn't come with any facts or thoughtful questions, just pot stirring remarks. Well, Jenny, I understand that. And I think for me, it's like, you're going to have, it's not just anybody, but anybody that doesn't feel like this is a case, that needs to happen. I mean, that's going to be a lot of people. We just need to, learn, either block each other or learn how to have a conversation respectfully. That's it. And I want to be able to have it with both. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm asking. Can we just keep it PC now? If Lindell says something that you don't like, then why are you still looking at it? Block it, because you guys have the ability to block. That's just my thought, and nothing specific on the case. Well, I'm waiting, y'all. We're waiting for the nothing. Let's see. By the way, I love the hair up. Thank you. I try sometimes because it just makes me mad. It gets in the face sometimes. So definitely trying to bring up the Depp case here. Is that what you think is happening? They're trying to keep the Depp. They're trying to bring up the Johnny Depp case now. See, thank you, Shishani. Thank you so much. I love the people. Like, you got to be able to block people that you don't want to see. You don't want to see them, then block them. Why go back and forth? There is nothing. Let's see. That's right, Vicky. That's right. Child, when you told me Monday that individuals could block individuals, did you? Yeah, you guys didn't know that? You can block individuals. Some people didn't know that. Amat doesn't always have to block a person. You, as a YouTuber, as a YouTube account, in the chat, you can block people in the chat that you don't want to see. You can do that. That's a thing. Are the attorneys allowed to have phones and look up stuff in the court? Alexis, I'm pretty sure that you can. Pretty sure that you can if you're an attorney. I think attorneys are allowed to bring anything that they want in the court. Well, electronics, phones. In federal court, yeah. Thank you, Pika. Let's see. What else? Aaron, did you get the video appeal figured out? No, Aaron, I'm still waiting. I have not heard back from YouTube Thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. Yeah, I have not figured that out. We are still on limbo on that. So, and I haven't been able to follow up either, but I do have somebody that emailed me from YouTube and they're waiting to hear back. So I know at least it went to a manager and not like a robot or something. But thank you, Aaron, for being a member for 6 months. And I appreciate you asking. That really did upset me. But yes. Thank you. Thank you. That's right, Vicky. If a mod blocks someone, they are blocked. You as an individual can block someone and they will not be able to interact with you, but can still interact with the chat. That's right. Thank you, Vicky. That's how it works. So that's why I'm like, why are we arguing back and forth? Let's just block if we don't want to. Thank you. See, Jenny's like, oh, I don't care. I'm fine with arguing with people who deserve no valid points, just making an observation. Absolutely. And that is your opinion, Jenny G. Shout out to you. And that's why I love you, girl. That's why I love you. They are allowed to have phones. They are the attorneys there can have phones. That's absolutely correct. After being a mod in another chat for years now, I did not know you can block people. You can go, Shauna B, you can go. Like if you're not a mod at another channel and you see somebody there that's, annoying you or whatever it may be, you can block a person. That's how it works. That's right, Vicky. Tell them. Yeah, I heard Diddy's rubber duckies in a quick. You know why I love James? Because like some of your jokes are just like I need to read your stuff before I click. Like you are one of the peoples. You're one of my regulars that I gotta read before I hit, before I actually put the comment up, because I never know what I'm gonna get. You're like the Russian roulette. I never know what I'm gonna get if I click your comment, James. This is why I love you. James is like one of those Russian roulette comments. You never know what you're gonna get with James. No. Mm-mm. Okay. Let's keep going, y'all. Get it together. We had a little bit of a break there. Bach, you gave a webinar about giving expert witness testimony, right? Yes, for battered women. Let me show you DX sidebar. Oh my God. So now they're bringing the blind experts material. She about to shit on herself. I don't know. Something tells me we're not going to be very happy with her afterwards. I don't know. They're going to make the expert witness, blind expert witness look like something else. Oh my God. They're at a sidebar. They always get at a sidebar when it's like getting really good at this point. Oh man. Thank you. This, oh no, not gloves off. Let me get ready to rumble. Shout out to Berlin. Oh my God. The jury needs to understand what a trauma bond is, Rabbit. True. And that's what she gave her assessment. She got hired for that, right? I think she did a pretty good job, at least from what we read, that she did a pretty good job explaining that, using generalizations. But now as the defense goes, it's time to discredit her, right? They're going to try to discredit her. That's what they're going to do. Yep. You said, why did they choose to see? That's VS. That's my question, is why this lady? Because it would be easy to like mollywop her on the stand in the defense. They could say, have you ever been wrong about an assessment? Okay, let's talk about Johnny Depp and this. You know what I mean? Like, it would be easy to mollywop her. I'm sorry. Like, it would, especially since she's got a track record. I just don't think that they should have chosen her. But maybe that's who they had, and maybe budget-wise, that's what they had to figure out, and they can only do, her. But it would be easy to discredit her. She really is easy to be discredited. I don't know. Thank you. Sidebar. We're at a sidebar. Are we gonna bare knuckles in this bitch? Not in my courtroom, y'all. Someone passed some TP. There you go. Oh my God. Keep in mind that she made $6,000 today, regardless of how it turns out. You know what, Jason? She ain't mad. You can mollywop her. She made $6,000 today. $600 an hour and $6,000. Thank you. Coco's mom. Shout out to you, Coco's mom. How are you? My hair looks good like that. Thank you. Appreciate it. The defense job is to make her look like she's not experienced or correct in her specialized area. That's their job. Even if they aren't, I like what you said, doing well. That's their job. So they're going to try to discredit her. You're right. Hey, Greek lady, how are you? Please pray for my mom. She's in the hospital. Hello. Oh my God, Greek lady. Y'all drop some hearts for Greek lady. Thank you, thank you, thank you for stopping by. I'm wishing you good vibes to you and your mama. I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope you're doing okay. Hold up. Let's see. Do we have updates? Inner City Press put oh my God. During the sidebar, exhibits from Star Island raid, baby oil asteroid. Yes, we got it. We got it, Inner City Press. We already showed it. We already discussed it. We've already talked about it. We cannot. Thank you, Greek lady. Yes, in my opinion, they did hire her because of the Depp trial. I don't think people realize that she wasn't there to help Amber. Depp's team hired her. Ooh, okay. A wild card. He's a wild card. That's right. Order in Judge Rabbitha's court. That's right. Thank you. Yeah, are we 4 hours in? I forgot. Y'all, I'm just having like a good time with you guys. I forgot how long. I forgot how long we've been up. And we still got, what, 2 more hours to go? Let's go. Right? Hold up. Let's see. They got a sidebar. Let's see what CNN is saying. Let's see what Washington Post is saying. Washington says defense attorney Jonathan Bach prompts psychologist Don Hughes to acknowledge that she did not review the transcripts, police reports, psychological records, or ask friends or families about the case before testifying about a domestic abuse this morning. Because she wasn't asked to. Because she was told to come in as a blind witness. You have not gathered details and information about the specific facts of this case. Bach asked. Hughes said that she had not, and it was not what prosecutors summoned her to do in the court. So you can't shit on her for that. When Bach described her testimony as general background information, Hughes clarified it's a general subject matter testimony. Yes, and that would make her a subject matter expert in the field that she is testifying in. Okay, you can't shit on her, but hey, okay, for this piece you can't, unless something else happens, then it's a whole different deal. Okay, yes. I'm not clicking on your comment, James, but I love you. I know, doesn't it feel like it hasn't even been 4 hours? Like it's been like what? I don't know. Hey, where is the duck? Oh my God, where is the duck? The duck, if you're watching this, we're thinking of you. We're thinking of you. Because look. I don't know where the duck is. I haven't seen the duck. Maybe the duck was like, this case is too intense, which is fine. The duck, we're thinking about you because there's some duckies there. I was going to say, where's the duck? I haven't seen the duck. I think was he here on Monday? He or she here on Monday? Huh. Where is the duck? Let's see. Can we tag the duck? The duck. Hold up. Let me see if I can tag the duck. Watch the duck show up tomorrow and it'd be like, this was your day to shine. You came up on pictures. Hold up. Let me see. I got too many tabs open. Oh my God. Guys, hit the like button, please. And thank you. I would appreciate it. Thank you. All right, hold up. The duck, where are you? Can I tag the duck? The duck, you have been called. Hold up. Let me not get behind. No. Okay, here we go. This was 50 seconds ago. So, judge says to the jurors, we're going to send you to the jury room for a bit. All rise. The jury leaves. The judge says, yesterday, Ms. Shapiro submitted an exhibit ex parte. Now reviewing a document. What should I focus on? The government says, it shouldn't show this witness has a bias. We're having evidentiary issues again. What is going on? Are we like, what's going on? I felt like the judge wrote a no. The duck is not in the chat. We miss you. The duck is not in the chat because he would have been tagged. I'm putting this little note here. The duck, if you're watching the replay, we miss you. I only remember because somebody said, you said the duck is going to be a surprise witness. One of them duckies are going to be surprise witnesses. Thank you, Gian. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're afraid they're stuck in the evidence container. Lord. I think you're right. I think they're going to try to impeach the expert witness with her own prior statement in a different matter. I kind of agree with you on that. I do wonder. Like, hold up. Now, CNN's got an update for us. CNN says jury is asked to leave the courtroom for a few minutes. After attorney spoke to the judge at the bench, the judge asked the jury to go into the jury room for a few minutes. There is something not well. I don't understand why this is news. Psychologist confirmed she hadn't gathered enough details about the specific case. She was asked not to. She was asked not to gather information. That doesn't make her a bad expert witness. She followed through with what people said. We would have an issue if we were having an issue about her comment with the laptop. Hoo-wee. Coco's mom, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you, Coco's mom. Thank you, my love. Shout out to you, Coco's mom. All she has to say is everyone nowadays has a laptop. That's a general concept, right, Anita? Like she could have said something else other than a laptop. She could have said a phone. Even that. I mean, she could have said a fur coat. He'd take my fur coat or something like that. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. And she was asked not to talk about coercive control, which she did not because she was axed out. All she has to say is everyone nowadays has a laptop. That's a general concept. Y'all, I don't know if y'all see my avocados. The avocados are green on my shirt. And because of the green screen, they look like they're glistening avocados. Thank you. Let me see. Do we have an update? This is crazy. Okay. Lawyer Up says, outside the presence of the jury, the lawyers are arguing about an exhibit which Bach is trying to use to impeach Dr. Hughes on the basis of her alleged bias. They're trying. Jason, where are you? Jason, where's Jason at? Because Jason said it. Jason, where are you? I saw your comment earlier. Here it is. Here he goes. It is. Shout out to Jason, our supporter here. Yes, drop those avocados. I know with the tariffs, people they're freaking out about the prices and stuff like that, y'all. Drop some avocados in the chat. I went to buy eggs yesterday. And I said, Lord have mercy, these eggs are expensive. These eggs are expensive. Thank you. Yes, Jason, you're right. I think they're trying to impeach. Thank you. Yes, go. Let me hit the bowl real fast. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you for the avocados. Hey, just a tea, please. How are you, my love? I got green. I know the avocados. Look, they're my avocado shirts. But because it's a green screen, y'all can see the avocados are like disappearing. They are not a witness. They are a co-conspirator. Love and happiness. What do you mean? Okay, do we have an update? Because we do have an update from CNN. All right, hold up. Let's get it together, y'all. Yes, they are. Thank you. Okay, let me tell you what's going on. CNN says, lawyer debate asking psychologist about webinar she gave in 2015. What webinar should she give? Now let me go search the internet. The defense team wants to ask expert witness Donna Hughes about a webinar presentation she gave in 2015, preparing for court testimony. The prosecution says they don't believe the presentation shows any evidence of potential bias from her. Defense attorney John Boggs said the webinar was training for battered women advocates. So what does it say? I want to watch the webinar. Tony's like, you guys remind me I have to go get groceries. Yeah, now you want some guacamole for lunch, and a margarita would be nice too. Ooh, yes, yes. They're all doing the right thing. The witness held a webinar about expert witness testimony in cases involving domestic violence, says the five. The five, I love your comments. You're very informative. Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, I love everybody's comments, but your comments are very informative. Thank you. In other words, the assistant has to testify. She will be wait. In other words, oh, you're talking about the what's his name? The other guy? The plane isn't landing, Anita. This is what I'm saying. I'm gonna need the defense to land this plane. We need to land this plane ASAP. You said Mandy's like all these kids in the world starving and out here wasting money on Glide and baby oil. Yeah. It speaks to how prepared she is with the stand. I would agree. I just think that it's I mean, I don't know what's it called? The plane, that plane landed, it's in water. What is the seminar about? That's the question. You said that plane landed, but it's in water. The plane landed in the water when it's supposed to land. I keep saying this plane needs to land, and nobody's making this plane land. No, they don't. They will never need advertisement ever again. The only thing I feel bad about Johnson & Johnson is that they're going to have to make sure that it's catered to children, and they do those commercials because Diddy did too much there. All right, the judge says she could be shown that the document about training domestic violence advocates and asks if she remembers, but I won't admit it as evidence until she denied it and becomes prior inconsistent statements. Oh, okay. They're trying to impeach. They're trying to impeach. Impeachment. They're aiming to land the plane. The plane hasn't landed. The plane is like Abraham said, get this plane back on the runway and get it going so it can go land where it needs to go because it's been in water. You know what, Roxy? That's you are not lying about that. The planes are falling from the sky and not landing. That's for sure. Let's see. No update. J-Lo. Let's see what CNN is saying. They're going back and forth. They're having evidence issues. That's what it sounds like. I don't know, man. What do you guys think so far? You said insane. That's like impeaching Dr. Phil. Now, if she had her own show, she would definitely not be. I don't think they would call Dr. Phil on this one. It doesn't make sense that that's not a bias. That's part of her experience and expertise, right? I think so. Out of her own mouth, she says she reviews certain info about cases she worked on to prepare. That's true. That is very true. You said folks are swimming. Folks are swimming to land at this point. We're waiting. I don't know about you guys. Aren't we waiting? Isn't everybody waiting? Now, let me see. Are the likes liking? Are the likes like? Can we get to 500 likes, please, for those that are coming new? I would appreciate 500 likes, please, and thank you. She's getting 6,000 for nothing. I don't know about that. I don't think she really cares how the outcome is as long as you're paying the lady. You know, she's like, I'm here for my 6,000 and $600 an hour. I don't think they care. I don't think she cares. You know, she sits on her thing. It sounds like she's dealt with a lot of attorneys. Okay. Nothing. I was hoping we'd have an update. She can be shown the document. That's where we're at. Let's see. They could have had trauma from Diddy. Sorry, I was reading a comment. Guys, what do you guys think so far? The longer they take, the more she makes. Well, I think it's 6,000 a day, but 600 an hour if they're hiring her hourly. Maybe they need some rubber duckies for this landing or something. I don't know. That's where being rich and having enough money to hire a good defense team comes in. Diddy's defense knows everything that she's ever professionally testified to 100 times that, guaranteed. I bet. On the stand, she claims she knew nothing about this case. I think she may have perjured herself, but I'm not sure. Ooh, we just need to get an update. We need an update. Did she perjure herself? That's the question. All right, come on. No update yet. I wish I was in the court. I'd be like, do. Reporting out. Reporting out to my people. Okay, is this a update from Washington Post? Prosecutors' defense lawyers are breaking for a lot of sidebars. Yesterday, during Donahue's testimony, as they argued over the scope of the forensic psychologist's testimony, the judge has sent out the jury as it may take a few minutes to straighten things out. A quick correction: while we're here, Hughes is not wearing a white suit. It appears to be tan. Shout out to Washington. The Washington Post. Yesterday, we didn't get a lot of sidebars. Today, we're getting a lot of sidebars. Y'all remember yesterday? There was like hardly any sidebars. You're actually scared. Why, Lindell? Why are you scared for the doctor? I wouldn't be. I think she's got this, but I think she'll be all right. I don't know. What are they? They're on the sidebar. They're arguing about the evidence and what's going to be shown and what isn't. I think they're trying to impeach her as an expert witness. Now, I don't know too much of my legal jargon terms. Okay, I only did a couple classes, but I think that they're trying to impeach her. That's what they're trying to do. Okay, that's what it looks like. She's definitely got paid. Do you think she got paid more than 6,000? Shauna B was saying that, right? It took. It will 600 an hour for the time she has taken to look at documents or make reports, and the 6,000 to testify all day in court. She said, "Get her out of here." She has thrown off the whole momentum of the trial. See, she shanny shan, but I don't know if it's her or if it's the defense, because I'm waiting for the plane to land. So the defense didn't do a good job yesterday. I'm sorry. I thought that they failed miserably yesterday. They did. But hold up. Let's see. Nothing. Lawyers are arguing. Come on, lawyers. Let's go. This has been like the majority of, 10 minutes now? Where are we at now? Oh, yeah. We're going about, what is it? It's getting to 10 minutes that we've been waiting. I don't know. Let's see. They need to get this defense stuff going in the evidence stuff. I would be humming the Jeopardy theme song. Oh my God. Can you imagine being a juror on this case? She contradicted herself many times before. If the defense has something, she's not usually good at explaining it. Doesn't sound like it. We need Captain Sully to land the plane. Somebody needs to land this plane. It's stuck somewhere. It's like no. Lawyers be lawyering. The defense is stuck on the baby oil. I think it's on her. I think they're trying to do something. Popcorn time? You said popcorn time. Oh my gosh. This is unacceptable. Oh, we have an update. Okay. Yo, I almost threw my gavel. Witness re-enters and then the jury. Okay, here we go. They're entering. Bach for the defense. Does this document refresh your recollection? Dr. Hughes. Let me look at it more closely. Yes. The fourth part is about navigating cross-examination, right? Yes. Oh, they're trying. They're trying you. They're trying you. Hold up. We got two CNN updates. This is good. Okay. Jury returns to the courtroom. Psychologist Don Hughes is up. So defense characterizes psychologist as biased, a biased professional witness. The defense attorney, Bach, says the psychologist is someone who makes most of her money as a professional witness and comes to stand with a certain perspective, which is what people said she did at the Johnny Depp trial. Let's be fair. People said that she did this in the Johnny Depp trial, okay? He said it's very relevant to the defense, telling the court that expert witnesses are very dangerous because they come in with an aura of authority. Is that where she got that little snarky attitude? I think so. So then the government said a document of bullet points from the presentation shouldn't be shown to the jury because it would be confusing and causing a sideshow. The judge said that the document won't come in, but Bach can ask Hughes more about the training she gave. The document now that I'm looking at doesn't really say anything about anything. Oh, wee. Ooh, wee, ooh, wee, ooh, wee. Y'all. Somebody says, I don't like Dr. Hughes. Hope they'll be done with her soon. Dr. Hughes is on a whole nother level. Now, that's an interesting way to say that she says, Bach said that she presents the aura of authority, like a know-it-all. But I would be having the same aura if I'm getting paid $6,000 with $600 hourly and then $6,000 to testify all day. I would be doing that too. You know? Yeah, she is a professional. Look at Vicky. Shout out to my boo, Vicky. She's a professional expert witness. That is what she only does. They only hire her to give a professional view. That's right. Hold up, Vicky. You said something else in the comments that I had to highlight. Dr. Dawn Hughes is pretty much the expert of domestic violence coercion in America. She is the reason R. Kelly is in prison right now. Ooh-wee. She testified in the R. Kelly trial. See? This whole damn courtroom is out of order. Professional perspective based on expert in that field. So it would be the perspective in that field. That's it. The aura of authority comes with the title expert witness. There you go. Tomatoes. Okay, let's see what else is being done here. They're really trying to get her. Everybody's like, get her. Oh my God, not whoop that trick. Oh my God. You guys, the Twitter is twittering. Excuse me, X is Xing. Let me see. Inner City Press. Anything else? Washington. Nothing on the Washington. Yeah, nothing. You said R. Kelly's team and R. Kelly didn't fight hard enough since Lindell. Oh Lord, Lindell, let's not go there. Okay. Professional. Let's see. What else you guys have to say? She testified for AH total bias. Amber Heard. We just saw that. We played a little bit of that. We did. She said she's more than halfway to that 6,000 for the day. Oh, Gordon, she's gonna get it anyways. They could stop. She could stop right now. She'll get it. Okay. Here it is. This was 7 seconds ago. Most of your income comes from court-related work, right? No, maybe half. You've raised your rate to 600. It's been the same for some time, but you've raised it. Commemorate with others. How can I say this word? I know how to say this word. Y'all, let me look it up. I want to make sure I pronounce it. Sometimes I'd be talking too much and I forget how to pronounce words, y'all. That's part of my ADHD. Unmedicated. Please note that. Commensurate. That's how you say that. Commensurate with others. So they're talking about they're stuck on the pay, right? Most of your income comes from court-related work, right? No, maybe half. You raise your rate to 600. It's been the same for some time, but you raised it commensurate with others. Well, okay, Bach. Objection. How much are you getting paid? How much are all you attorneys out there getting paid? Like, most of your work comes from court, right? Because you're an attorney. But how much are you getting paid? That's what I want to know. We the people want to know how much each attorney is getting paid. Okay? That's what I want to know. Because I could definitely play a lawyer if I'm getting like in the millions or the 2 millions, 3 millions. I'm just saying. You said they're grasping at Tootsie Rolls and frozen meats, freezer meat, and can't catch one either. Anita. Shout out to Anita. Anita's funny. Well, how much are these? You worried about how much the professionals getting paid? How much are you getting paid, Bach? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. All right. If we're going to talk about salaries, let's talk about everybody's salary. How much is everybody getting paid here? Okay. That's the question that I have. Okay. We're going to talk about pay. Okay. Hold up. Update from CNN. Psychologist is asked about training she gave to victim's advocate. The judge, having ruled that he can do so, defense attorney Jonathan Bach is now asking psychologist Don Hughes about training she gave to victim advocates who may need to testify. When asked, Hughes said that she believed the group was speaking to receive a grant from the Department of Justice under the Violence Against Women Act. Okay. Well, all right then. Do we have an update? Yeah, what's the judge making for an hour? Who's the highest person paid in that courtroom? That's what I want to know. Okay? Who's the highest paid person in that courtroom? Okay, that's what I want to know. Yeah, if you raised your prices for this case, that's a problem. Buck City Reloaded. Say more, Buck City. What do you mean? Does it matter what she makes? Is this not supposed to be about what she does professionally? Tasha, you tell them. See, I agree with that. If we're going to find out, does it really matter that she's making $6,000 at the end of the day? I mean, nobody else but the taxpayers there are going to be paying for this. So get it together. Does it matter? Yanni said that the head of defense, so Ag fucking Nifolo is making a pretty dollar right there. Yep. He is making $1, making several dollars. Okay. Here it is. Let's see. Bach, you've been retained hundreds of times, but you've never come into court and testified in defense of a man accused of sex crimes. That's correct. I don't evaluate offenders. It's not in her area. That's not in her wheelhouse. That's a real thing, actually. She specializes in specific type of, cases. She testified in the NXIVM trial, so yeah, I question her credibility, qualifications, and moral integrity. Vicky, say more. What are your thoughts? Did she testify for in defense of Keith Rainier, or which one? I guess I didn't watch that. She's biased because she's only there to give a generalization of DV victims. Shelly Kelly, thank you so much for the $5. I've missed a few days. Who approved a gavel for Rabbit? And I'm here for it. Thank you. Shelly Kelly approves of my gavel. And so she gets gavelled. Thank you, my love. Thank you. I appreciate it. She gives testimony favorable for the prosecution for profit. That's true. If it's favorable, that could make her biased. I mean, what was the question from the jury? The jury questions was, do you think that, people with money are able to move around and do things and stuff? I mean, I guess it aligns with that. That's an interesting point. Very interesting point. Okay. That is right. That is correct. I don't evaluate offenders. Okay, we don't have an update. Ooh-wee. Interesting. Girl, get out of there. Who designated her as the sole expert? She's a compromised witness. Well, the thing is that's what I was trying to tell the the people, why didn't they hire somebody else besides this lady? Like they need to hire some other folks. That's right. She believes all women makes her not believable as an expert. Interesting. That's a good point to make. Okay. All right. Shout out to everybody that's we're looking at different sides of the argument here. I love it. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I will not be watching Robin unless she has a gavel. Oh my God. The gavel, I gotta retire every once in a while. My wig is missing. Yes, we have a judge's wig. Baby Bunny decided to wear it. So she is the one that's sporting the judge's wig. Okay. Let's see. I'm confused as to why she's being questioned when she is there for generalization of DV. I feel like they're wasting their time. If the defense doesn't find her credible, why not just dismiss her? Well, here's the deal, Alexis. Here's a question that I have, and maybe I'm just a little lost by this. In the opening statements, what is the defense owning up to? That this is a case about DV. Diddy is a DV person. What he's done is reprehensible, incomprehensible, all the hensibles out there, okay? That's what they said, right? Why aren't they using this witness to drive that point through the DV, if that's their argument? She's not very good at cross. You said she testified and put Weinstein in jail. Well, she could have had some success in some cases, and in some cases, this is what happens. Yeah, Baby Bunny hid the wig for me. She says, I like it too much, and so she decides to wear it. She definitely hid the wig. She said, you're not wearing this anymore. She said, you're not wearing this anymore. Okay, wait. We have an update. You met with the prosecutor 6 times to prepare your testimony, right? Correct. Can we have a sidebar? You may. The lawyers are having a sidebar. Lord have mercy. How many more sidebars are we going to, how many more sidebars are we going to get here, my guys? What are we doing here? You said next. It's the long and short of it. It's whoever's paying her is happy with the message that she's providing. Ooh, wee. My question is, how did she get past the witness list? All witnesses had to agree on in part or in whole, but I get it. Put her on and show the bias of the prosecution. Yeah. Wait, did I really say that? I really said all the hensibles out there? No, I didn't say. Did I really say that? Did I? Because they said comprehensible, incomprehensible, all the hensibles out there. You know what? They're doing the sidebar and they're drinking the Bacardi and the Limons and everything. Yes, they are. Let me not distract you, Abraham, because you distracted me. I didn't know I think I said it, right? All the hensibles are out there. Yeah. You're right. That's another point to point. Lindell, you're right. Some of it, but not all of it. Anyways, why are we going to the bushes? What's going on? She only works well to prove women are victims unless she is challenged. They're wasting their times with the sidebars. Yeah. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to keep it together. It's a serious courtroom. Okay, hold up. All right, hold up. Psychologist is asking about training she gave to victims advocates. Okay. Hold up. Psychologist is asked about training she gave to victims advocate. So the judge has a rule to do so. Okay, we read this part. Psychologist never testified in defense of men accused of S crimes. Does that make her biased? Or does that make her not an expert in the field? Does that make her not well-rounded? The fact that she's only testifying in one side of an argument, does that make her not an expert? Does that mean she's not well-rounded? That is the question that I have. What do you guys think in the chat? Psychologist Don Hughes confirms that she never testified in defense of a man accused of S crimes. I don't evaluate offenders. But okay, Ms. Dawn, I have a question for you. How have you determined? Well, okay, now y'all gonna come for me in the chat for saying this, but hey, I'm prepared. I got a gavel. How are you going to call this man an offender when he has not been formally, he's got charges, but we're trying to figure out if he's guilty or innocent at this point. So when she says, I don't evaluate offenders, that should have been right there a bias. Like, lady, you are not well-rounded. How are you an expert? Your expertness is not showing here. I don't know, man. The prosecution, the defense is doing its job right here. Because now I'm questioning myself. What is going on? That's right. That's right. I have to say that. She sounds like she's biased to me. Yes, she's supposed to be unbiased. And how can she only be looking on one side? How is she not she can't be well-rounded? Maybe that's the question. Let me ask you guys in the chat. Let's get a little poll going, okay? Poll. Can an expert blind witness be an expert if she has not testified for both sides in her resume? Okay, meaning like in her past cases. Yes or no? I think that would be like a yes or no question. Hopefully I made sense of that question. But that's a good question, I think. How can you be well-rounded? How could you be an expert? You said Dr. Hughes is what made Amber Heard's availability worse. They need to stop calling people named Don to testify. Because of Don Richard? Oh, come on. Oh my God, this is the second Don, right? She's not there to diagnose Diddy. Well, it makes you wonder how much the it's so hard to tell. Like, I wish I could look at the jury's face to figure out if I can figure out what they're thinking, or hold up. No update yet. It says that she might not know as much about both sides of the story, which can make it hard for her to explain things in a fair and balanced way. The 5. I really like your comment, and I would agree. It doesn't make her very well-rounded as an expert blind witness, because she's truly there. I mean, they're landing the plane. The defense is landing the plane. Okay. I will say that. Okay. Let's see what everybody's saying. I got 53 votes. And the question was, can an expert blind witness be an expert if she has not testified for both sides in her resume? 49% said yes, and 51% said no. Look at this poll. Wow. All right. Are we at 500 likes yet? Let me know. Are we at 500 yet? The turbulence is over? You think so? I don't know, man. Anything could happen. It could be back on turbulence. Thank you guys for hitting that like button, please, and thank you. You never know, man. This plane is like, I don't know. It's one of those Cessnas or something. You know those little Cessnas that it's like you get on them and they're like, I've been in a couple of Cessnas and I hate them. They're like very turbulent when you're up in a hill or a mountain, and yeah, we're on a Cessna right now, and we can't seem to be landing the plane. What's going on? What is going on? All right, we are waiting. We are on a Cessna. Okay, wait. I think we got an update. Okay, they're back. So they were on another sidebar. I think we've had at least 4 sidebars at this point. I don't know. Bach, did you discuss the topics with the prosecutors? Dr. Hughes, with all due respect, it was almost me educating them. Bach, but you know nothing about this case. Were you advising them on how to present evidence in domestic violence case? Did you discuss the topics with the prosecutors? With all due respect, it was almost me educating them. Bach, but you know nothing about the case? Were you advising them of how to present the evidence in the domestic DV case? Yeah, okay, prosecutors. I got you there. Okay, let me, okay, here's the question. Did you discuss the topics with the prosecutors? With all due respect, it was mostly me educating. How did the prosecutors know what questions to ask of Dr. Hughes? Did she have to educate them about the questions that she had to ask while she's being cross-examined? That, my friends, is bias. Somebody get her off. Remove her right now. Because that's not right. My friends, right there. Because how did the prosecutors know what questions to ask if she wasn't already educating them? How do you know? The prosecutors are prosecutors. I have a lot of questions. Let me know. They're messy. I don't know, man. This is the part. I was mostly educating them. That's what she said. Now, look at what Jason said. That's not how it works, Rabbit. Nobody would pay experts $6,000 a day if they didn't know what they were going to say. But how did they know what to ask if they didn't know? True. She gave them a list of questions to ask her. That's how it works. It wasn't educational at all. I don't know, guys. I don't know about this one. You said an expert is often called upon to train others. Whoo-wee. Trump said you're fired. Shout out to Unalive Monroe. I don't know, guys. I don't know. To educate means that to know what you mean to educate about. Why would she admit to bias like that if she's a seasoned expert witness? Imagine the training Wendy Williams could do as an expert witness. Lord have mercy. Oh my God. Here it is. Bach, didn't you help them write briefs? Can we have a sidebar? The government is asking, can we have a sidebar? The judge says, yes, but I'll keep it brief, shorter than the last one. Sidebar hasn't, in fact, been shorter. We have another sidebar. This is not looking... Vicky, what do you think about all these sidebars? I want to know, what do you think about all these sidebars? We have had more sidebars than anything. But I'm inclined to say that the ASUS gave her a list of questions they intended to ask, and she approved those questions to be asked. This plane ain't going to have no more fuel when it lands. This plane is not going to have any more fuel. Oh my God. They need a sidebar for the sidebar. Oh my God. See, what had happened was, oh my God. I don't know, y'all. I don't know, man. This is too much. This is too much. Do you guys think she has been? Do you believe the prosecution? Where do you guys stand? Where do you guys stand? You said sidebars has been shorter. Like, okay, as long as they're shorter, right? Unalive Monroe. Her testimony does sound like an admission of something. Listen. I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about this. How much you want to bet that this is not going to be? Well, first of all, I bet you this is not going to be a short sidebar. They have sidebar after side. I think they've had how many? Is anybody keeping track of how many sidebars we've had? I want to say a good 4 or 5 at this point. The prosecution already knew to answer every single question I asked her. They were well aware of her testimony going to be. That's right. They could have gotten a better blind witness. Thank you. That's what I'm saying, mi cazador. Like, get a better blind witness. This was not it. They didn't have anybody else to contract with. Oh my God. I don't know, man. By the time this plane is going to crash and burn, because it's depleted. It's being depleted of gas. It really is. I don't know, y'all. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know. Objection. Oh, somebody's in the chat. Another sidebar. Is everybody? Are you guys okay? Are you okay? I would be irritated with these sidebars. Okay, wait. Washington Post writes. Yeah, can we move on to the next witness? Hold up. Before I read Washington Post, let's see. Defense attorney Jonathan Bach is trying to chip away at forensic psychologist Dawn's credibility. He asks if most of her income today comes from court-related work. Today, meaning Wednesday, Hughes asked, she clarified that 60% of her income, comes from courtroom testimony, and she says she never regularly published psychology papers as a practitioner. Okay. The defense attorney asked if Hughes 30 years of experience, she ever testified in court in defense of a man accused of S crimes. I don't evaluate offenders. Well, that statement meant enough. He hasn't. I don't know, man. All right, let me do a poll. I want to do a poll. I want to get a feel of where everybody's at. How do you feel about Hughes? Get her off. She is doing a great job. There we go. Go vote and hit the like button, please, and thank you if you have not done so. Please and thank you. Do you think you can get a $6,000 refund? She's still going to get paid. There's no $6,000 refund. Sylvia, thank you so much for the $199. She says, sidebar is in the bushes. For those that want a sidebar, apparently we got some stuff in the bushes. Thank you. I might need to bring my popcorn. I'm not even joking. Yes. You said, Laura, at this point, I'm super annoyed by her. I said she's doing a great job, James Steele said. Thank you. The 5 says she is not blind. She's a retained expert. The 5 is saying the same thing that Vicky's been saying. She's a retained expert. That's what she does. You dropped your popcorn. Oh, no. They're stalling? This is your typical DV case. And this, I know, Miss Toby. Is the poll biased? Maybe I need to do a poll. Well, I'm just wondering, how is she doing? Get her off. She's doing a great job. That's my question. Do you, Miss Toby, do you feel like she's doing a good job? Let me know. Some of y'all may feel like she's doing a great job. I could be wrong. If you feel that way, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Let me know, okay? This is why we have to welcome other opinions. I agree with that. And Sylvia, thank you so much again for the $199. Let me know. I thought she was kind of blind, but not being biased. For the records, bushes are freshly trimmed. Enjoy. Thank you, Pika, for the $2. Thank you, my love. Shout out to you. Aw. Mo says, no, I'm ready to move on. Thank you, Pika. Okay, let me see. Again. All right. It's not looking good for her. She may be biased because she knows a sexual deviant when she sees one. 30 years of experience, is Kenny Brooks. Okay, there you go. This is the other side. She's earning her money one way or another. I thought the blind meant that she has no information on the case specifics. Not that the blind is too in reality. You said when the judge, where can I get the drink? I think Pika's holding the drinks on the sidebar. Shout out to y'all. I don't know. Miss Toby, I was waiting for your answer. Maybe I missed it. I don't know. There's a lot of comments. Let me go back, okay? Because I was kind of curious. If I'm missing a point, I want to know. I want to know what you guys are thinking. Like, if you feel like the lady is doing a fine job and she's not biased, Let me know, because I really want to hear a difference of opinion. Okay, let's see. Washington Post, no update. Oh my God, we're waiting. We're waiting. And we're almost done. Isn't it like, what time is it Eastern right now? What time is it over there? Y'all put the time in the chat. They're literally going to the end of the day. Well, has she done any studies on sexual deviance? That would be a good question, actually, Lindell. Like, not even that. It's 2:20. Yeah, because they end at 3 today. So we should be done here. Tony, we should be done. I think they end at 3 today. Thank you, guys. This was an interesting day, honestly. This really, really was an interesting day today. Wait, it's 8:19 p.m. where you're at, Shay? Will do. I'm gonna look up. That's a good idea. Let's look up the legal definition of a blind expert. What is a blind expert? Witness expert, right? Witness expert in legal terms. So a blind witness or a blind expert refers to an expert who is retained and provided information by a neutral party. I just don't see her as neutral. But listen, I could be wrong. Hold up. No update yet. So this is what the thing is, okay? It is a blind expert refers to an expert who is retained and provided information by a neutral party, often an intermediary, before being informed which side of the case is requesting their expertise. This blinding process aims to minimize potential bias by preventing the expert from knowing which party is benefiting from their own opinion, thus encouraging a more objective analysis. Now hold up. Do we have an update, Inner City Press? CNN has an update for us. CNN says, defense attorney and prosecutor sidebar about psychologist testimony. Defense attorney and prosecutors have been there's a typo here. Have been having a couple of lengthy sidebar over defense Jonathan Bach's cross-examination of the psychologist. Bach asked her about 6 meetings, and she had the prosecutors concerning her statement some of which have been since the trial. So she has met with the prosecution 6 times before the trial. So the defense attorney asked about 6 meetings that she had with prosecutors concerning her testimony, some of which have been since the trial started. Hughes has maintained that prosecutors have not discussed specifics with her on this case. I don't know. And let me say this. They're prosecutors. I don't know what their resumes are, but I'm assuming that at least some of them have prosecuted DV cases before coming to the Diddy trial. So do they really, really, really need 6 meetings? Anyways, let me stop. Okay, I think we have an update. All right. Judge says sorry that it wasn't shorter. The sidebar wasn't shorter. Ms. Stein. Okay, so the government, Ms. Stein, you reviewed some filings to the court in this case. It was all related to the subject of your expert testimony, right? Hugh says, correct. In fact, we redacted. Hugh says, you did? Okay, well, where do we go on the questioning for the... I'm so confused. Did they get done questioning her? Oh, my goodness. This is not looking bueno. Hold up. Let me see what the poll says, okay? 87 votes. Get her off. 82% said get her off. And 18% said she is doing a great job. I bet you there's a lot of people here in the chat who feel like, you want to see Diddy behind bars, but who still voted to get her off because she wasn't doing a good job. I'm thinking that that's a lot of people here in this chat too. But I could be wrong. I don't know. 6 meetings? That's a lot. That I would say so. Like, what do you need to train the prosecutors on? Have none of those prosecutors ever been... have they ever prosecuted a DV case or a human trafficking case? I don't know how I feel about this one, y'all, but that's just my thought. Really disappointed in the government. They could have picked up someone better. And that's what I'm saying. Shout out to this person on Twitter. I give her the point to the defense because I don't like the government's choice. That they could have picked somebody better than her. Y'all just flush. If you live in that area, $6,000 taxpayer money. That's what happened. A waste. Get another. Because this is in here. The plane. Has the plane landed yet? Has the plane landed for the defense? Let me know. What do you guys think? You think it sounds sus? Oh, man. She established why Cassie cooperated, hid the abuse, and lied about it. Let her go at this point. She's like, just let her go now. Let her walk. She did what she had to do. The judge told the defense to sit down. The judge was like, no, sit down. We didn't even know when Cross came. You're disappointed? They should, because I'm telling you, half of you guys here, in my opinion, probably feel like Diddy needs to go to prison. But you can agree that this expert person is probably not it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay, let me know. Hold up. I don't know. They didn't land that plane. That's what I got to say. It did not work out. The government was running with the narrative of Dr. Hughes' appearances in this case. I definitely feel like they could have done a better job, Lindell. I do agree with you on that. I can agree with you on that. I don't agree with you with everything that you say, but I can agree with you on that. Okay? Both sides have experts. As a blind, she's only speaking on subjects as subject experts, says Sassy. What do you guys think? Let her go? Sassy, what do you think so far? Sorry. You said get her out? Get her out. Sorry, I had somebody come to my door. Okay, CNN has an update. Cross-examination of psychologist ends. So it ends. Defense attorney Jonathan Bach has finished cross-examining psychologist Don Hughes. That was quick. So now the attorney is back up for redirect examination of Hughes. On redirect, Steiner confirmed that Hughes that the psychologist only evaluated court filings related to her testimony, and any filings she reviews were redacted, so she couldn't read any facts of the case. You said let her go and don't pay her? Oh, the lady's going to get paid. She going to get paid. She going to get paid. The lawyer says, notice the leading question by the AUSA Steiner to government's expert about their court filings. Let me talk about what she reviews without suggesting the answer. Ooh-wee, that would have been an objection right there. Did the jury ever come back out? Yes, that was a while ago. And why would a lawyer need to learn how to lawyer from this woman? Let's be real. Oof. Yeah, they already paid her to be there. She's going to get paid. It's not that they won't pay her at all. The redirect was done. That's it. I don't know, guys. Inner City Press is reporting on multiple cases, so he must have missed that in. I think so too, Steeler Princess. That's a good point. I think she's speaking on the victim of side of abuse. Defense will bring opposing expert. I don't mind her. Gotcha, Sassy. Thank you, Sassy, for saying that. It's hard to say if she's doing a good job if she isn't neutral, but in her testimony, even though that was her role to play, we don't even need her any further than this, LOL. Oh, my God. You know what? I'm waiting for George Kaplan, but I don't think he's going to go today. Maybe she does the job too long and works with old stuff. Don't know the word in English. With the Me Too. And now she knows better. I don't know. Y'all. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. Says, I get the defense has to do what they have to do, but I'm tired of them putting 20 on 10 and the prosecutors having to come behind them and make it clear of what's really going on. That is true. In more than one occasions, the prosecutors are having to like redirect to redirect to try to fix what was already put out there. That's what it's starting to feel like, right? Like they're redirecting to try to fix what the prior statement was, or just anyways, that's what it seems like to me too. Okay, Washington Post says, we were in the middle of another long lawyer debate about Don cross-examination when the court is having these sidebars, a white noise machine, I have a white noise, blast to keep those in the room from overhearing them. The jury has heard a lot of white noise Wednesday. Not white noise Wednesday. We're going to get some, what is it? As opposed to the white noise next time. So they're going to get some music as opposed to the white noise next time. This is what the judge said. And as they're returning, like it's white noise Wednesday. This is all they've heard. It was white noise. The white noise Wednesday. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Can we guess the music? I don't know. They're going to put something in there. I like the white noise. Oh my gosh. Boxing for Life. Thank you for the $19.99. Yes, guys. I'm still recording for the next transcript drop. So thank you, Boxing for Life, for this $19.99. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who has supported. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Let me put a little heart in your super chat. Thank you. Thank you. It's been really cool hanging out with you guys for this many hours. Let me just say, it's been a lot. Thank you. Are we? Yes. Steeler Princess, you guys have already gotten them. Oh, for this week's? I haven't put in my hat in for this week because we haven't raised enough for this week. And I have to call and figure out what we can do. But last week's, I've already released 4 videos already. And I'm working on, we're going to have maybe 4 more videos to finish up last week's. So thank you, Steeler Princess, for the $2. But I'll let you guys know what we're going to do because I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Are you talking about the evidence that they put out? What they release? Because, yeah, we did. The stilettos and the rubber duckies. Oh, yes. Okay, where are we at? Do we have any updates? CNN, where are we? CNN is 6 minutes. 6 minutes in. 2 minutes. So the cross-examination of the psychologist ends. So the defense has finished cross-examining, which is crazy. So they had the redirect with the government. And Stein confirms with the doctor that she only evaluates court filings. I think I've already read this. I'm not going to reread it again. Where are we at? Guys, we only have, 20 minutes left of today? 20 minutes left of today? What is going on? You need to, the Punisher. Oh gosh. I forgot about those guys. I forgot about those guys. Oh my gosh. I forgot about those guys. Let me see. Oh my God, Tony. Thank you. I'll let you, Tony, I'm still on hold because I got to shop around. But thank you. Tony just gave us a donation for transcripts. So I'm going to save that. I'm also saving Coco's. Thank you. Let me put a heart on that. I'll let you, I'm looking, I'm shopping, guys. I promise. But like I said, transcripts are really expensive if we get them right away expedited. So I don't know if I'll get them expedited, but I will try. Okay. We definitely have Mondays. So I have to order for Mondays. With Danny, shout out to Danny Robertson. So I believe I could probably get Mondays of this week today. But I will let you guys know, okay, about the following because That shit is it's expensive. It's expensive. There's a lot of details that I will say we get with the transcripts that we don't get with the reporters there. But I mean, they're doing a phenomenal job. But thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold up. Am I missing some comments? I'm waiting, guys. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. Nothing yet from Inner City Press. And that was 12 minutes ago. Get the funds so that we can get them. Every dollar helps. Thank you so much, Sylvia. Oh my gosh. Y'all are amazing. Hold up. Thank you, my love. Thank you for the $4.99. And thank you so much. Pause. Thank you so much. I appreciated my contribution. I appreciate you. Thank you. Y'all are amazing. Woo-wee. Thank you. Oh my God. Is this from? Hold up, girl. Lord, okay. All right. So I will do my best. Okay. Storm, I got your contribution. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I just got it right now. Thank you. I will do my best. I will do my best. Okay. But we definitely have, at least for yes, was it Monday? For Monday, we definitely have those transcripts. I'll order them today. Hold up. I vote for Tootsie Roll to be the music in the courtroom. Oh, Lord have mercy. Thank you, Storm. I appreciate it. I got it. Thank you, my love. You did. No update. No update yet. It's not. What do y'all think about? It's not enough. They're gonna have music. They need to have like elevator music when they're having them wait. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You said, is there a Cash App payday we can donate so that you can get? Oh my God, down south. Yes, I do have a Cash App. Let me make sure. I'm sure my mods will post it in there, but I don't usually put the tickler down. Is that what it's called? A tickler? This is the Cash App. And that's what we can do. Thank you. Oh, Jalisa, thank you. All right, guys, I'm going to try. Jalisa, thank you. I appreciate it. I will call the Southern District and find out. I mean, even if we have to wait, if we can't get them expedited, I will do my best. Okay, I promise y'all. So that we can get it. Thank you, guys. Let me see. Nothing is up yet. Thank you. Thank you. Hold up. Let me make sure I shout you out. I don't want to say your name, so I got to be careful with the names here. Okay, do we have an update? We have an update, guys. Hold up. This was 10 seconds ago. Okay, so this is the government who says, I don't know what's going on with Cash App. Let me see. I'm trying to shout people out, but I'll look at it in a minute. This is the defense that says, Steeler Princess, thank you so much. I got it, my love. Thank you. Government. You are a board certified forensic psychologist, right? Yes. How many of those are in New York State? I think about 40. Okay, so remember when the defense was talking about you're only you only take on cases that are court, like it kind of led us to believe that they're only working on cases that are court related type of situation, right? So the defense is coming through and basically saying like, well, she's a board certified forensic psychologist and she, works on cases. It sounds like 40. I think how many of those are in the New York State? About 40. I think they're just trying to help with her credibility, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So I think that is what they're trying to do, is at least fix it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Let's see. It's bedtime here. Oh my God. Have a good night. Shout out to you. Let me see. Do we have an update? Oh, Lord have mercy. So she's worked on a couple cases. Oh my God, failed pessimist. Thank you so much for this super sticker. Thank you. Super chat. I appreciate it. Put a little heart in there. Thank you, my love. And Sylvia says, thank you for the $4.99. If we can get at least 300 Cash App or Venmo donations, I will pay the rest. Oh my God, Sylvia, I love you, but we will see. Okay. Thank you. And V McWilliams, here's my money for. Here's the deal: is guys in the super chat, it doesn't. We don't see that money until like next month. So please note that. But V McWilliams, thank you so much for this $19.99. This is why we're directing people to Venmo or I have PayPal too, but I will let you guys know where we're at. Okay, hold up. I will do my best. I'm gonna call and find out what we can do. Okay. We're at recross. Okay, so now the defense is coming through. The defense, your defense work is almost entirely for victims of DV, right? Dr. Hughes says, I'm not sure that's true. Okay, Bach, you work with Brian Steele, who was defending a woman charged with reacting to DV, right? Yes. Oh my God, I almost killed my my lip gloss. Oh my God. Oh, small world. Look at this. Thank you. Thank you. Your defense work is almost entirely for victims of DV, right? I'm not sure that's true. You work with Mr. Brian Steele, who was defending a woman charged with reacting to DV, right? Yes. And where is he going with this? Where is he going with this? Thank you. Thank you. Where is he going with this? V McWilliams, thank you again for this $19.99. Okay. My baby has one of those rubber duckies. The bottom one has a temperature gauge and turns red when warm enough for the baby to get the water. Not only is the plane not landing, but it's out of fuel and about to crash. No, Anita, the plane can't crash yet. We're not done. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yes, we do have a PayPal for those that are wondering. I have to put it up, y'all. I'm really bad at PayPal. Hold up. Keep it going. They're saying keep it going. Hold up. No updates on CNN. We have a new update with Washington Post. Defense attorney Jonathan Buck cross-examined Don Hughes is over. The questioning was interrupted multiple times with lengthy sidebar discussions between the prosecution and government. Buck also has a slow and somewhat meandering cadence. Ooh, what does that even mean? A meandering cadence when asking questions. And there would at times be lengthy pauses as he queued up his next line of inquiry. This was highlighted when the government started its redirect of Hughes, a forensic psychologist, at a much faster clip. What do they mean by meandering? I will. What does this mean? What does this mean? Meandering cadence. Who is this? Didi. I just got it. Thank you, Didi. Hold up. Let me see if I can find my. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 sec. A slow, Ronnie says a slow meandering cadence. I need to get better at PayPal. I'm not really good at it. I don't know why. Damn it. Give me 1 sec. Show QR. I'm going to show the QR and I'm going to put it in the Discord, okay? I just don't know how to do the tag on it. I don't know, y'all. I got to learn. I did it earlier this week or last week. Here you go. Meandering cadence. So he's slow. There you go, Pika. I'm going to tag everybody there, okay? Thank you. And I'll put it on the community wall too. Refers to a rhythmic sequence that is not strictly regular or predictable, but rather following a winding indirect path. So you don't know which way he's going. She's been an expert in several high-profile cases that can be both a huge positive as well as a negative. Right, Sassy Savage? I love how you're looking at this because it's like maybe it's both. So it could describe a slow, deliberate walk, the uneven rhythm of a voice, or a process that takes detours and it's not immediately straightforward, right? Somebody says she's dragging the way that it's talk. Is that how it's being described? Okay, hold up. But that's how Washington is putting it up. All right, so we have an update. Bach. So when Bach says, you worked with Brian Steele, who was defending a woman charged with reacting to DV, right? Yes. And Bach continues, and Mr. Steele decided not to use you after meeting with you. Move on. That's what the judge says. Move on. Bach says, no further questions. And the judge says, next witness, the government calls George Kaplan. 15 minutes left of court, and now George Kaplan is coming through. So there was a case where Brian Steele was not going to use this professional for whatever reason. Dawn is Miss Profession. She made her $6,000. I have a question. Do you believe that this woman made her $6,000? Let me know. She's off the stand. She's off the stand. I have to wonder. Do you think she made her $6,000? That is the question. All right, here we go. We have an update. Oh, I think we're going to fly through this now. George Kaplan, who looks like he hasn't slept for a couple days, is up. George Kaplan. He looks like he hasn't slept for a couple days. Lord have mercy. What do you guys think so far? Hold up. Now, this is going slow for me. I don't know why. Here we go. When did you work for Combs Enterprise? 2013 to 2015. What fell under the holding company? Clothing, liquor, entertainment. I was executive assistant to the chief operating officer. Where did you work? 1710 Broadway, New York City. Okay. Did he had a chief operating officer? So would that be like KK? Let me know. Thank you. It's not enough. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope they leave today with it's gonna be yeah, like, is it a COO? So who's the CEO? Would that be KK? Would that be KK? Let me know. What would that be? Former Combs executive assistant George Kaplan takes the stand. George Kaplan, who's a former executive assistant, is taking the stand. Is now he is the 12th witness called by the prosecution. Kaplan has received a subpoena requiring him to testify. Earlier today, he invoked his Fifth Amendment right to not testify on the grounds of potential self-incrimination. But the judge indicated that he is going to sign an immunity order that would require Kaplan to testify. This is serious. This is serious. Didi, if you're in the chat, I'm going to put a heart on your thing, okay? Thank you, Didi. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me see where we're at. Let's see. Day-to-day operations. Would that be KK? Oh, he would know where the bodies are buried and more than likely participated in the burial. Vicky, he probably took flowers to the funeral. That's what I'm thinking. He probably knows things. That's what it is. I'm sorry, Katie, that you have to run to Walmart. I hate Walmart, but you guys already know that. Oh my God. He knows. He would know it all. I would be scared too. Okay, hold up. We have an update. Ooh, all right. What was your next position? Executive assistant to the chairman, Mr. Combs, from September 2014 to September 2015. Who did you report to? Miss Cora, KK. She essentially ran Mr. Combs' life. Where did you report? LA. Enter the chat. Christina Cora. Enter the chat. KK. Alice Martinez is like, I love Walmart. Alice, I love you, but I don't love Walmart. Side note. So they know where the bodies are buried. They know where the funeral was scheduled and who brought in the flowers and who purchased the headstone. Yes, 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 yes. No worries, Katie. I know. But I love you. Drive safe, okay? Maybe he has details of Kim Porter had long story, Alice. I promise you. Long story. One day I'll tell you why I have a hard time with Walmart. Okay, 9 seconds in. What did you do? Kaplan says carried his bags, made such things were where he wanted them. As he trusted me more, he had me more around. I'd set up hotel rooms. How many hours a week? 80 to 100 hours a week. Oh my gosh. 80 to 100 hours a week. Guys, clock that. What do you think? He was doing the funeral arrangements. He knows everything. I cannot. Coco's mom, thank you so much for this $5. Just no music from the defendants. Oh my gosh. 80 to 100 hours. He's a new Farnsworth Bentley, hence FB is not on the stand. I don't know, y'all. Let's see. What else? What other updates do we have? Yeah, how much did he get paid? I'd like to know. How much are these assistants getting paid? The people want to know. The people want to know how much these people were being paid. I know I do. I want to know. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Coco's mom. I think you sent me 2 super stickers. Thank you so much, my love. Hold up. Okay. How much did you get paid? How much do you think he got paid? $125,000 a year to start. How did you do in the morning? What did you do in the morning? Make sure everything was in the bathroom, the breakfast. He was recording a mixtape, so we worked late. $125,000 a year to be Diddy's assistant for 80 to 100 hours a week. What do y'all think? What do you guys think? $125,000 a year to be Diddy's assistant for 80 to 100 hours a week. You don't think that's a lot of money? Oh my God. He's been silent since while they were shopping. Not enough? Not enough. You guys say, well, in New York City, I don't think that's enough, right? In New York City, that definitely is not enough. You said my daughter would take that? I mean, it depends where you live. If it was in a different state, 125,000 might be enough, but in New York City, I don't think that's enough. I don't think it's not enough in LA, right? Oh my God, not enough, Ronnie. He was underpaid. What were the benefits? Did he have insurance? That ain't shit for hours, says Killer Tofu. And that's not including the perks. Remember the paid vacations and stuff like that? Oh my God. $125,000 to commit crimes? No, it wouldn't even cover attorney's fees. That's not enough. But in New York City, that's definitely not enough. I'm thinking, right? The bigger cities, LA, that wouldn't be enough. Those figures would not. They wouldn't do it. Somebody said, okay, for a salary for an assistant. Nope. I don't think that's enough. Not 125,000 for 180 hours to 100 hours a week. That's too much. You said that's more than $47 an hour a week. 47 hourly, right? You said absolutely not. Oh my God, y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. Hold up. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Hold up. Make sure everything was in the bathroom for the breakfast. Oh man. But look how rough he looks. He looks like he's just roughed up. Like he's had a rough life. I mean, I'm not joking. He don't look too well. The former assistant does not look too well. Like, look at those. And I mean, that's not shading the guy, but truly, look, he looks like he hasn't been able to sleep in a long time. You know, there's only so much surgery you can do to cure those bags. In a time period that was great money, maybe. I don't know. But those celebrities do work you to the bone, okay? So, I don't know, man. If it was just me and I didn't have to raise a family, that salary, my friends, it would be fine for just me if I didn't raise a family. But hold up. So CNN has an update while we wait for Inner City Press. CNN says Combs' former assistant says he worked 80 hours to 100 hours a week. George Kaplan, a former assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, said his day would typically start at around 9:30, and he would make sure the chef and the housekeeping staff were ready for the day. He said he would also make sure Combs' bathroom was set up with his toiletries and medications. The earliest he would ever remember finishing a day was around 5 to 6 p.m., and the latest he could ever remember was around 7 a.m. Wow. The latest would be less a 24-hour day? Kaplan said he typically worked 80 to 100 hours a week, and he would be paid $125,000. And we have another update from CNN. Kaplan started at Combs Enterprise in 2013, later promoted to Combs executive assistant. Okay, so he was later promoted. About 10 months later, he was promoted to Sean Diddy Combs' executive assistant. He reported to Christina Coram, Combs' former chief of staff, who he essentially said ran his life. KK, your name has been dropped several times. Okay, we have an update from Inner City Press. All right. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Who was security? Uncle Polly? D-Rock? Ruben? Oh, Ruben, we have his name in the transcripts. We said it yesterday in Cassie's transcripts. We have a full name of Ruben. Ruben, later licensed security in the second half of 2015. How frequently did you communicate with Mr. Combs? Multiple times a day. Things could be found in the back. An iPad, drugs, whatever. Oh my God. KK, you're in trouble, girl. Imagine going to grad school and all this shit, getting your degree, your bachelor's, to then finding yourself in a RICO case. Like, you cannot make this up. Imagine doing so much shit that you now find yourself in a RICO case. Okay? You imagine? You go to, she went to college. She has a whole like marketing something degree from a very expensive university. Now you find yourself in this? Oh no. Oh no. No. Okay. Okay, further says, did he threaten you? Oh, hold up. Did he threaten you? He threatened my job. How often? Maybe monthly. He'd say he was only to be surrounded by the best people, and he wasn't. And that he wasn't. For example, he went for me for a 1 liter water, and I bought back 2.5 liters. He said no. What? Did he threaten you? He threatened my job. How often? The government asked. Maybe monthly. He'd say he was only to be surrounded by the best people and that he wasn't. For example, he went after me. I'm assuming that's what he meant to say. He went after me for 1 liter water, and I bought back 2.5 liters. He said no. No. He said no. So he wasn't in getting him his things? Live update from CNN. Here we go. Combs hired a more polished security team in 2015. This is what the ex-assistant says, okay? Combs hired a licensed security group in the second half of 2015. His former executive assistant, George Kaplan, testified. This group was more professional and more polished than Combs' former longtime security guard and seemed to have a lot of real-time training, Kaplan said. So he hired somebody more polished. Let me see. Who owns Ciroc? They might need to be questioned after the Frosted Flakes. What's Frosted Flakes have something to do with this? Do they own Frosted Flakes too? Kellogg? Oh my God. Okay, wait. We have an update. How did you travel? The government asks. On his jet or going in advice to make sure it's all set up. How did you set up hotel rooms? There was a bag. I unpacked it. Clothes, candles, Astroglide, baby oil. Who bought this? Often me. He was buying the baby oil and the glide. He was. He was. Yeah, I would leave don't ruin Kellogg for me. Y'all already ruined Tootsie Rolls, the Duckies. Don't ruin Kellogg. Leave. Kellogg is a family-owned company, and the family-owned companies are good people. I object to anything y'all have to say about Kellogg, okay? All right. I don't know, y'all. We'll see what happens here. Oh, yes, and you ruined frozen meat for me, too. Freezer meat has been ruined for me. Y'all ruined all this shit for me. I don't like that. Okay? Leave Kellogg alone. Usher and Diddy fought over Frosted Flakes. You just had to say that, didn't you? You just had to say that. As if I didn't already know this. But you just had to say that. No. I know, Killer Tofu. Don't do it. Y'all gonna make me throw my Frosted Flakes that I have, and the kids are gonna get mad at me. Don't ruin it for me. All right? Can't get rid of any more shit that I'm not supposed to have in this house between soap, baby oils, glides. I don't know what else to say. It's gonna ruin a whole generation of things that we use. Okay? Okay. Shout out to everybody. Do we have an update, Inner City Press? All right. Let's see. Oh, Inner City Press. My stomach is like killing me. Y'all be laughing too much. My ribs are hurting. My face hurts. Okay. Government. In what cities did you set up hotel rooms? LA, New York, and Miami. In LA, Mr. C, Bel Air, the Intercontinental. In New York, Trump, by Columbus Circle. In Miami, the SLS. How was it booked? Frank Black, based on Biggie's Frank White. Where's Vicky? So Frank Black was based on Biggie's Frank White. Hold up. In what cities did you set up hotel rooms? In LA, New York, Miami. In LA, Mr. C, Bel Air, the Intercontinental. And then they're asking in New York, Trump, by Columbus Circle. In Miami, the SLS. How was it booked? Frank Black, based on Biggie's Frank White name. There you go. Where's Vicky at? I don't know if Vicky's in the chat. Oh my God. Oh yes, and y'all ruined Heinz ketchup too. Thank you for reminding me, Roxy. Yes, Vicky told us this a couple days ago. Thank you. You did say that. You did. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. I can't. Applesauce. They ruin applesauce too. Don't forget that too. Okay. Oh man. Here we go. Government asks, would you clean up rooms? Yes. Bottles of baby oil, Gatorade, once brown crystallized powder on the counter of the bathroom sink. Why did you clean up? Not hotel staff. It was implied. Protect his public image. I was keen on doing that. You had to clean up after this man to protect his image? Oh no. Oh no. Yes, you see, Pika, you missed that part. They ruined ketchup and applesauce. So for $125,000 a year, somebody said, I hope he bought gloves. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No. No. So he had to do the cleanup too. Can you imagine if you were cleanup staff? I would be like, I object to this. It's one thing for me to make the bed, you know, and spray down the counters, but you want me to clean up this brown shit on the sink and this gooey stuff on the sink? No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No, 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 no. That's right. That's right, Sassy Savage. No. Meaning at some hotels, workers may have blackmailed him. The worker was paid off and housekeeping never cleaned up after this FO again. I'm saying that it's one thing. That's why he looks so rough. He looks like he's been cleaning after Diddy for a long, long time. Okay. It was implied to protect his image. I was keen on doing that. Government says explain. Agnifilo. Objection. Objection. Judge says overruled. Kaplan continues. I found hotels would sell photos to newspapers to shame guests. Did he reach out to you from the room? That's what the government asked. For food, clothes, sometimes drugs. I did it. I did it. What drugs? Dope kit or dope kits? Dope kits? I think he meant to say dope kit. Lord have mercy. Dope kit? What do y'all think? He was doing it. He was doing the most. Sorry, guys. I got somebody in my room. I don't know, man. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? All right. No update. CNN says Combs' ex-assistant says rapper frequently threatened his job. That's what Kaplan says. Oh, wait. We have an update. Hold up. Before I read that. Here it is. A dope kit? Illegal drugs? This is what the government asks. Agnifilo says, I object to the term illegal. He's objecting. What other drugs? Advil, ketamine? What he asked for? I picked up drugs for him, MDMA. Who asked? Mr. Combs in LA and Miami. Okay. So he was running his drugs for him too. Okay. And CNN says, while we wait, hold up. Guys, do me a favor, hit that like button, please. And thank you. I would appreciate it if you're coming in through. Thank you. So Kaplan, a former assistant to Sean Combs, testified that his former boss threatened his job almost monthly. Combs would remark that he wanted to be surrounded by the best, and those around him at the time were not performing at that level, Kaplan recalls. Sometimes Combs was angry and other times motivational when he said it. Motivational. Kaplan's first week of working for Combs, he assigned Kaplan to find a 1-gallon BPA-free water bottle at Whole Foods. The store didn't have it, so he bought back 2 gallons of bottles instead. Combs angrily told Kaplan that he did not bring what he asked for. He was very close to my face. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ag fucking Nifolo said what now? Storm knows. That's your tagline, Storm. Ag fucking Nifolo. Oh my God. That's control. That's control. Hey, you know what? The battery's going strong on the camera. Is it? I'm seeing it go in and out. Let me know if you guys see it. I have a problem. Okay, hold up. Are we almost done? We should be done here. Court should be done here pretty soon. In Miami, Mr. Combs asked me to call a person. He came and gave me a bag of pills, MDMA. I gave him cash. I gave the pills to Mr. Combs. And in LA, I went out and met the person in Hollywood. I gave money. He gave me a bag. He was basically pulling like a Brandon Paul here, right? I mean, Brandon Paul was the drug mule. So there's that. I don't know, man. This is getting interesting. Okay. Former assistant travels to Combs to set up hotel rooms with specific supplies. Combs traveled to various destinations with Combs. Kaplan traveled to various destinations with Combs, including New York, Miami, Atlanta, DC, and Orlando. He would either fly on Combs' private jets with him or fly in advance on a commercial flight to ensure that Combs' lodgings were set up properly. Kaplan testified that the first time he was told to set up a hotel room for Combs, he was given a bag and told to unpack it. The bag had clothes, speakers, candles, liquor, baby oil, and the Glide in it. He said after the first time, he said he would often buy the same. Okay, mama. He would often buy the same supplies with his corporate credit card. So he was buying supplies with a credit card and told to unpack it. Oh, excuse me. He would buy the supplies with a credit card. He said Combs or Christina Quorum, Combs' former chief of staff, would usually instruct him to set up the hotel room. All right. Do we have an update from Intercity Press? Okay. We break for the day. All right. Wow. So before we break, though, I want to read what CNN said. Okay. Kaplan, part of my role was to protect Combs' image. So he had to, as the executive assistant, the rooms were usually reserved under the name Frank Black, which was a reference to the late rapper and bad boy record artist Notorious B.I.G., whose nickname was Frank White. Kaplan's understanding was that Mr. Combs would have guests of a female partner join him in the hotel room. After Combs would leave a hotel room, Kaplan would enter and unpack Combs' belongings and tidy up the place. Kaplan said he came to understand part of his role was protecting Combs' image. Protecting him and protecting his public image was very important. And that was something I was very keen on doing. Typically, there'd be Gatorade bottles. Remember when Cassie said she accidentally drank from a Gatorade bottle? So it'd be Gatorade bottles, liquor bottles, and baby oil around the hotel. And Combs, after Combs left, like I said, to clean, on one occasion, he cleaned up a brown crystallized powder off of a countertop, Kaplan testified. Kaplan didn't know what it was, but cleaned it up just in case. What would cause something brown to crystallize? Oh my goodness. Hold up. All right. Hold up. Where are we at? Right. So we will break for the day. Guys, we are done with court. Take your bags. Take your shoes. Take your glides. Take your Tootsie Rolls, your Heinz ketchups, your stiletto heels, your flickers, whatever the hell those things were called in there. Take it. We are done for the day. Okay, and we will see you back tomorrow. Hold up. Sylvia, I'm gonna follow up with you so I could show you kind of where we're at with the transcripts and stuff like that. We are done for the day. Check my email. I will check my email up, but I might promise. But I gotta go because I gotta go take Baby Bunny out of here. Yes, take your ticklers and your rubber duckies, and what else? Take your stuff. We're done. Hit the like button. Okay, y'all are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. You guys could be anywhere else, but you're here in my little channel. Thank you. I'll see you. Oh, take your cornflakes. Okay, applesauce, all of it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.